This guide series is going to take you step by step to unlocking all the achievements in Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. You'll have to hunt down all the gourd seeds and prosthetic tools. You'll have to beat every boss and every mini-boss, some of them multiple times. You'll need to get each of the 4 endings. Unfortunately, you'll also have to grind a lot for experience points, upgrade materials, and sen to purchase all the prosthetic tool upgrades and skills. You can get all the achievements in a minimum of 3 playthroughs, but 4 is required to do everything legitimately. If you want, you can use some trickery with saves to bypass the final playthrough. I'll be telling you how to do that, but I will be going through the game legitimately. The basis of Sekiro's combat is dealing with the posture and death blow system. Attacks that you make that an opponent blocks will increase their posture gauge. Once you fill the posture gauge, they'll be briefly stunned and susceptible to a death blow. There is a relationship between vitality and posture. The lower an enemy's vitality, the slower their posture recovers. This means if you're struggling to outright break an opponent's posture, you can aim to damage their vitality, which will let you build up posture faster and easier. For most beast type and some tougher humanoid enemies, it's usually easier to go for vitality damage. You can also perform death blows by lowering the enemy's vitality to 0, which may happen in some circumstances. Generally, once an opponent's vitality gets low enough, you'll simply be able to posture break them before you actually get their vitality to 0. There's also stealth death blows, which should be utilized whenever possible. Most mini-bosses and bosses only have 2 death blow markers, so getting a free death blow via stealth makes these fights significantly shorter and easier if you can get one. As a shinobi, Wolf has a plethora of movement abilities at his disposal. However, when you're engaging in one-on-one combat, especially versus a lot of bosses, it's usually better to have a stoic approach. Standing your ground and being rather immobile in combat generally works better than attempting to zip around for most encounters. That being said, there will be a few occasions where running around in a circle is a legitimate strategy. It's going to sound extremely counterintuitive, but facing a boss head-on and deflecting their attacks is the correct approach. Most enemies have some ridiculous hit tracking, which means you'll feel like you dodged correctly, only for the attack to turn and hit you anyways. It's best to avoid dodging and focus on deflections except for some very specific attacks that I will go over on a case-by-case basis. Deflections and parries have a very forgiving window. Even if you miss a true deflect, which is marked by orange sparks, you will still usually get a block. Blocking will damage your posture, but you won't take vitality damage. Most enemies and bosses cannot follow up if they break your posture at the end of a combo, and you should be able to recover safely in most instances. If your posture gets broken during a combo, you'll take some vitality damage. As long as you're getting perfect deflections, your posture will never break. It will fill to near the maximum, but you'll never get your posture broken. If you've just completed an exchange with an enemy and you're worried about getting your posture broken, you can simply back off and wait for it to reduce naturally. You can also hold guard while not deflecting an enemy attack, which will reduce your posture faster. Sekiro really favors aggression, and many bosses and mini-bosses have a pattern that they can be locked into. It feels very rhythmic. You'll attack twice and they'll follow up and you can parry that attack. Then you repeat this process until they break out of the attack, usually with a perilous attack. Perilous attacks are attacks that cannot be traditionally blocked or deflected. These are marked by a red symbol before the attack. Perilous attacks include thrusts, sweeps, and grabs. The red symbol alone isn't enough, and you'll have to recognize your opponent's body language to know exactly how to avoid the attack. For most perilous attacks, there is a pretty significant delay after seeing the marker, so you do have a reasonable window to adjust appropriately. You can technically parry thrusts, but it's incredibly unreliable from my experience. If you mess up the deflection, you'll take damage, so it's best to avoid that route. Thrusts can be effectively countered once you've unlocked the Makiri counter from the Shinobi Arts skill tree. Mastering the Makiri counter will provide you a lot of advantages in combat. With the Makiri counter, it's a very easy and consistent way to deal a lot of posture damage to your enemy. To Makiri, you need to use the dodge button towards incoming thrust attacks. Again, this seems counterintuitive, but it's definitely the correct approach. Usually waiting for the red symbol to disappear into a dodge towards the enemy will result in a consistent Makiri counter. Sweeps are much more unreliable to dodge. They can't be blocked or deflected. Dodging to the side will often not give you enough distance to clear it because of the tracking, resulting in damage. You can counter most sweeps by jumping and then jumping off your opponent for strong posture damage. Alternatively, you can follow up with some aerial swings which will deal vitality damage and may be your preference depending on the fight. The alternative is to jump backwards or to the side to reposition while still avoiding the sweeping attack. Finally, grabs are a nightmare. The hitbox for every grab in the game is insanely large. The only reliable way to avoid them is just to get clear. If you see the grab tells, you need to get far away quickly. This is usually done by sprinting or jumping. Many of the grabs do have certain limits on the amount of tracking, but a few do have some absolutely disgusting tracking and very, very short windups. Now that I've given you some of the basics for combat, for this walkthrough, I'm going to strongly recommend you avoid most combat with common enemies. Sekiro is more punishing than any of From's previous titles. A death causes you to lose half of your stocked experience and money. The only way to get it back is through Unseen Aid, which simply has a 30% or lower chance to just refund your experience or sen. If it doesn't trigger, your lost experience and money are just gone for good. It's probably the worst implementation of recovering your lost experience and money in any of From's games. This means, more so than any of the previous games, that fighting enemies through an area is mostly a fruitless exercise if you end up dying. Generally, it's better to stealth or just sprint and grapple through areas to get to new Sculptor's Idols to progress. Then you can backtrack to pick up drops or do specific areas of combat for rewards. The same applies to boss attempts. You really don't want to have any banked experience or money on you while you're trying to beat a boss, because it will all be stripped from you as you die attempting to learn the fight. If you need money or want experience for skills, it's genuinely better to avoid combat through the various areas and instead to grind in specific, safe, grinding locations. I will be marking these locations throughout the walkthrough. Grinding should largely be avoided until late New Game and preferably New Game Plus or New Game Plus Plus, as you will definitely be forced to grind for at least a few hours to get the All Skills achievement, which kinda sucks. Select New Game, watch the cutscenes if you want, and then enter the tutorial. This segment is just a brief introduction to stealth, platforming, and combat mechanics. You're free to rush through this area if you want, or to follow the instructions as they come up. Pick up the letter in front of you and read it if you wish. Otherwise, just head forward and then jump off the wall for additional height. Repeat this process again to exit the well. Now head straight forward and you'll find a wall and you'll be told to hug it. You can actually just run and then jump off the wall to clear this gap if you prefer that. It's a little faster. Once you're across, head to your left and crouch. Hide in the grass and follow this route to a hole under the building. Continue underneath the building and drop down the ledge. Now drop down again and shimmy across this handhold. All handholds like this are marked with these white scratches to let you know from now on. Continue jumping and platforming until you reach the building at the end. Jump and grab onto the ledge, then shimmy to the hole and jump inside. You'll meet Kuro in here, and after some dialogue, you'll be given your sword, and by extension, the first achievement, Revered Blade. Talk to him again to get the healing gourd. If you've played Dark Souls, this is your Estus Flask equivalent. It's a limited use healing item that gets refilled every time you make it to a Sculptor's Idol. It only has 1 capacity at the moment, but we will upgrade it to 10 charges throughout the course of the game. Make sure to equip the gourd in your quick use item menu. If you've already beaten the game once, you'll have the option to give Kuro his charm back. Don't do it. It's a difficulty modifier, and for a first playthrough, it's recommended to avoid it unless you're going for a very specific challenge run. You can get the charm back after completing the tutorial, however, if you did give it to him. Regardless, this part marks a checkpoint, so if you die, you will respawn right here, instead of in the well. Follow the commands on screen and stealth kill this soldier. Then use R1 spam to kill the next soldier. Head down the stairs and continue to your left. These soldiers die very easily. Spamming R1 should be enough to take them down. If you're struggling, all of the combat here is optional and can be avoided by just running away. After these enemies, you'll find a large soldier. This guy is totally optional and simply rewards a pellet, which is a healing over time item. Don't feel obligated to fight this guy. If you want to fight him, however, You'll have to perform 2 death blows on him to take him out. You'll need to get used to parry timing here. Sekiro's parry window is actually very forgiving, although it may not feel like it during the first few hours of the game, maybe not even your first playthrough. This enemy specifically is largely just a way to get some practice in. He should start the fight with an attack, which you should attempt to parry. Follow up with 5 hits and you should be able to break his posture and perform a death blow. You should repeat this process a second time. You will likely have to parry a counter swing or 2, maybe 3. Regardless, the door he guards is locked and can't be opened at this time. Head to your right and follow this path instead. If you don't want to fight him, just rip down this path. Pick up the item and run down the tree branch. Jump and jump off the wall to grab the ledge in front of you. Continue along this path on the right and double jump off the wood marked with those white scratches and grab the ledge. Shimmy across this ledge and execute the rat when you get close. Hug the right wall and follow this path to reach the door. There's nothing left for you to do in here, so simply call Kuro with the reed. Talk to Kuro for some dialogue if you wish, otherwise run forward up the stairs. This is a forced failure boss fight. Even if you manage to pull a victory against Genichiro, you're killed in a cutscene. Don't even bother trying. Just let him punch you in the gut and cut your arm off. Yikes. Genichiro will get what's coming to him sooner than you think. You'll automatically be taken to the dilapidated temple after your fight with Genichiro. This acts as your primary hub for upgrades to your newfound Shinobi Prosthetic and Healing Gourd. You'll be given the Shinobi Prosthetic, and by extension, the Grappling Hook, and by further extension, the achievement, the aptly named Shinobi Prosthetic. You can talk to the sculptor for insight, otherwise head out to the idol out front and rest at it. You'll also gain access to Hanbei the Undying here, who acts as your training partner. Feel free to talk to him if you want, but I'll be ignoring him throughout this walkthrough. You can come back to him periodically for additional training once you unlock new skills like the Makiri counter to test them out in a safe environment. Our current goal is to get through this area to the next 2 sculptor's idols and collect some prosthetic tools to make this game a little easier. Head forward and use your sweet new grappling hook with the left trigger to grapple up to the branches. You'll be doing this a lot, so try and get used to the distance and feel of how this works. Your grappling hook is fundamental to the Sekiro experience. Now wall jump and grab the ledge to climb up. Continue forward, grapple to the branch, and find another sculptor's idol in front of you. Rest at it. You'll now unlock the ability to travel between sculptor's idols, and we will be using that a lot. Combat here is all optional, as stated previously. I would strongly recommend avoiding most of it and simply running to the next sculptor's idol. That being said, feel free to explore and plunder the area of resources as you see fit. This will apply to all future areas as well. I'll be picking up the fundamental prosthetic upgrades and largely ignoring the general pickups. Consumables like pellets, coin purses, and Buddhist sugars are useful, but not necessary to complete the game. Any prosthetic tool upgrade materials are also worth picking up, but we will get most of the required ones through mandatory grinding. If you spot an easy to get upgrade material, make a mental note of it as we will be playing through the game at least 3 times. Once you're ready, grapple up and then drop down. Ignore the soldier on the wall and just follow the path to your right. Follow along the cliff until you reach a soldier. He'll likely see you, even if you're stealthed. Just take him out by spamming R1 and countering when or if necessary. Continue to the end of this path. Now jump onto the wall on your left and proceed to grapple to the tree. Jump from the tree to the building and follow the roof past the gate. Now drop down and jump and grapple to the rock outcropping which has another sculptor's idol. Rest at it. Now jump and grapple to the building and enter the broken wall. On your left, you'll find a shuriken wheel, which is your first prosthetic tool. Exit out the other side by going to your right, and then head left, then climb the wall. Avoid falling into the pit just now on your right. There's a mini-boss here we're going to fight once we have made adequate preparations. Follow the path here sticking to your right, but staying on the left side, and drop down into the grass below. Continue stealthing past the arrow targets and continue towards the broken building in front of you. Once you pass the building, jump inside and talk to the old woman. Regardless of what you choose, you'll be given Kuro's bell. She'll ask that you offer it to Buddha, which is a hint to return to the sculptor and the dilapidated temple. Once you have the bell, drop down the right side and kill the 2 enraged chickens here. It should be a simple matter of basic attacks until you get a death blow. Now crouch and smash the pots at the rear of the house to enter it. Pick up the 3 light coin purses in here before exiting. Now get back on the path. Jump and grapple onto the gate before jumping down and sprinting past the soldiers in front of you. Jump and grapple onto the wall on your right and immediately grapple again to get to the 2nd level with the cannon soldier. Killing this soldier is optional, but does yield a black gunpowder if you choose to kill him. Otherwise, stay on the right side and jump onto the roof and grapple across. Continue along the right side and jump onto the rock ledge. Kill the rooster here, because it's fun, and then jump across to the sculptor's idol. Now rest at it. This is the first grinding location. These 2 soldiers can be taken out easily and respawned quickly via the sculptor's idol nearby. Simply get onto the gate, then jump down. Stealth kill the one on the left as he's slightly more difficult, and then kill the remaining soldier by R1 spam. Then return to the sculptor's idol with your grappling hook and wall jump to respawn them. This is a very safe way to accumulate some early experience and money. We will need 500 sen here for a very powerful prosthetic tool which we can buy shortly. If you ever mess up the quick death blow, you can always retreat back to the sculptor's idol. There's no shame in retreating. This is an extremely viable option for many encounters. If things aren't going your way, your grappling hook will let you get away. If you drop down from the sculptor's idol and turn left, you can encounter Anayama the peddler. He's a basic merchant. Feel free to talk to him and give him the sen that he requests. You can grind at the previously mentioned grinding location. We won't really be using him as a merchant, but there is a quest line you can do for him which you may want to use. Regardless, giving him the sen is a good idea and you can grind a bit here. If you buy Anayama's information, you'll get the flame barrel memo, which conveniently is where we're going next. Return to the dilapidated temple, either by using your homeward idol or by using the sculptor's idol nearby. Once you're back at the dilapidated temple, you'll encounter a new NPC on your left. This is Emma. She will upgrade your flask by using gourd seeds. We don't have any yet, but feel free to talk to her for some exposition. Return to the sculptor and he should have a lot to say. He should give you the Shinobi esoteric text, which will allow you to use your banked experience to buy passive and active skills from the Shinobi arts tree. You'll definitely want to pick up the Makiri counter and a few other skills shortly. You'll also have the option to fit a new prosthetic tool. You'll want to put on the shuriken wheel to make the loaded shuriken. The shuriken isn't the best tool, but it can be used effectively against dogs and certain enemies. We don't have anything better at the moment, so feel free to put it on. Afterwards, continue talking to him and he'll tell you to present the bell to the Buddha statue. You should do this now. You'll be transported to Hirata Estates in the past. There's quite a bit to do here, including a boss fight, but we're only here for a few easy-to-get prosthetic tools right now. We'll return here later to complete this section. From the idol, continue down the path and jump off the cliff. Use your grappling hook to grab onto the branches and make your way down. Pick up the fistful of ash, and you can talk to the injured nightjar if you want some exposition. Run past the nightjar and jump onto the bridge below. All you need to do here is sprint past all the enemies and grapple onto the gate that's directly in front of you. Once you're on top, drop down the other side and rest at the sculptor's idol on your left. Now from the idol, turn to your right and get onto the wall. Jump onto the houses and continue forwards towards the large tree branch. Jump off the wall and grapple onto it. You'll see a large bonfire nearby. Jump onto the houses and make your way towards it. Ignore the enemies and pick up the flame barrel from the bonfire. Now sprint up this path. You'll have to avoid some dogs and another soldier with a torch, followed by another one with a sword. Run past them until you reach a T-junction. Turn right and grapple onto the roof above the 2 soldiers. Drop onto the roof in the walled off section of houses. Wait a second here to drop any enemy aggro you might have. You can eavesdrop on the people in the houses in here for some exposition if you want. Otherwise, look back towards the alley you just came from and you'll see 2 soldiers near a small hut. That's our current goal. Jump onto the wall and then jump across the alley to the other side. Drop down and head into the building on your left. Kill the soldier in here, and you'll likely have aggroed the other soldiers, so wait for them to get close. If you're lucky, you can probably stealth deathblow one. If you're not, it's not a big deal. Just take them out with basic attacks and parrying their counters. Once they're dead, head to the small hut and open the door. Loot the Shinobi Axe of the Monkey. This is all we came here for now. Use your homeward idol to return to the Hirata Estate's idol. This is the second grinding location in the game. It's a decent spot to grind. From the sculptor's idol, grapple onto the roof and sprint along the left side until you reach the end of the wall. Get onto the wall on your right, drop down, and stealth deathblow the enemy near the gate. Then sprint and deathblow the second enemy on your right and kill the remaining soldier on your left. Then you should be able to kill the torch soldier without much issue before making it back to the sculptor's idol to reset them. Not a bad grinding location and a little more lucrative than the previous one, but it is a bit more involved as well. Feel free to get a skill point or two here to unlock the Makiri counter or the Whirlwind Slash. Our current goal is to have at least 500 sen, so make sure you have enough from grinding here, or you have enough light coin purses to make up the difference. Once you have that 500 sen, warp to Ashina outskirts wall, gate path. Grapple across and enter the broken wall, then exit and jump onto the wall, follow the left side and drop down. When you're close enough, grapple onto the roof of the building in front of you. Loot the bird's nest for a coin purse, then look to your left to spot a tent. Sprint and jump off the roof, then jump off the wall to get on. This jump can be tricky, but if you miss, just get back onto the roof with a grapple and try again. Talk to the memorial mob here. You'll want to purchase Robert's firecrackers here for 500 sen. If you're a bit short, use a light coin purse for 100 sen until you hit that 500 mark. Since we've encountered the memorial mob, we also unlock another achievement. Now we have a bunch of prosthetic tools to fit, so use your homeward idol to return to the dilapidated temple. Once you're back at the temple, talk to the sculptor. You'll get some exposition about Hirata Estates. Once that's done, fit your 3 new prosthetic tools: the loaded axe, the shinobi firecracker, and the flame vent. Once you fit them all, you'll also get the prosthetic esoteric text. This gives you a new skill tree to unlock skills related to the prosthetic tool. You'll want to equip the loaded shuriken, flame vent, and the shinobi firecrackers. We don't have a use for the axe just yet. Once that's done, it's time to tackle the first mini-boss. Return to the sculptor's idol and warp to Ashina outskirts wall, gate path. Grapple back across to the building and loop around to get back onto the wall, just like we've done before. This is the first mini-boss, General Naomori Kawarada. Nothing special here, you just have to parry all these attacks as they come. You should be doing a basic 2-swing combo and then be aware to parry the counters. You should be learning the rhythm of the fight here. Press the attack until Kawarada counters, then deflect it. Eventually he'll break up the monotony with some different attacks. When you see the red symbol and Kawarada has his sword at his side, you need to prepare for a sweep. The best way to dodge this is simply to jump and then jump off the general to deal posture damage. The alternative is to dodge backwards to get clear of the sweep. Never dodge laterally into a sweep, as the tracking will make sure it hits you. It's good practice for most stronger enemies to jump, but this sweep can be interrupted reliably through a basic attack. But you should try to practice jumping here. Then there's a grab. Of course there's a grab. When you see the red symbol and see Kawarada lower his sword and raise his hand, it's definitely a grab. You need to get clear immediately. Dodge and sprint directly away from him to clear the distance and avoid the attack. Then get back close to him and continue attacking. He also has a jump attack. This is highly telegraphed. You can deflect it or wait until he's about to come down and dodge to the side. Dodging to the side will provide you an opening to get a free hit in for some vitality damage. If you dodge too early, he will turn in midair and land on you. It's not fun. Finally, there's posture regeneration. If Kawarada ever backs off and then he has this whitish mist covering him, he's attempting to recover his posture. You should view this as a free hit. Stay close to him, and if he ever does this, just smack him to interrupt it. You'll get some free vitality damage, and he won't recover his posture. So this is how the fight usually goes. Follow the path on the upper wall until you reach the gate. At the top, turn around and lock onto the mini-boss. Jump down and deathblow him to instantly knock off one of his 2 deathblow markers. Now you'll have to fight him for real. Initiate the fight by attacking and he'll block. Eventually he'll counter, which you should attempt to parry. His sweeping attack, which is indicated by a red symbol on you, should be jumped over, and if you jump again, you can kick him for posture damage. Alternatively, you can just swing your sword in the air for some minor vitality damage. The large jump attack can also be parried or dodged to the side, that's your call. If you ever need some distance to heal, use your newly acquired Shinobi Firecracker for a stun. The General is by far the easiest mini-boss, and you should definitely use him as practice for parrying. If you die here, you'll unlock the ability to resurrect. This mini-boss's close proximity to the Sculptor's Idol makes him a great place to practice your parrying. Getting the parrying timing down here will be extremely helpful throughout the rest of the game, but you may also just want to kill him and get on with it. Firecrackers will give you some breathing room provided you have some spirit emblems. Firecrackers are effectively a free stun for 2 emblems as long as you're close enough to your target. They're effective against pretty much every enemy in the game, so make sure you have this in your back pocket. Firecrackers are probably the most OP prosthetic tool. So it's extremely likely, especially if this is your first playthrough, that you get killed here. When you do, you'll get a cutscene and you'll be able to revive. Resurrection is one of the primary combat mechanics in the game. If you die, just resurrect and you'll unlock the achievement. If you don't die here, congratulations. You will be dying at some point during Sekiro. The resurrection achievement is effectively the free space in bingo. So you definitely want to start this fight by getting the free death blow by jumping off the gate. After the free death blow and combat starting, I'm looking for a few things. I'm going to press the attack and look for counterattacks to deflect. I did mistime a deflect here, which kind of put me on the back foot for the rest of the fight. I dodged the incoming jump attack by moving backwards and used firecrackers to reset the fight after getting a stab off. After that reset, it's back to basics. Methodical R1s when you have openings, and deflections for the counters while looking for perilous attacks. This fight went terribly and I'm kind of embarrassed to show it, but I'm always looking for the same thing. Reset the sword dance and continue looking out for any dangerous attacks. This final firecracker I had the option to back out and heal since my health was pretty low. You should definitely do that because it's the safe thing to do, but I saw that his posture was low enough that 1 or 2 more attacks would break it. I opted for the slightly riskier kill here, and it ended up paying off. For beating General Kawarada, you get a Gourd Seed and a Prayer Bead. Can't do anything with the Prayer Bead yet, but use your Homeward Idol to return to the dilapidated temple to use the Gourd Seed. Talk to Emma here and upgrade your flask. You'll get an additional use, which is extremely welcome and handy for the next part. When you're ready, return to the Sculptor's Idol and warp to Ashina Outskirts Wall, Stairway. It's time for potentially the worst part of the game, at least in the very early stages. Chained Ogre likes to channel his inner pro wrestler here. This is a fairly common attack, and the easiest way to dodge it is just to stay a moderate distance and circle around. Once he lands, use a charged R1 to attack to get some vitality damage before he recovers, then back off a little bit. The front kick is just a basic kick attack. There usually isn't a follow-up, just block it or dodge to the side to avoid it. You don't have a lot of time to do a follow-up attack on this, so just get back into position and wait for an attack that gives you more of an opening. This is usually a 2-hit combo of alternating kicks, but Ogre can follow it up with a final stomp. You can deflect both the attacks if you choose. Generally, I find it better to dodge backwards and clear the area and wait for him to finish his attacks. Chained Ogre only does the flying dropkick when you're a fair distance from him. He'll run towards you and dropkick you. You can dodge to the side to avoid it and counter with a stab before backing out again to maintain that moderate distance. His next attack is just a good old axe handle smash all the way to the floor. The easiest way to dodge this is just go straight backwards. Then you can follow it up with a charged R1 and reset your position. Now we're into the really annoying attacks. This attack is by far the most common one that Chained Ogre uses. He spams this like crazy. All you need to do is dodge backwards. Once you see the red symbol, dodge backwards and you should never get hit by it. A quick dodge backwards is all you need, and you can follow up with a charged stab. That being said, it's very hard to differentiate these grabs. This is very similar to the previous grab. The Chained Ogre will run forward before attempting to grab you. This is something you kind of have to dodge twice. You need to dodge backwards and then sprint backwards to get clear of the distance. You can't really follow this up in a reasonable way, unfortunately. Just get back into a moderate distance from him and reset the position. The diving grab is easily the most obnoxious attack to dodge. If you jump, you'll get grabbed. If you dodge to the side, you'll likely get grabbed because of hit tracking. If you dodge backwards, you still have a chance of getting grabbed because the dive covers a lot of ground. The easiest way to dodge the diving grab is just to sprint backwards, and you need to sprint far. Continue sprinting backwards until the ogre lands, then run forward and hit him with a charged stab attack, and then reset the fight. This is easily one of the most annoying fights in the early stages of the game and caused me so much frustration and rage, I was about to drop Sekiro like a bad habit. This fight is relatively easy, but you are critically punished for a mistake. It's also a long encounter, especially if you don't use the stealth death blow. And the longer the fight goes on, the more likely you are to mess up and die to a grab with a disgustingly large hitbox. This strategy should make it much more reasonable to deal with. Make sure you equip the flame vent or firecrackers for this fight. Either work, but the flame vent is preferred because it deals a little bit of damage. If you need spirit emblems, grind here for Sen and purchase them at the sculptor's idol. Start off exactly how you grind in grinding spot number 1. Sneak attack deathblow the left soldier and then kill the right soldier. Now run towards the gate and you'll aggro the ogre. Ignore him for now, he's trying to break out of his bonds. Instead, run up to your left and find another hidden soldier with a spear. Just rush him down with R1s. If you see the red glyph, and you have the Makiri counter unlocked, you can use it for a free death blow. Otherwise, once the spear soldier is dead, run. Run all the way back to the sculptor's idol, and probably even further back to drop aggro on the ogre. You need to be very sure that the ogre has completely lost you, as enemies do have a level of omniscience in Sekiro because the stealth is just kinda janky. Once you've lost the ogre, head back towards the gate. Pass through the gate and stealth up the left side. Sneak up behind the ogre and wait for the red marker to appear. You should be able to get a free death blow here, which makes the rest of the fight a lot easier. Make absolutely sure you see the red dot before pressing R1, or you'll mess up the death blow and simply do a basic attack. The main issue with Chained Ogre is that the grabs are basically a one-shot kill. Your goal is to avoid these at all costs. The main strategy that I've found works best is to play extremely conservatively. Attacking too much will leave you open to a grab, and that can lead to a death. You can do charged stab attacks by holding R1, and that's what you should aim for. Your goal is to bait grabs and dash backwards, then follow up with a charged attack before resetting your position. The diving grab is very hard to dodge, and you have to be extremely aware of it and be able to run backwards before the dodge, as the hitbox on this is just insane. You can spam firecrackers or the flame vent for a stun, which can interrupt grabs if you get the timing right, but it's not overly reliable. Use it when it's safe for extra damage, and follow up with a couple of normal R1 swings while the ogre is stunned before backing out. You'll likely get hit by at least one grab, but you have the resurrect for that if it comes down to it. This is a fight about utilizing the staircase and moving up and down it. You won't need to do a lot of side-to-side dodging. Focus on back and forth movement up the stairs. Wait for an attack, then pop in with a charged R1 poke, then back out to wait for another attack. Elbow drops and flying drop kicks should be blocked or dodged and then countered with a charged R1 before backing out again. The kicks are by far the most annoying attack, and you should try to parry them or just back away until he finishes them. Chained Ogre is really the first enemy where you learn that posture damage isn't everything. You're more likely to drain his HP than you are to break his posture. This will come into play in a few later fights. With the stealth death blow, you'll only need to deal with one death blow marker, which makes the fight a lot easier. Spamming the flame vent will provide you a lot of leeway, and the 2 flash charges with a resurrect should be enough to get you through eventually. It may take several attempts, like I said. I almost dropped the game, partially because of this mini-boss. Another note is that you can use your grappling hook to pull yourself towards the ogre after certain attacks. I don't recommend it here. It's inconsistent and it can put you in an unfavorable position here. Ignore it for this fight. Standard opener here, just kill the first two soldiers and kill the spear guy on top so he leaves you alone. Retreat until Anayama the Peddler, until Ogre de-aggroes you, and then stealth back to him for the free death blow. After getting the stealth death blow, I'm pretty confident, but the fight can go sideways super easily. Throughout this fight, I'm just looking at back and forth movement up and down the stairs. I'm waiting for Chained Ogre to perform attacks that I can punish with the charged R1 stabs. I'm maintaining a moderate distance so I can get clear of the running or diving grab. I'm also standing in a position where I can just quickly backstep, standard grabs, or slams, and then punish with a charged R1 for vitality damage to get back into the sweet spot. I'm not looking at a posture break here, I'm aiming entirely for pure vitality damage for the final death blow. Grabs are basically a one-hit kill, so I'm very cautious. I'm only looking to get a hit off only when it's super safe to do so, after an axe handle smash or a front grab, or after an elbow drop. Those are the prime ones I'm looking for. I throw a few flame vents out for some extra damage and a stun opportunity. These are prime opportunities to get a few hits in, but I still play it conservatively. Take 2 or 3 hits and then back out. That's all we're trying to do here. This is always fun and it will happen occasionally. Happened here. The running grab followed up by the diving grab. Since I was maintaining a reasonable distance and being conservative, I was able to clear the insane hitboxes here and avoid both of them. Believe me, this is not common, and you will probably get grabbed at least once during this fight. I usually do, and I've fought Ogre more times than I'd like. It's just punishing the grabs with stabs until you wear his HP down, and then it's all Ogre. Once it's dead, you'll gain improved healing through a passive skill. It's helpful, and I wouldn't turn my nose up at it. Grapple onto the broken wall above the gate, above where the chained ogre was chained up. Collect the loot here, including the Nightjar Monocular, and head to your left to loot another Gourd Seed. You should use your homeward idol to return to the dilapidated temple here. Then talk to Emma to give yourself another charge on your flask before heading back to Ashina Outskirts Wall Stairway. General Tenzen fights nearly identical to General Naomori, the first mini-boss. The fight will go effectively exactly the same. You'll want to look out for perilous attacks like his grab and sweep, but also look out for a new one. The only real amendment to the fight here is that Tenzen has a stab attack that he uses extremely rarely. Obviously, you should use the Makiri counter to avoid it and deal strong posture damage if you have it. Otherwise, just get clear by backing up quickly, and then moving back in once it's finished. From the Ashina Outskirts Stairway Idol, repeat the process of killing these 2 soldiers. The 3rd spear soldier is optional. Then grapple back up to where you found the Nightjar Monocular and the 2nd Gourd Seed. General Tenzen fights exactly the same as the first general. The issue is now, you'll have to clear the area of enemies before you can fight him on even terms. At the top of the grapple point, head to your right, exit through the broken wall, and grapple to the branch and onto the gate. Follow this path up to your left, stealth deathblow the sentry here so he won't call in the boys with his little gong. After he's dead, you'll have to fight a good number of soldiers. Drop down and attempt to stealth deathblow the soldier on your left. You'll likely aggro the 2 soldiers nearby. Fight them, attempting to work one of them down first and break their posture for a deathblow. If you need some breathing room, firecrackers are a great option here. Another soldier will likely show up from the staircase to your right. Just focus them down one at a time. Hopefully, you can kill them all before the general shows up. There will be one guard guarding the left path near where the Gourd Seed was, so make sure to take him out as well. Don't forget about this guy. After all the soldiers are dead, Tenzen is likely on you. Simply retreat back to where you fought the chained ogre. Wait here until the music changes and Tenzen will walk back to his original location. Simply stealth back to him and deathblow him from behind. You can use the wall behind him for a stealth deathblow if he completely resets his position. but he might not do that. Now this fight is exactly the same as the previous general, just look for parries and avoid perilous attacks. You should have a few healing gourd uses left and some firecrackers for interrupts and stuns. Tenzen does feel significantly stronger than the previous general, but that may just be confirmation bias. Optionally, if you're really struggling with this part, you can skip ahead and return here after you've gotten an attack power upgrade. That's your call. The attack power upgrade will help significantly in taking out Tenzen. After getting the stealth death blow, this fight is basically a freebie. Start off by hammering him with attacks and waiting for counters. I use a technique here that I haven't mentioned yet. It's basically a parry flutter. You simply continually tap L1 and you'll prime yourself up for deflections. It's very spammable and works well. Even if you mistime it, you'll almost always still block, which means you won't take vitality damage, just some minor posture damage. This fight went well, and mostly was just me hammering Tenzen with attacks and using the parry flutter when counters were incoming. A few firecrackers for extra stun opportunities, and the fight's over. Pretty simple, just maintain the pressure and dodge the perilous attacks appropriately. Once General Tenzen is dead, you'll get the third prayer bead. Then just run to the back of this arena and look for a grapple point on the branch to the left of the broken bridge. Grapple to it, then jump down and use the sculptor's idol to rest. This is a scripted sequence. It's not difficult, just follow the path downwards, hitting the grappling points as you come across them. You'll have to jump and do a mid-air grapple here, then you'll have to do it again to reach the other side. This is fundamental to Sekiro, so make sure you get used to the distance. Drop down and you'll land in some grass, and a giant white snake will come out. Wait in the grass until the snake raises its head, then sprint, jump, and grapple to the branch on the other side of the valley. Sprint into the cave and head all the way through. Sprint across this open area and jump across to the grass. Hide in here until the snake's belly rises and you can pass under it. You'll need to hug the wall here, so wait until the snake is looking away. I find this part really obnoxious because no matter how long I wait, I seem to always get hit. If you do, just back off and heal and attempt it again. Just wait until the snake is looking the other way, then hug the wall and cross the gap. After you're across, sprint into the palanquin. It's basically a little hut next to the ledge. Sit in here and wait for a death blow marker to appear, then do it. The snake will thrash around and let out some horrible screams. It's definitely a good opportunity to start running. Sprint straight and grapple to the first branch when you can. Then continue sprinting forward and jump and grapple, followed by a second grapple to get into the cave. If you end up dying here, you'll have to repeat the process minus the early stealth. Just run your way back up to the palanquin and then start the sprinting process again. You'll have to listen to the horrible screams of the snake, but you won't have to deal with that stealth again. Once you're outside, you're safe, and eventually the snake will retreat. If you want, you can head back down to the palanquin to get access to some snap seeds. These won't be overly useful, but could come into play later on. Just make sure the snake is left before you go down for these. Otherwise, head to the back of the cave and grapple your way up, and across to the other side, you'll find a sculptor's idol. Rest at it. Jump onto the wall immediately to your left and kill these enemies if you want. The main goal is to pick up the loot in the broken building to your left, as it includes a heavy coin purse, which can be used for 500 sen. Once you grab it, head back to the idol. Now you'll want to grapple onto the wall, and again onto the second wall. Now run and jump onto the stairs and climb the wall to enter a garden area. Grapple onto the roof, and then jump into the battlefield area to start the first real boss fight. Gyobu will usually do this while he's stationary and close to you. It's a simple combo that you can either deflect or just block. It's usually 2 to 3 attacks followed by a large slam. Deflecting these is usually the right choice, but you can get by with blocking it provided you have low enough posture. Otherwise, just back out and reset the main fight, which is waiting for grapples. While Gyobu is running around on his horse, he'll throw out some fancy looking swings. There isn't a lot to worry about here, just stay clear and you'll never get hit. Look for a deflect or block if he ever gets too close. It's pretty easy to get the timing down. Very rarely will Gyobu ever attempt to stab you. It's so rare, I've seen it exactly one time in all my attempts for fighting Gyobu across multiple playthroughs. You'll see the perilous attack notification to notify you that it's coming. I assume you can Makiri counter this, but I don't actually know. This is the only footage I have of it. Best bet is to play it safe and back off and get clear. It's got a very long windup and appears to be easy to dodge without the Makiri counter. You can apparently follow this up with a grapple, because you can see that little symbol there, so I suggest you try that. This attack is pretty uncommon but does fire off occasionally. Gyobu's horse will start jumping and thrashing about. You can attempt to interrupt it with a firecracker, or just back off and wait for it to end. Then you can follow up with a stab attack. Gyobu usually follows this up with a swing, so be prepared to deflect that. The best idea is just to run away and wait it out. If you're ever standing directly behind Gyobu's horse, he can kick you. Obviously, the solution here is to never stand directly behind the horse, which is actually just good advice in general. Stand off to the side whenever you're hitting Gyobu to avoid this attack completely. You'll never see it. Gyobu will often run away from you and stab his spear into the ground to aggressively turn his horse to charge you. This is the bread and butter of our strategy. Once his spear's in the ground, you'll have a grapple opportunity. Use it to close the distance to Gyobu and briefly stun him. Once you land, fire out an attack or two and then back out and wait for him to do it again. If you miss the grapple, he will turn and charge at you. You can avoid it by running or blocking, but it's much harder than just using the grapple. Always go for the grapple. This is probably Gyobu's most dangerous attack, but like the drift, you can grapple to him to largely negate the effect. He'll stop and start swinging his spear around in a very large arc around him. He'll do 3 full rotations. You'll want to grapple to him as soon as you see the marker, so you can close the distance and avoid the rest of the attack. Alternatively, run away and block to avoid taking too much damage. It's really easy to get hit here multiple times if you're wishy-washy about your commitments. Either go for the grapple, or back off and wait for the third swing to end. I strongly recommend attempting the grapple here. Once Gyobu starts, he's locked down and committed to finishing the attack, which gives you a lot of free damage as he swings his spear and whiffs you. There isn't anything really special or difficult about this fight. It's a lot of running around and waiting for grappling hook opportunities. Just like with Chained Ogre, it's actually easier to largely deplete Gyobu's health bar rather than to aim for an outright posture break through successful parries. Attacks will deal both posture and health damage, and his posture generally recovers extremely slowly though. You can aim for a posture break, but the camera positioning when locked on makes it awkward to see exactly when attacks are coming. That makes it easier to simply block and then take hits whenever you have an opening. Go for deflections if you're a moderate distance and can see them coming. If you're too close and you can't see where they're coming from, just block. Since Gyobu is on horseback, and firecrackers startle beasts, you should definitely use the firecrackers here as your go-to prosthetic tool, which you'll see is kind of a running theme with Sekiro. There are also places around the map where there are fires. You'll want to avoid running into these places as you'll take damage. Try and fight Gyobu in the center of the arena, away from the flames or debris that you can get stuck on. Gyobu will run around smashing the debris, so it's not a huge issue, but you don't want to get stuck and get hit. This fight is all about positioning, and there's less emphasis on blocking and deflecting. Hold down the sprint key and try to position yourself so that you can bait Gyobu into attempting a spear turn, then counter that with a grapple. Wolf is fast, so as long as you're moving, you're usually safe from damage outside of the wire spear. At the very start of the fight, he'll charge into the center of the arena and do a little display screaming his name before he gets his health bar. You'll want to aim for the white sign with a red top next to the fence. That's your target. He'll stop on the road just before it. You can still attack him and deal damage during this time, so it's recommended to get some free swings here. Once he's done, he'll get his health bar and he'll start running around. If you're quick and position well, you'll be able to deal about 1/5 of his vitality and posture and damage. The safest way to deal with Gyobu from here on is to largely avoid fighting him directly. If he's swinging, you can parry, but the camera, while close and locked on, generally makes it hard to see exactly what's happening. It's usually safer and easier to just move away after getting some damage in to reset him and look for another opportunity to grapple towards him. This is marked by a green triangle, just like with all other grappling points in the game. Look for it during the fight and take it every single time you can. He'll often run away and stab his spear into the ground to aggressively turn his horse so he can charge you. This is an opportunity to grapple him. If you're too far, you won't be able to do it, so maintain a moderate distance from him while sprinting around. Always take this grapple if you can. He'll stop moving for a short period after you reach him so you can get some hits in. A grapple into a basic attack, into a firecracker, into a combo is a very safe and effective way to deal damage here. The firecracker will stun the horse, causing it to rear up, allowing for free hits. After the stun ends, Gyobu almost always follows this up with a swing from his spear, so you can try to parry it, or try to run away and dodge it, but the safest way is just to block. The firecracker isn't always reliable, and it appears to have a cooldown during this fight, so make sure to wait a little bit between uses. You could also interrupt some attacks with the firecracker, like the horse thrashing about, but Gyobu will hyper armor through with certain attacks, so play conservatively. Generally, wait until he's not doing anything and throw a firecracker out to stun him. After you work his health down, you'll get a death blow opportunity. Take it and you'll start the second phase. I say that loosely. Phase 2 generally feels very similar to Phase 1. It does feel a bit faster and Gyobu's posture seems to recover slower, but I don't have any hard numbers or facts, it's just how it feels. Just maintain a moderate distance and grapple when you have a chance. Work down the health bar and take the second death blow. You'll have to follow it up with one final finisher death blow to make sure he's dead. Don't forget to hit this one to end the battle. It's true for all boss fights. Once I drop down, I'm charging to the center of the arena to get some free hits on Gyobu while he starts singing the Aqua Teen Hunger Force theme song. I got some reasonable damage in here. Then of course, he runs away. All I'm looking to do is avoid him and try to position him to stab his spear into the ground to Tokyo Drift so I can grapple to him. This is the bread and butter of the fight. Grapples are basically free damage. Here I'm just blocking, trying to position to bait him into doing it until he finally does. Then you just grapple in, take a few hits, and wait to deflect the counter he inevitably throws. Here he used the wire attack and it hit me, which sucks. Then he almost immediately followed it up with another one, which I managed to jump and grapple to. It's always just a matter of resetting the fight and waiting for opportunities here. Waiting for a grappling opportunity, taking a few hits, and then blocking the counters and backing out and resetting the fight. I managed to stagger the horse here, which is a free opportunity for a lot of hits. I'm just spamming attacks like crazy until he starts attacking me again and I'm looking to deflect it. Then I saw his posture was extremely high, so once he came back, I focused on deflections to end up breaking it. That's one death blow marker down. There basically isn't a second phase here, it's effectively the same. All we're doing is fishing for a grapple. Of course, since you're halfway done the fight, now is a good time to use any firecrackers you may still have. I messed up a deflection here and I took damage, so I had to back out to heal. Which of course, Gyobu then does the wire attack, which almost gets me. I got kind of lucky. I skillfully dodged it and grappled to him to keep up the pressure. I'm a skilled player. I'm being very conservative with firecracker use because there's basically a hidden cooldown. You can't spam firecrackers on a few enemies because of it. Gyobu is one of them. This final exchange was really good for me. Just spamming attacks, blocking the counters, and a final stagger on the horse leads to a posture break. Finish him off with a finisher death blow, and he's toast. What was that guy's name again? Afterwards, you'll get a memory of the battle, which you can use at the Sculptor's Idol to increase your attack power. An attack power point in Sekiro is extremely potent, and you'll want to get as much as you can in this first playthrough. You'll also get the Mechanical Barrel, which lets you upgrade prosthetic tools, which we'll largely be ignoring, but we will eventually need all the upgrades for the achievement. Since you beat Gyobu, you also get the achievement for beating him. Nice. Head to the gate on the left side and rest at the Sculptor's Idol. Use the memory of Gyobu and increase your attack power. I had some banked skill points here, so I went ahead and purchased the Makiri counter and suppressed presence from the Shinobi Arts tree. Now open the gate and head up the stairs. Take out the enemy here and test out your newfound attack power. Now grapple onto the roof of the gate, then jump to your right into this courtyard area. Make sure you have the Shinobi axe equipped, and be prepared to use it here. Stealth towards the tree in the center and kill the rat with a stealth death blow. You can eavesdrop on them for some insight if you want. These guys have big wooden hats, and the easiest way to deal with them is to use the axe to cut their hats off. Then you can instantly death blow them. You'll get some upgrade materials for your trouble. Afterwards, jump the wall and head back to the statue to rest. Now head directly back from the statue and climb the large staircase. Now turn to your right to find a large building. Head inside. You'll find a man in a Tengu mask. Talk to him and he'll ask you to exterminate rats. Conveniently, you've already done it, and he'll give you the Ashina esoteric text for your trouble. These are some of the cheapest and most impactful skills in the game, and they will be a priority moving forward. Head to the back of this area, speak to the old woman, and open the gate if you want a rather useless shortcut. Then head back into the main room and up the stairs to loot a coin purse. Then grapple to the wall and climb up onto the rafters. Follow this path around to the other side and then jump and grab the center beam to climb up. Climb up to find a chest containing a prayer bead. If you fought General Tenzen, this is 4, and we can combine them to upgrade our posture and vitality at a sculptor's idol. If you bypass Tenzen, you can go ahead and backtrack to fight him now with your newfound attack power. Exit the building from where you came in and turn left. Follow the path beside the building to find another memorial mob. This one sells a gourd seed for 1,000 sen. You'll want to buy this as soon as possible. Either grind the 1,000 sen at one of the grinding locations or cash in some of your coin purses to buy it. This is gourd seed 3 of 9. Once you're done all that, head back to the sculptor's idol and rest. Use the enhance attributes option to cash in your 4 prayer beads for your first prayer necklace. Only 9 more to go, which is 36 more beads. This is by far one of the worst fights in the game, especially because most of the mechanics you've learned up to this point simply don't apply. From the sculptor's idol, just run forward, killing the guard if you want, and then grapple onto the gate. Ignore the soldiers here, and just drop down, run up the stairs, and then jump and climb up the ledge on your right. Follow this path, then grapple onto the roof of the building, and head inside. Loot the coin purse in here, and then exit and drop down to the gate on your right. You can eavesdrop on the soldiers here if you want an image of the nightmare that's to come. Otherwise, just drop down and stealth deathblow the soldier on your left if you don't have the Makiri counter, then kill the other soldier. If you have the Makiri counter, kill the soldier on the left, then Makiri counter the soldier on the right for a free death blow. Head up and through the gate. Kill the soldier here with a stealth death blow, and then start the fight. Blazing Bull will just swing his horns around wildly if he's standing still. You definitely do not want to be in front of Bull for this fight. Even if you have perfect deflections, you'll end up getting burned. Do your best to stay away from the front of the Bull for this fight. The combo into the charge is extremely dangerous, and while it's possible to deflect the attacks, it's not easy and definitely not recommended. You'll suffer burn buildup at the very least, and likely die at the worst case scenario. Don't stand in front of the Bull. Bull will do this as a way to attempt to hit you when you're standing beside him and he's standing still. Your goal is simply to dodge towards his hind end to avoid it. You can punish this with a basic attack after the dodge. Bull may repeat this several times, so take as many hits and dodges as you can, but stay towards his rear to avoid the inevitable charge combo. Just like with Gyobu's horse, FromSoft thinks that animals have the ability to drift like cars. Blazing Bull will run at you and then slam one of its horns into the ground to aggressively turn to initiate another charge. This is actually going to be the ideal scenario throughout this fight, believe it or not. It's going to seem extremely counterintuitive, but you actually want to charge the bull. Channel your inner matador and follow it into these turns. Head towards the side with the horn in the ground and rush Bull. You can get a hit off for vitality damage and then dodge the follow-up charge if you position correctly. This is going to be the go-to strategy. This fight is usually really messy. Your goal here is to become the bull and meet his charges with charges of your own. Bull's design is really antithetical to the design philosophy of most bosses in Sekiro. Instead of standing your ground and pressuring your opponent and dodging telegraphed attacks, you're forced to sprint around like a chicken with its head cut off. You can't reasonably fight Bull directly in any circumstances, even if you bought the red gourd from the pot noble in Hirata Estates. We haven't met him yet. Your goal is purely positioning, to bait a charge directly at you, then charge the charge and move to the side to avoid it. Bull should then slam a horn into the ground to turn to charge you again. Follow him into this and take a slice off his flank. If he keeps running, just repeat the process. If he stops, you have an opportunity to hit him again and dodge the inevitable side swings. This makes the fight long, but generally safe. It'll take a bit to get used to how to bait and match the charges, but once you have it down, it's fairly consistent. Just make sure not to fight in cramped spaces. If you see Bull charging into a corner, simply run away to reset its position to try to bait it again. Firecrackers can be used, just like on Gyobu. They still have a cooldown, so make sure to use them sparingly. If you're in a bad spot and need to gain some distance, use a firecracker to reset your position. Or if you feel like you're in a good position, use a firecracker and you can get a combo off. Resurrection has a special note here. If you get killed, you really need to wait for Bull to run away to resurrect. It's extremely easy to resurrect, then immediately get killed again by Bull thrashing around. Just give it a second, wait for him to leave, and resurrect. I hate this boss. When I first played Sekiro, I was ready to throw it in the bin because of this boss and Chained Ogre. I was just not having a good time. It took more attempts than I care to admit, but I developed this strategy, and I'll largely be employing it here. After getting into the arena and killing all the guys here, you're going to want to lead Blazing Bull around the area to break up the debris. This is going to make sure you don't get stuck on anything. It sounds a lot more complex than it is. You're just running Bull around the arena. It's really easy. Once the majority of the debris is destroyed, you're really looking for one thing, and that's to punish charges. It's definitely a pain and really easy to get stuck and smacked yourself. It does always take me a second to get into the rhythm of this fight. Here I do a really dumb thing and get myself locked into a corner so I take damage. Thankfully I'm not killed. Do not fight in corners. Try and use the length of the room and give yourself lots of room to evade and move. Afterwards though, I get into the swing of it. It's a lot of waiting around, attempting to take safe damage. Wait for the turning charge and get a running smack on the head before dodging laterally to get clear of the next charge. I'm still traumatized from my first playthrough, so I'm always ultra conservative in this fight. I always try and take hits only when I feel it's really safe, even if that means not taking a hit when it's possible to do so. I say that, but best laid plans and all that. I usually die on Bull, and I ran out of gourd uses. A resurrect and a quick pop into my inventory for some pellets, and I feel a lot better about the fight overall. Even if you die, it's not a huge deal since the arena is close by, so don't feel too bad about it. This is actually my first resurrect of this playthrough, so achievement unlocked for me, I guess. This is actually pretty abnormal, because what usually happens is after a certain damage threshold, Bull will freak out and charge into a wall, letting you get a death blow. That didn't happen this time for some reason, so I had to do a complete vitality kill. Not that that makes a difference. Death blow's a death blow. For beating Blazing Bull, you'll get another upgrade to your Shinobi Medicine here, which is always welcome, as well as another Prayer Bead. This is 5 of 40. After the fight, the door will open and you'll have to deal with 2 soldiers. Just take them out in the standard way before heading through the gate. There's an NPC on this bridge you can talk to if you want. We will be talking to her during playthrough 3 for the Dragon's Return ending. It's not necessary to do it this time. Now move on to the Sculptor's Idol and rest. Sekiro was extremely linear up to this point. After Blazing Bull is when things really open up. You're free to tackle these areas in whatever order you see fit. However, I feel like this is the best and easiest order. If you're ever struggling with a certain encounter, feel free to jump around and try something different before coming back to it later. This is the order I felt was easiest, but you may have better luck somewhere else. Right now the goal is just to get to the central castle because there's a sculptor's idol and a very valuable gourd seed. So from the sculptor's idol, walk towards the gate and head up the stairs. Look to your right and you'll notice a grappling point. Grapple onto the roof once you get close enough. Now turn to your right and jump and grapple to the roof across from you. Then chain a second grapple to your left. Continue along this roof to the right and jump and grapple to the next roof. Turn to your left and grapple to the next building. Follow this up by an immediate grapple to the final tier of the building. Turn left and grapple to the central castle roof. Run past the enemy here and you'll hear an as you cross. Block or attempt to be fancy and get killed by this enemy. Then resurrect and continue following this path on the roof to your right. Continue sprinting past the enemies and turn right again. At the end, jump and grapple into the castle via the open window. Loot the items in here and open the chest for another gourd seed. This is 4 out of 9. Then rest at the nearby sculptor's idol. The gun fort is mandatory for progression, but it does lock you out of the deeper areas until after you've fought a boss. It can be accessed early for an easy prayer bead, gourd seed, and a great early grinding location. From the sculptor's idol, turn around and jump out the window you just came from. Then jump off the roof to your right and land in the moat below. Grapple up to the ledge and then follow the path until it turns right. Now grapple onto the branch and jump across to the elevated area. Follow this path and stealth deathblow one of the guards, preferably the monk with the spear if he's nearby. He's significantly more difficult to deal with. If you have to fight him, look for sweeps and thrust attacks and jump or Makiri counter them. Once you're clear, head towards the bridge. Stealth and eavesdrop to find that the soldiers are running low on salt. This is a hot tip for Anayama the peddler. Now turn around and head to the sculptor's idol nearby to activate it. Return to the Ashina outskirts wall stairway to talk to Anayama the peddler to give him some information. Attempt to buy something and then back out and he'll give you some dialogue. Tell him about the salt. This expands his inventory and provides you access to basic upgrade materials once you've left the area and returned. Now return to the idol you just came from, Ashina outskirts, Old Grave. This time we're just going to run past everything we see. Head out and run past the monk, turn right and cross the bridge. Now follow this path through the gate and down a hill with a lot of grass. Ignore the monkeys and follow this path to the Great Serpent Shrine. Rest at the sculptor's idol here. Exit the building, head left, and jump onto the wall. Look down and you'll see a tree branch you can grapple to. Jump and grapple to this tree branch, then drop down and rest at the sculptor's idol. Now turn around and jump across the cliff to grapple to the other side. Run past the enemies here and jump off the wall on your left to grab the ledge and climb up. Continue to your right and climb up the next wall. Now hug the ledge and continue over the gap. Now jump down to the grave markers. Pick up the prayer bead here. This is 6 of 40. Now you can pillage the rest of the area for resources and either die from the nearby enemy or use your homeward idol to return to your last communed idol. Now from the idol, drop down and head to your right. Jump and grapple to the ledge and run past the enemy. Continue down this path and grapple upwards and then again to your left to cross the gap. Then turn left and jump up this wall to climb up the ledge. Ignore the enemies here, then just sprint, then jump and grapple up. Then turn to your left, climb up this cliff, and you'll be in a small camp. Loot the area for resources here, which includes a gourd seed, which is 5 of 9. Now you can continue back the way you came, but it's usually just easier to use your homeward idol to reset the enemies since they're on to your tricks now. Now it's time to head to the gun fort for real. Repeat the process exactly the same as before. Now instead of going left to get up the wall to get the gourd seed, head to your right and drop down. Then drop down again and take out the lizard. Now hug the wall and continue along the path here. Jump and grapple across this, then stealth deathblow the soldier before making a beeline to the sculptor's idol directly in front of you. Rest at it. You can talk to the rat at your right if you want some insight of what's to come. You will likely die this run, but you've got a sculptor's idol nearby and that should make things tolerable. When you're ready, head to the dark precipice. Take a look at the route you're going to need to take and then take the plunge. Grapple to the branch on your right as soon as you can, then head left and grapple to the next pillar. Finally grapple to your right again to the large central pillar. You'll encounter Snake Eyes Shirafuji here. I strongly recommend avoiding this fight and simply ripping to your left and climbing the wall here and using the sidle to escape. Shirafuji is one of the more difficult encounters and is extremely punishing. With her low attack and stamina, it makes the fight really obnoxious. Just skip her for now and continue. We'll come back later. Once you're across, start sprinting across the rope bridge, avoiding the gunfire until you fall through. Don't worry, just grapple once you have an opportunity and follow it up with another grapple. Then jump and grapple to cross the ledge. It's extremely likely that you get shot and killed here, but just resurrect and continue. Now head to your left and climb the 2 walls here and then grapple to the branch above. Climb the final wall and start sprinting, following the snaking path into the gun fort. Avoid the enemies in here and continue to the back of the cave to reach the sculptor's idol. Rest at it if you can, otherwise just activate it. If you have enemy aggro, try and kill it, or just die and respawn at the sculptor's idol you just activated. This is the most lucrative grinding location you have at this early stage of the game. It's a super easy grind as well. Just head back towards the gun fort from the idol and stealth deathblow the soldier here, then sprint back at the idol to reset it. You'll gain 297 experience and 52 sen for each kill. I'm going to recommend grinding here to get some skills to set you up for the rest of the game. You'll want to work towards the following skills in each tree. Grinding here will make the first 15 or so skill points fly by. They'll come by so fast you'll wish it was this easy for the rest of the game. Especially that final grind. Oof. Prioritize near maxing out the Ashina arts tree first. It's probably the most useful tree overall. Ichimonji, followed by Ascending Carp and Descending Carp, then by Flowing Water and Ashina Arts should be your highest priority here. These skills are all related to posture damage you receive and inflict on the enemy. It greatly increases the amount of posture damage you deal with successful deflections and increases the amount of posture damage you deal with all follow-up attacks for a few seconds. These 2 skills are extremely beneficial for the next round of bosses and mini-bosses we will be facing. I honestly can't imagine playing Sekiro without having access to these. They are that strong. Get most of the stuff from the Ashina Arts tree here. The remaining skills in Ashina Arts are also pretty nice to have, but you should stop before the final one. Breath of Nature Light and Ichimonji Double are nice to have if you want to grind now. Ichimonji Double is probably the most useful combat ability you'll have access to for a long time, since you can use it to be offensive and recover your posture. Ashina Cross isn't overly useful, and because of the way EXP and skills scale, we want to save getting a bunch of homogeneous combat arts until after we've unlocked the more unique and useful skills and traits available from the various trees. Don't go around buying a bunch of combat arts. Save the skill points for the cheaper and better skills. Next should be Makiri Counter, Shinobi Eyes, and Suppressed Presence from the Shinobi Arts tree. Obviously these are insanely useful against thrust attacks, and Shinobi Eyes is just a straight up upgrade to the Makiri Counter's posture damage. Suppressed Presence is required for a few grinding locations later, so picking it up now is a good option. You may want to hold off this grinding for a little bit and return here after the next section, as we do need to buy another gourd seed from a different vendor shortly, but first we have to rescue him, which we will do now. Dying and losing half of your banked sen would be bad, so you should do the next part first. Although if you haven't upgraded your healing gourd yet, make sure to head back to Emma and do that now. When you're ready, return to Ashina Castle. Ashina Castle. Now head up the stairs and grapple onto the roof like you did the first time we were here. Grapple up to the second roof and then drop down to talk to the man sitting down. He'll request you kill the samurai around the area so that he can escape. If you grinded previously, with your newfound skills and passive abilities, go ahead and fight all the enemies here. Start with 1 death blow and then fight the remaining enemies. Use firecrackers to create space and distance. Makiri counter thrust attacks for free death blows. The dogs around here die in a single shuriken, so make sure to use those as well. Otherwise, just do your best to isolate, or if you want to take a long time and be a coward, you can stealth deathblow enemies, then grapple away to drop aggro, and then stealth deathblow again, repeating this process until it's all over. Once they're all dead around the immediate area, return to the man and he'll give you a nightjar memo. Now use your homeward idol to return to the dilapidated temple. He'll be on your left, near the wall. If you didn't yet, grind the 2000 sen at the gun fort and unlock all the recommended skills, then return to the temple. Pay him the 2000 sen for the 6th gourd seed, then immediately head over to Emma to upgrade your flask. Now rest at the sculptor's idol. Return to Ashina Castle, Ashina Castle idol. Walk back to the woman on the bridge and grapple across the gap here. Run forwards towards the next bridge. Stealth deathblow the soldier and you'll get the gatehouse key. This is required for one of the remaining prosthetic tools, so make sure to pick it up here. Either kill the next soldier beside him or run across the bridge and grapple up to the top of the gate. Now just jump down and run into the building, avoiding all of the enemies here. Once you're inside, turn to your left and rest at the sculptor's idol here. If, in the likely event that some dogs followed you inside, throw a few shurikens at them and they should die. Near the idol is another memorial mob. This one sells a prayer bead and a dragon mask fragment. You should purchase the prayer bead at your convenience. It costs 1400 sen. This is required. You can grind the 1400 sen now at the gun fort if you want, or cash in some coin purses, or just return here later to buy it. My plan is to return here a little later. The Dragon Mask fragment warrants special attention. Once you buy all 3 Dragon Mask fragments from 3 different merchants, it becomes a whole mask, and you can use it to turn skill points into attack power upgrades. This is gonna sound insanely useful and good, but it's a trap. Attack power initially scales very well, but after one full playthrough killing all the bosses, you start to hit diminishing returns. Skill points scale linearly. If you use 5 or so skill points for an attack power upgrade, it may give you a very slight advantage in combat. However, the flip side is that you'll have to grind even more to max out the skill trees for the achievement. We're talking an almost indistinguishable difference in damage output for literal hours of grinding. It's tempting to go for the mask in playthrough 1, but I wouldn't even bother with it until playthrough 4, if even at all. Don't fall for it. It's just a waste of time and effort. Just remember there's a memorial mob here with a prayer bead, then head into the dungeon. This is just a straight shot through. Do not worry about the NPCs in here as the rewards are paltry. Things like lump of fat wax that you will have in excess by the time we finish our endgame grinding. Don't stop, just head straight forward until you find a sculptor's idol, then rest at it. Now enter the water to your left and swim forward. This path is linear, but you can take a detour to the left for some items if you choose. Otherwise, just continue and head up the rocks on your left to reach the shore. Kill the 2 soldiers here if you want, before proceeding to the back room. Use the lever near the elevator and wait for it to come down. Then get on and use the lever again to get up to Senpo Temple. Head up the stairs and you'll be accosted by a Buddha statue. Talk to it if you want, then rest at the sculptor's idol. From this idol, head out and to your left. You'll probably get more dialogue from the Divine Child. Just listen if you want, and then head outside. Jump off the cliff and grapple to the branch on your left. This is just sprinting. Follow the path, ignoring all the monks here. Continue all the way up to the top of the temple. There will be 2 monks guarding it at the top. Ignore them, jump and grapple into the rafters on your left, and then jump up and climb inside the hidden hole. Ignore the bugs in here, and just head down the stairs. Keep sprinting down the stairs, and head into the altar in this room. In front of the decrepit monk there is a gourd seed. Grab it. This is number 7. Then hoof it out of this temple by continuing out the open window on your left. Outside, turn to your left and head towards the large staircase. Sprint past the enemies up the stairs, then turn, jump, and grapple across to the mountain on the other side. Head through this path and climb up to reach another sculptor's idol at your right. Rest at it. Return to Emma in the dilapidated temple and use the gourd seed to upgrade your flask. When you're done, warp back to Mount Kongo, Shigendo. This next segment is optional, but it's your call. I'll give you the overview for 2 of Kotaro's main quest lines, but I'm going to recommend you take the first for this particular playthrough. We actually haven't met Kotaro yet, but we will shortly. The Bell Demon is more of an interesting thing, but might be useful to know when you start farming. From the Shigendo idol, jump and grapple up to the branch above. Then grapple again to the cliff side, then jump and grapple to the 3rd branch. Now just run, jump over the rat, and climb up the cliff side. Repeat this process again, and then grapple twice to get over to the next cliff. Now going to your right leads to a mini-boss, but if you head to your left, you'll see a rocky outcropping filled with pinwheels. Head to the red tree in the back and pick up the red and white pinwheel. This is the recommended item for this playthrough. Now double back and run down the path to your right. Jump and grapple, then drop down. Jump to the scaffolding across the way and continue along the path around the cliffside. You'll look like you've reached a dead end, but jump towards the cliff and grab onto the handholds. Shimmy across to your left and climb up twice. Then turn left and continue up this path. These are special walls that allow you to continually jump. There's maybe 3 or 4 of them in the whole game. Keep jumping up these walls until you reach the top. On the left side is a lone white pinwheel. This is for the other side of Kotaro's questline. You'll want to remember this for when we get to playthrough number 3 for the Dragon's Return ending. You'll have to gather it again, so just be aware of that. Now turn around and climb the linear path up here. Use the grappling hook to climb up faster. Inside the broken wall, you can find some monkey booze and a heavy coin purse. Otherwise, exit and find the true door on your right. Unlock it and head inside. You'll find centipede enemies in here. They're easily dispatched. Whenever you see these guys, just lock on, jump towards them, and you should get an instant death blow marker. Once he's dead, head up the stairs and rest at the idol. Now you can read the message on the bell if you want. Ringing the bell gives you a key item that increases the difficulty of enemies but provides increased item drops. Generally, it's not good to have this active unless you're farming. You can purge the demon by simply using the item, and you'll remove the buff and debuff. For now, just warp back to Mount Kongo, Shigendo. From the Shigendo idol, you'll have to head back up the branching path where you found the red and white pinwheel. Now instead of heading left, head right into the covered bridge. I call this basic combo, but Armored Warrior will usually combine various types of swings. There's horizontal swings chained together and also a large overhead slam that will knock you back. Your goal here is just to deflect them as they come. It's easier than it sounds, as the parry window is forgiving and his attacks are highly telegraphed. Armored Warrior usually does this as a combo finisher. It usually seems to be after 2 or 3 swings. He'll raise his sword to try a thrust attack. Obviously the goal here is a Makiri counter, otherwise get clear by backing up significantly. Makiri counter with Shinobi Eyes deals a significant amount of posture damage, so obviously that's the preferred strategy. Thrust attacks are pretty free in Sekiro with the Makiri counter. You should be actively using it at every opportunity. Armored Warrior will give you a quick shove with his sword and then follow up with a big swing. Both of these attacks can be deflected. The initial shove is very quick, so it's easy to get hit by it. If you do, you can quickly block to regain your footing and then attempt the parry of the follow-up attack. Otherwise, just dodge backwards quickly to avoid the swing. After certain damage thresholds, Armored Warrior will squat down. Then he'll do a little wind up and start a flurry of attacks followed by a final lunging swing. There are 2 thought processes here. One is you attempt to deflect every single attack in this combo to get strong posture damage. Obviously, this is what you should attempt if you're confident in your deflection timings. The second is just to run away. Once you see him crouch, just sprint directly away from him to cause him to whiff all of his attacks. Then close the distance and reset his position. This is a set-piece battle, although it may not feel like it. You cannot damage Armored Warrior's vitality at all. You can only deal posture damage. Your goal is to break his posture to get a death blow so you can kick him off the bridge to end the fight. If you miss your kick and he fails to fall off, you'll have to continue the fight until you're successful. This fight should have been earlier in the game, as it feels like it's designed as a tutorial to help you really understand deflections and the posture system. The goal of this fight is just to learn the timings, and successfully deflect his incoming attacks while getting in a few hits of your own. Obviously, like most bosses, firecrackers can give you some breathing room if you need it. We should really be thanking this guy, as he's responsible for the Shinobi Firecracker prosthetic tool's existence. That's some deep lore right there. The main thing we want to do is position well once Armored Warrior's posture gets high. We need to be in a position so that we can kick Armored Warrior off the bridge. Usually this means being perpendicular and close to an edge. Then once you break the posture, quickly loop around and initiate the death blow. Again, this can miss and he may not fall off the bridge. If this happens, you gotta kind of start from scratch. From the Shigendo idol, it's just a matter of grappling up and getting to the bridge. Not a huge deal, just avoid the rats. As easy as I say Armored Warrior is, I almost always take damage, and right at the start of the fight, I get slammed. Typical. Follow up his swings with deflections, and I opt not to heal for some reason, so I take a very early death. Don't be like me. Heal yourself. It goes without saying, but this fight went extremely poorly. I take a ton of early damage and almost die multiple times. I successfully parry a chain, but mess up the Makiri counter at the end. I'm almost embarrassed to keep this in the video, but it's probably good to show that you have some serious leeway in this fight. And Sekiro in general. Here I back out and dodge to heal, and then get back in. Very typical. You really have to stay in your opponent's face in Sekiro. You won't get anywhere by being a coward. Insert Miyazaki Berserk reference here.
My love for you face like a truck, berserker.
Piece of bridge got stuck in Armored Warrior, so that's always fun. I used a lot of healing gourds here, more than I care to admit, but this is a first try of Armored Warrior for this guide series. I had not fought him in a long time, and his attacks have a bit of weird deflection timing. Once you get used to it, it's not a big deal. After a rough start, I get the timing down, then his posture's built up enough to get the death blow. He was already perpendicular to the bridge, so I just went ahead and did it without needing to reposition, and he takes the good old-fashioned plunge. I think Wolf's face says it all here. For beating Armored Warrior, you'll get another Prayer Bead. This is 7 of 40. You'll also get the Breath of Nature Shadow trait, which restores some of your posture after a successful death blow. Head through the cleared mist, pick up the loot on the ground, and rest at the Sculptor's Idol. If you're really struggling with Armored Warrior, skip ahead to the next section about Ashina Castle and gather the prayer beads there. That should give you some more health and posture to make this fight a little easier. That's going to go for a lot of sections in this guide. If you're having trouble, feel free to skip ahead and try something else, then come back when you're feeling a little more successful. There are a few prayer beads to get here, but we're going to hold off for now. Our goal right now is just to activate the final Sculptor's Idol at the top of Mount Congo so we can return here easier later, as well as collect another esoteric text. From the Sculptor's Idol, simply jump down to the roof below. Loot the treasure, then sprint, jump, and grapple to the next roof. Then cross this roof to grapple to the next one. Follow this roof around the right side and then hop onto the second tier. Continue along this roof until you can grapple to the branch in front of you. Now continue with a string of grapples across the branches, then jump down and follow the staircase upwards. Ignore the enemies here, and just continue sprinting. When you reach the building, jump and grapple onto the roof. Simply continue forward, running off the roof and onto the staircase below. Continue sprinting past the enemies and turn left, followed by an immediate right. Run to the door on your right and open it. In any other FromSoft game, this would be a doesn't open from this side, but lucky us, it's not. Once you're inside, use the Sculptor's Idol. You can talk to the monk here for some exposition if you wish. We'll be doing it in the third playthrough in more detail, so feel free to skip it for now. There's a bunch of treasures around this area that you're free to pillage. If you jump onto the Buddha in front of the monk, you can get a dragon's blood droplet, which will cure everyone of dragon rot. Otherwise, you want to head to the back of the temple now. From the Sculptor's Idol, head to your left and turn down this hallway. Follow it to the end and turn left. Head down the path to the cave, ignore the enemies here, and follow this straight through until you hit a drop-off. From the drop, turn around and look for a crevasse with water. Crouch and head through this passage. At the end, jump and climb up. That blue monk in the corner is important for the third playthrough, so remember his position. Otherwise, just grapple up and then grapple again once you can. Now exit the cave. Open the door to the building in front of you and loot it for the Senpo esoteric text. This lets you upgrade Wolf with the Temple Arts tree. The primary skills you want are upgrades to item drop rate, and if you're an avid user of the Buddhist sugars, the devotion skill. These are a moderate to low priority, however. Now you can either use your homeward idol, or rip across the cliff and grapple to get back to the temple, then you can return to the Sculptor's Idol inside the temple. Now it's time to do some back and forth for Kotaro and Anayama the Peddler. Return to Anayama the Peddler at Ashina Outskirts Wall Stairway. If you gave Anayama the information about the salt, he should request you find him a partner who's big, strong, and a little thick. Now return to Senpo Temple, Mount Congo. From the Sculptor's Idol here, run out the door and turn right. Jump across here to find Kotaro sitting next to a tree. Talk to him and he'll request a pure white flower. We will give him the white pinwheel in playthrough 3. Instead, give him the red and white pinwheel. He'll eventually ask for somewhere to go. Send him to Anayama the Peddler. You can now return to Anayama and find that he's expanded his inventory. He now offers unlimited Akko sugars, which is the most useful for killing bosses as it's a straight upgrade to your attack damage. He also has a slightly expanded inventory of mid-level upgrade materials. Don't waste your money. We'll gather plenty when the time is right. We've done everything required to set Anayama on the path to the final tier of that quest line. We're done with Mount Congo and Anayama for now. Warp to Ashina Castle, Antechamber. There's quite a bit to do here now, including picking up some prosthetic tools and beating some mini-bosses for prayer beads. The first things to do here are really easy. Just go ahead and run around the wall and stealth deathblow the Ashina Elite guard, then open the door. Now head to your right and break through the wall. Run to the end of this room past the guards and press up against the poster at the back. You'll flip the wall around and enter a secret room. Open the chest for another prayer bead. This is 8 of 40. Now simply use your homeward idol to return to the last communed idol in the antechamber. Since we have 8 beads, this marks another upgrade tier. Rest at the idol and enhance physical attributes. Now it's time to get the Sabimaru. Stealth deathblow the fencer and exit the room the same as before. This time jump into the hole in the center of this room and grapple to the center beam. Position yourself to deathblow the Ashina Elite. Jump and land on him for a kill. Now enter the room behind him and defeat the 3 remaining guards. You can use firecrackers for space if you need it, but a few successful deflections should take them out easily. Once you're done, loot the chest at the back to find the Sabimaru. Now use your homeward idol to return to the dilapidated temple. Return to the sculptor and fit the Sabimaru. You'll also give the sculptor the mechanical barrel here from Gyobu if you haven't already, which unlocks prosthetic tool upgrades. The Sabimaru is unfortunately quite weak, except against 2 specific enemy types which we won't encounter until the endgame. Don't bother using it until we get to Fountainhead Palace. The poison damage takes forever to build up and doesn't justify using it over standard sword swings. An unfortunate reality of Sekiro is that most of the prosthetic tools just kinda suck in most situations, except firecrackers. It's pretty much the best one ever. Once you're done, return to the Ashina Castle antechamber idol. Stealth deathblow the Ashina Elite and run into the room. Instead of running past the soldiers and into the secret room, immediately grapple to the rafters on your left. Follow this path until you reach a hole. Collect the treasure, then stealth deathblow a soldier on your way down. Immediately start sprinting and head left up the stairs. Turn left again to reach another sculptor's idol. Rest at it. You may have to fight an enemy here who followed you, so just take him out, then rest at the idol. This is the Ashina Elite's bread and butter move. He'll sheath his sword, and then do an unsheathing draw attack and a very fast follow-up swing. You basically have to learn the timing and do a double deflection to avoid it. You can dodge, but you're not going to get very far in this gimmick fight by doing that. Stand your ground and double parry. What you want to do is wait for the flash of his blade, then start mashing parry. You'll deflect both the hits, and then you can wait for him to sheath his sword to repeat this process. Ashina Elite barely ever does this. It's usually a desperate follow-up to his draw attack. Just be on guard for a follow-up swing after the deflections, then just deflect this and wait for him to sheath his sword again. I would largely consider this a feint. If you're standing too close to Ashina Elite, he seems to do this more frequently. Stand a moderate distance to avoid it. This comes out very fast, so make sure to be quick to parry or dodge backwards, otherwise you'll take vitality damage and likely eat a follow-up double draw. Don't even bother attacking. You'll thank me later. Ashina Elite is a joke of an encounter when you know what you're looking for. It's a glorified deflection tutorial. There is literally one thing we're looking for in this fight. The only thing Ashina Elite really does is sheath his sword and look for a draw into a double slash. There is a massive tell here, and it's the flash of the blade right before it comes out. Look at his sword on the right side of your screen. Once you see the flash, immediately start hammering on parry and you should deflect both of the attacks. If you have ascending and descending carp from the Ashina Arts tree, you'll basically deal 50% of his posture bar and damage with perfect deflects. Then he'll back off and sheath again to wait for another draw opportunity. Just repeat this process. Wait for the flash, double deflect, and take your first death blow. Then just repeat this process another 2 or 3 times and you'll be victorious. Wait for the flash, double parry, and you should make this guy look like a complete joke. It's very easy to take chip damage in this fight. You may mistime the initial swing but successfully deflect the follow-up. If you do this, you won't really flinch, but you will take damage. Just be aware of it. You don't have a lot of time to back out and heal during this fight. It's not a huge deal. The sculptor's idol is right there for easy attempts if you do die. Opening the dojo doors and seeing Jinosuke there always is a treat. I'm noticing a trend here. When I almost always take damage, I'll just chalk it up to not being warmed up. Yeah, that's what I'll say. All I'm looking for is the flash, then I'm spamming parry. After the first mess up, it's a fairly clean fight. Except he gets a jab into a double draw, which takes off about 80% of my HP. You have to be really careful about healing in this fight since the draw has deceptively long range. Instead of healing, I opt to go for the riskier deflection because I know it'll break his posture. It paid off this time, but I could have easily gotten laid out if I mistimed it. I'm pretty confident in this fight though. Then it's just waiting around for the draw attacks to deflect them. Super quick and easy fight. Ascending carp and descending carp make this really easy. The deflection timing is also really easy for the double draw, but it may take a couple of tries for you to really get it. After the fight, you'll get another prayer bead. This is 9 of 40. When you're finished, return to the Sculptor's Idol. Outside of this dojo is a boss fight, and while we can do it right now, it's better to hedge our bets and take out some of the mini-bosses for prayer beads first. These mini-bosses and events can be tackled in whatever order you see fit. Try them out, and if you're struggling, move along to the next one before coming back. A boss or mini-boss may be made significantly easier with an attack power upgrade or even an upgrade to your vitality and posture, so just use your discretion. If something's giving you trouble, try something different. There's not a lot of reason to go into detail with this attack. Centipede will just start hammering relentless swings into you until he feels like you've had enough. You can't dodge this, you can't attack to break him out of it. All you can do is spam parries to negate his attack and fill up his posture bar. It's going to be the main strategy for this fight. It's pretty much the only strategy for this fight. After the first death blow, Centipede usually does this to mix things up. If he ever backs off and you see the perilous attack marker, be prepared to jump. Then jump off of him again for posture damage. If you get the timing spot on, you can jump over him and instantly death blow him, but I've never been able to pull it off. Just play it safe and jump, get your extra posture damage, and return to the parry dance. Since we just came off of Ashina Elite, we may as well do this guy next. From the Gun Fort Idol, just run forward along the path to find him. This fight mechanically is virtually identical to Ashina Elite, in that our only goal is just to sit there and parry. I don't think there is any other reasonable way to fight this guy. You just want to move forward, wait for him to start swinging, and start parrying everything that comes your way. Just hammering parry is mostly enough, and you don't really need a rhythm here. As long as you're consistently parrying every attack that comes, you'll be fine. Your posture will never break. It'll get really high, but as long as you get perfect deflections, it'll never break. Obviously, this is by far and wide the most noticeable fight where you'll notice a difference between having ascending and descending carp and not having them. Strongly recommend grinding both of these skills before attempting this boss. They are that impactful. If you've been following the guide up to this point, you should already have them, but if not, you can grind them now at the Gun Fort. There's no other way around it, you'll just have to learn the timing to get past this part, and it's a lot easier than you give it credit for. Not a lot to this fight, honestly, just walk in and start it. All this is deflecting in a chain. It's so consistent that you don't even really need to see, because he will likely smack you into a corner and mess up your camera angle. It's just a matter of deflecting everything he throws at you until his posture breaks. I'm not even looking to attempt to damage him with sword strikes here, I'm just deflecting. And once his posture breaks, free death blow. I get really greedy here and do some basic attacks, but it ends up working out okay. I take damage, but Centipede doesn't really deal too much. Even if he did, I wouldn't even attempt to heal in this fight since it's over so quickly and you don't have a lot of opportunities to get away from him. Just have faith in the strength of your deflections and continue. If you die, the idol's right there anyways, and the fight's fast. A few deflection chains and it's another death blow. Then it's over. It's that easy. After the fight's over, we get some goodies. You'll get another prayer bead. Obviously, it's a mini-boss. This is 10 of 40. A fourth of the way there. The back door is locked until after we beat the boss at the top of Ashina Castle, so don't worry about it for now, we'll come back later. Make sure to collect the fan from the altar. It's one of the prosthetic tools we need for the achievement, and we'll need it for Kotaro's other quest line in playthrough 3. Of course, you should jump down this obvious hole and head to your left. Grapple across the way to find a cave with a divine confetti on it. Feel free to ignore it. Otherwise, look back and find another grappling point. Follow this grappling point here to eventually drop down into another hole to find another prayer bead. This is 11 of 40. Now either grapple back up to safety, die, or kill the enemies and use a homeward idol to return to the sculptor's idol. Head to Ashina Castle, Ashina Castle. General Matsumoto is exactly the same as the previous generals you fought. The only difference is he's surrounded by a lot of gunners, and that makes the fight really obnoxious. You want to start this fight by killing all the soldiers around the area. There's a couple of ways to do this. The first, obviously, is to take stealth death blows from the roof above. Then you can run away and hide, and then wait for the positions to reset and do it again. The second is a lot more hectic. After your initial free death blow, throw firecrackers and start hammering attacks into the soldiers while dodging the general. Then once the soldiers are dead, you'll want to run away to reset the general so you can fight him one-on-one. Once he's reset, you can also collect a free death blow just like every other general. Then continue to fight him just like every other general in the game. Look for deflections on basic swings, Makiri counter the rare thrust, get out of dodge when he tries to grab you, then finally jump and kick off of his sweep attacks. This fight's always a gong show. It's really easy to get killed here because of the group of gunners. I opted for the riskiest strategy here, which is to take a death blow on Matsumoto and then just kill the gunners. This saves you some time by not having to de-aggro Matsumoto, but it's a lot riskier. You'll take a lot of damage here from gunshots, but I'm looking to use firecrackers to isolate and kill one enemy before backing out since Matsumoto's on me. Then run in, kill another guy, and run out. Repeat until everyone's dead. Obviously this part's quite a bit easier if you do it the other way, the better way. Take a stealth death blow on a soldier, then run away and reset Matsumoto afterwards for another 3 death blow. Whatever. I killed all the soldiers and I didn't die, so that's promising. Now it's time to 1v1 Matsumoto with his 1 remaining death blow marker. I guess good to note is that he'll hyper armor through firecrackers with his jumping attack. He gets stunned when he lands though, so that's kind of interesting trivia. Nothing's changed. I'm just looking for deflections until the inevitable perilous attacks come out. Then Matsumoto backs off to recover his posture, which sucks because I'm far away. I'm doing everything I can to run up and interrupt it, and a firecracker had just enough distance to stun him out of it. Lucky. I managed to dodge the grab and dodge the sweep correctly here, which results in a death blow. Fight went reasonably well, all things considered. I'm happy about it. A win's a win. After the fight, you'll get another prayer bead. This is 12 of 40. That means it's time to get the 3rd prayer necklace. Return to the sculptor's idol nearby and upgrade your stats. Warp to Hirata Estate, Estate Path. If you've unlocked the gate, that's great and you should just run through here. Otherwise, follow the same path we went to get the flame vent and shinobi axe. Just make your way back to the 2 soldiers harassing the citizens. You really should clear this path of enemies since it makes things a little easier and safer. Once you do, go ahead and open the back gate and create a shortcut. You may need this if you die, so it's a good idea to open it. Now backtrack and head up the stairs. You'll encounter 3 soldiers. One has a torch, he's a freebie at this point, just take him out with basic attacks. The other 2 have wooden shields, so equip the loaded axe. Use the loaded axe to smash the shields and then death blow the soldier. Repeat this until they're all dead and the bridge is clear. Enshin usually does a few deflectable swings and will finish it with a thrust. Deflect the basic attacks and then go for a Makiri counter on the final thrust. Spear attacks do have a slightly different timing than sword attacks, so wait a second before going through the Makiri counter on the thrust. This is just a standard thrust from a standing position. He'll usually use this isolated from other attacks. It comes out with a similar timing to other thrust attacks. Just wait for the perilous attack symbol to dissipate and then move forward and dodge into it. You should be able to Makiri this consistently. And obviously if you have Shinobi Eyes, it deals a lot of posture damage. Enshin will usually do this if he's moving towards you. He'll run forward, thrust with a perilous attack symbol, and then follow it up with another thrust. Even if the first thrust hits you, you can still Makiri counter the second thrust, so be aware of that. This is a special thrust that has a massive wind-up. He'll usually back off, then have a long delay before moving forward with the thrust. Obviously the goal is to Makiri counter this, but it's more difficult than it should be because of the delay. You'll likely get overeager waiting for this to come out and attempt to Makiri counter too early. Just hold off a second and then go for it. If you get hit by this, it does a ton of damage, so be careful. You can alternately just run away, wait for it to finish, and then run back in. As much as this is a thrust, it's basically a grab attack. The sweep is actually pretty dangerous, mostly because of how Enshin can follow it up. If you jump it, it's likely you get skewered in midair. I would mostly just jump backwards away from sweeps in this fight. It's too risky to go for the counter. Shinobi Hunter Enshin is really annoying for two reasons. One is he's surrounded with basic soldiers, as is the custom with mini-bosses apparently, from Soft. Two, his spear thrust attacks have different timings to the thrust attacks from other soldiers with swords. Makes it feel a little awkward. The start of this fight is hectic, which is why I recommend clearing out the path leading to this area of enemies. Realistically, you have to clear this area of enemies before you can actually fight Enshin. It's the only reasonable way to do it. You should probably start up the left path and use the tall grass to stealth deathblow the archer. Then you should attempt to avoid Enshin and stealth deathblow the rest of the group. Usually this doesn't work too well, and you'll have to run around trying to isolate and kill the remaining soldiers with Enshin on your tail. It's not a huge deal, just make sure you kill everyone before you deal with Enshin. Once everyone except Enshin is dead, just head back to the bridge as quickly as possible. Stealth once you reach the gate, and you should be in the clear. Return to Enshin and get a stealth deathblow on him. Now you're fighting him on even terms. Look for the perilous attacks and dodge appropriately, mostly Makiri counters. Your main goal here should be to posture break by using Makiri counters on the thrust attacks. Enshin doesn't have a lot of posture, so a few successful Makiri counters should take him out, especially if you have Shinobi eyes. Maintain pressure when appropriate with basic attacks and look for the Makiri counters. Enshin's timings are pretty annoying since you don't actually fight a lot of spear enemies in Sekiro, and when you do, it's kind of a pain. I find the most annoying part of this fight is just clearing out the area. It usually takes me at least 2 passes to get everyone so I can fight Enshin one-on-one. Of course, the stealth deathblow is a freebie, so it's always worth taking. Enshin was being a pain this time, so I had to retreat pretty darn far to get him to reset. But when I do, get the free deathblow. I don't like fighting Enshin, so I'm always willing to abuse firecrackers on him. Of course, I get hit by the mega thrust as soon as it happens. I dodge way too early, and then I panic dodge again. Don't make my mistake. Either back out and try to dodge it that way, or wait for the thrust to actually start before trying to Makiri counter it. Man, looking back, I think I'm kind of bad at Sekiro, but I think I do okay. We'll leave it at that. Don't judge me too harshly. Getting successful Makiri counters off makes a huge difference here. This fight ended super fast once I actually got one off. Shinobi eyes, Makiri counters, and a couple of basic swings, and he's done. Keep in mind, Enshin is probably one of the first mini-bosses you're supposed to fight, and I've got a lot of prayer beads and gourd seeds at this point, so you have a very large buffer. Of course, another victory means another prayer bead. This is 13 of 40. Now that Enshin's dead, continue through the now unmisted door, and use the Sculptor's Idol to rest and reset. Our current goal is to get a key to fight an optional boss, but it's required for an achievement. We're going to take a quick detour to collect another prosthetic tool first though. From the Sculptor's Idol, head up the path that leans to your left. Hang on the left side and grapple up once you have a chance. Jump and grapple to your right to land on the branch. Now jump into the river and swim up the right side. When you can, grapple up to another branch. There's a treasure carp in here you can kill for a scale if you want, you shouldn't need to. Otherwise, continue down this path until you find a small bamboo barrier. Smash it with your sword and head into the cave. Use the consecutive wall jump here to get to the top of this shaft. At the top, turn left up the stairs and you'll find a building. An enemy will spawn here. You're free to fight him or just open the door to the building. These guys actually have a fairly consistent attack pattern and aren't overly difficult if you can get it down. At the end of their basic combo, they'll always try to kick you and you can actually Makiri counter it. They also do a jumping slam, which always ends in a sweep, so you can jump and dodge it. Once you've killed him, or chosen to ignore him, which is what I would recommend, loot the Mist Raven's feathers from the building. One more prosthetic tool down. Only a few more to go. Once you're done, you can just use your homeward idol to return to the last communed idol. Or if you ignored the enemy, you can just let him kill you, and don't resurrect. Now we just need to get a key from Owl. Just sprint past everything here. Run straight up the stairs and follow the obvious path, dodging everything in your way. Ignore all the enemies and eventually you'll reach a burning building and everyone should drop aggro on you. Talk to Owl here and you'll be given the hidden temple key. Then you'll be given directions on how to get there. The gate you came from will collapse, so go ahead and grapple onto the roof that Owl pointed to by grappling to the tree and then onto the top of the building. Now use a series of jumps and grapples to reach the other side. You'll want to jump forward, then grapple left, then right, and drop down. Here you'll find a group of bandits. You'll have the option to fight these guys if you want, otherwise just head into the cave and use the consecutive wall jump to get to the top of the well. If you fight, try and get stealth death blows and utilize firecrackers to give yourself some breathing room. The shield enemies should be taken out with the loaded axe and instantly death blowed. When you're done, head into the cave and jump up. At the top of this area, follow the path around and you'll find a sculptor's idol. Rest at it. I did this at this moment, but this is totally optional. To find Black Hat Badger, return to the Ashina Castle, Old Grave Idol. You need to jump off this part of the area and land on the roof. Then drop down the hole to find Black Hat Badger. He acts as a merchant and has some necessary items for achievements. You'll need to purchase Black Hat Badger's anti-air deathblow skill and the Iron Fortress at some point, but it's a fairly low priority. I returned to the gun fort here and grinded for about 10 minutes to buy both of them with the banked money I had from our endeavor in Hirata Estate. If you don't want to and can wait, after a certain point of no return you'll be able to find the Iron Fortress just sitting here where Black Hat was standing. This is totally free, it's just sitting there for the taking. Then you'll be able to purchase the anti-air deathblow for a slightly more expensive fee at the offering box near Hanbei the Undying in the dilapidated temple. It's your call. Regardless, you have a few Shinobi prosthetic tools you may want to check out, so return to the sculptor at the temple and fit them. Then once you're done, return to Hirata Estate Main Hall. Just follow the path around the burning building to your left, then grapple onto the roof. You'll have a rather lengthy combat section here you can optionally skip. Just run past everything and once you get to the pond on your left, they should drop aggro on you. Otherwise, to be safe, just take them all out. Try and be conservative with firecrackers here as you will want some spirit emblems for the upcoming fight. Juzo's basic swing combo is very erratic looking. It's hard to tell exactly how he's going to follow up, but the swings are slow and wide. They're easy to deflect, just use the parry flutter and you should be alright. You can also dodge through these if you prefer to get behind Juzo to slug him in the back with your sword. If you ever give Juzo some breathing room, he'll usually take a swig from his flask. This is an opportunity for free damage if you're relatively close but can't interrupt it. This has ramifications later in the fight. He has two follow-ups to this and he may not use them immediately. The first is that he can spray poison over his sword. This will make all future attacks against you deal poison buildup. While he's spraying, get behind him and attack him until he finishes, then back up and reset the fight. But you're going to have to worry about poison damage from now on. The second is that he can unleash a spew of poison breath in front of him. Obviously this deals poison damage. You can sidestep this to get behind him. Unload attacks until he finishes, then back off to reset the fight. These attacks aren't overly threatening, just be aware of them and try not to get poisoned. Poison isn't particularly prominent or threatening in Sekiro, but it is mildly annoying. Try to avoid it, and if you do, just monitor your health and heal when necessary. Juzo will squat and pull his hand back to thrust forward. You should be able to deflect this in standard fashion or dodge it. But this attack is best dodged by simply dodging through it to get behind Juzo, then you can take some free damage at his back. This attack looks very similar to most of his basic swings. Obviously the perilous attack notification is the big indicator. Just jump over it in the standard fashion and finish it up with a kick for posture damage or 2 aerial swings for vitality damage. Juzo also has a grab, but it is rare. It looks very similar to the palm strike, so be aware of that. Just get out of the way by backing up or circling around him. Just like most grabs, it's likely a one-shot or near one-shot kill. Juzo, like a lot of enemies in Sekiro, is surrounded by a bunch of guards. Makes the fight really annoying because you have to start with clearing out the guards. I didn't realize how bad they were about this until scripting this out. Thanks, From. There's an NPC here who will fight with you if you talk to him or bring the enemies close enough to him. There's really no difference if he lives or dies, so use him at your own discretion. You should start the battle by sneaking up the left side so you can get a free death blow on one of the guards. Backstabbing a shield guy makes this a bit more forgiving and you'll save a couple spirit emblems. Now your goal is to run around killing everyone before you deal with Juzo. Use firecrackers to stun enemies for death blows or to create distance. You can kill the shield bandits with a loaded axe for free death blows, but it will cost you some spirit emblems. Once you're done clearing out the enemies, you'll have a few choices. You can run away into the pond on the left side to drop aggro on Juzo. Then he'll start walking back to his original position. You can stealth death blow him. This is pretty finicky, so I generally avoid it, but I would recommend at least attempting the stealth death blow here. I usually fight Juzo without the death blow and return to the NPC helper. This gives you a distraction and allows you to get a lot of free damage on Juzo. When he's focusing the NPC, stab him in the back. Once he turns to face you, the NPC will take free damage on him and you can just focus on deflections. The NPC here really trivializes the encounter. Otherwise, you're just looking at Juzo as if he's a standard enemy. You're more likely to get his vitality very low as he rarely blocks. Just punish with normal swings after every attack. Without the helper, I find that many of Juzo's attacks are better dodged than deflected. Anything with a long telegraphed windup should be dodged through to take vitality damage off of him. You'll have a lot of opportunities to get a swing or two between his attacks as well, so try and capitalize on that. Juzo really looks more intimidating than he is. Clearing out the enemies is always the biggest pain and it usually goes sideways quickly. It's just annoying to have to kill the trash before you can fight Juzo. Fun fact here is that Juzo can follow you into this hallway, which I didn't expect at all. This is just a circuit of murder, and it ended up working pretty well. I eventually lose Juzo by running into his pawn once all his entourage is dead, so that's fun. Sneaking back to Juzo for the stealth death blow actually didn't work because I was just a bit too slow. Unfortunate, but I could have backed out to try to get out again. I just opted to fight him straight up. He's not that difficult. Juzo is one of the more predictable enemies and isn't overly difficult. It's mostly just a matter of deflecting his attacks and dodging the sweeps and slams. Generally, I prefer to dodge here. I'm just looking to collect vitality damage through basic swings until Juzo attacks me, then counter appropriately. I'm using a mixture of dodging and deflecting here just because of that. You'll have opportunities for vitality damage if you dodge instead of deflect, so it's a balance of mixing them. Generally go for the dodges. I'm aiming to deplete his vitality first. A full vitality kill isn't out of the question here if you prefer to dodge rather than deflect. After the first death blow, I run in and call in some reinforcements. If I had gotten the stealth death blow, I would have done this immediately. Nogami Gensai will make the second phase of this fight insanely easy. He'll act as a distraction for you to hit Juzo in the back, and when Juzo is targeting you, he'll hit him in the back. It's win-win. I'm just looking for stabs in the back and throwing firecrackers for some extra damage opportunities. This fight went super well, and it would have been an easy victory even without Nogami's help. He can live or die, makes virtually no difference, but he ended up living. Congratulations, I guess. For beating Juzo the Drunkard, you'll get another prayer bead. This is 14 of 40. Now that Juzo is dead, the evil mist that's blocking the entrance to the main building is gone. Go ahead and enter it. There's a lot of hidden resources in here, so pick up everything you can find. Our main goal, though, is to find a paper wall hanging that 2 bandits are nearby. It's on your left after entering the manor. Take these bandits out in the standard way, use firecrackers or just aim for deflections until you can death blow them. Once they're dead, head towards the dead end and hug the wall on the wall hanging to find a secret door. Loot this area of all its valuables and eventually you'll find a treasure chest. Loot the chest and you'll get another prayer bead. This is 15 of 40. Once you're done, backtrack to the hidden wall and then head left to find a sculptor's idol. Rest at it. Forward is a boss fight, so we're going to hold off for now until we get one final prayer bead to upgrade our posture before tackling them. I opted to grind in the gun fort for the Sen to purchase the prayer bead from the memorial mob at the abandoned dungeon. This is 16 of 40. Another amount of prayer beads divisible by 4 means another prayer necklace. Head to the sculptor's idol and increase your stats. Of course, you can skip this for now if you want and instead move on to the next prayer bead. Return to the Ashina Castle, Ashina Castle Sculptor's Idol. If you haven't yet, cross the bridge and kill the soldier in here to get the gatehouse key. Otherwise, head to the bridge, but hang a sharp right and grapple down to the reservoir, which you'll recognize as the tutorial area. Follow the path to your right and rest at the Sculptor's Idol here. You can eavesdrop on the two soldiers here if you want, otherwise you have a few options. The first goal is to pick up Gyobu's Broken Horn, another prosthetic tool. We can take a stealth approach and make a beeline for the gatehouse to pick up the tool. Alternatively, we can murder everyone in this area so they won't bother us for the upcoming mini-boss battle. That's your call. Start off by killing the two soldiers in front of you and then the wolf. Again, shurikens one-shot wolves, so use those. Once those three are dead, grapple to your left onto the branch and climb onto the roof. Follow this wall around to your left, then jump down and stealth deathblow the gong boy. He won't be calling in the boys. Ha, got him. Now do your best to stealth deathblow the remaining soldiers. You're going to get spotted at some spots by guys across the map. Just try your best. Turn to your left and take out the soldier here with the spear. Makiri counter is always a good option. Then grapple up to the branch in front of you and kill the gunner here. Another soldier should rush you, just kill him with deflects and attacks. Now you have to deal with the two big boys. These guys are pretty difficult to take out, so the best course of action is to get stealth death blows. You'll want to drop aggro, so head back under the gatehouse. Now is a good time to use the key to open the door. Now head inside and open the chest to find Gyobu's Broken Horn, yet another prosthetic tool. Now start stealthing and you should have dropped aggro on the big boys. Head back under the gatehouse and backstab the first one. Then quickly run across to backstab the remaining enemies. Now that the area is clear, it's time to face off against the mini-boss in this area. You can head back the same way you went through the tutorial and climb back into the Moonview Tower. Head inside and open the door to find 7 Ashina spears in front of you. All basic attacks from 7 Ashina spears can be deflected. It's very standard stuff at this point. Deflect the incoming attacks and wait for perilous attack markers. There's quite a few of them. This is fairly uncommon, but the correct way to dodge it is either to deflect it as he's landing or dodge to the side. This has some pretty severe hit tracking, so he can turn in midair and hit you. Make sure he's committed before dodging to the side. If you successfully dodge this, you'll be able to take a hit at his back, resulting in vitality damage. If you deflect it, you won't really have any follow-ups. Obviously, a spear user is going to use a thrust attack, to no one's surprise. Makiri counter is the correct choice. However, 7 Ashina spears will not let you get away with it like every other enemy with a thrust attack will. They will always follow up a Makiri counter with an upward swing. If you deflect this follow-up attack successfully, you'll cause him to lose his footing and fall forward. This is obviously a free hit to the back, which is what you should do. Makiri counter, wait for the immediate follow-up attack, deflect it, and then use a thrust attack of your own into his back for vitality and posture damage. Do not forget to deflect the follow-up attack. It's every single time you Makiri counter. The sweep really feels the most dangerous. It's a lot like against Enshin. It's often followed up by a swing that can hit you in midair. I strongly recommend dodging this by jumping backwards or to the side rather than trying to kick off 7 Ashina spears. Just like with Enshin, jump to the side or jump backwards to avoid it. So while you could do everything I described in the previous section, you could just make a beeline for the gatehouse, open the door, loot Gyobu's horn, and call it a day. Either clear out the area, or if you're lazy, kill the 2 soldiers and the wolf directly in front of you, then jump onto the wall and follow us along the right side, and then jump and grapple to get over to the Moonview Tower where Kuro was held at the start of the game. Now sneak behind 7 Ashina spears and get a free death blow. You'll want to pull 7 Ashina spears back towards the cliff to avoid aggroing additional reinforcements with this method, since you didn't kill anything. It's more dangerous for sure, as you can end up getting thrown off the ledge really easily, so be careful. This is probably a contender for the hardest mini-boss, at least what we've seen so far. He's extremely aggressive, has high health, and his thrust attacks are very punishing if you miss the Makiri counter. For this playthrough, I opted for the kill everyone path, so we're approaching the Moonview Tower from the tutorial side. 7 Ashina Spears are all hard, especially because they don't feel the same to Makiri counter as sword users. After the death blow, it's all about pressuring and waiting for the inevitable thrust or sweep. The thrust came first, and I got a successful Makiri after I dodged too early, so that's lucky. I dodged the follow-up in a panic instead of deflecting it. I followed this up with a firecracker to start working his vitality down with a stab. Then a few swings to maintain pressure. Once he starts his display, I'm initiating a parry flitter to deflect the obvious huge incoming swing. You can actually get a couple of basic swings off here yourself, so you should probably do that instead. Then it's just back on the offensive, and he does the same thing again. This part's noteworthy because even though I got stunned, I still got the Makiri counter off. Just make sure you go for the Makiri even if you're stunned, you can still get it. Here I actually got my posture broken, but he doesn't follow up. That's true for a lot of bosses and mini-bosses, they just won't follow up on a posture break. They can, if they're mid-combo, but generally if it's at the end of a combo and your posture breaks, you'll be fine. A lot of this is just going back on the offensive with firecrackers when appropriate. Working 7 Ashina Spear's health down is a great way to take him out. Here I dodge the sweep backwards because it's an attack that's very likely to have a follow-up that can hit you. I definitely advocate dodging the sweeps this way. At this point his health is about 50%, which means his posture is going to lower really slowly. At about 50% vitality is where I'm looking to go for a posture break. I take some risky hits and I get the Makiri with the correct follow-up deflection, which results in another free hit to the back. He's extremely close to a posture break here, so I just maintain the pressure and end up getting the death blow. Not too bad of a fight, it can go pretty bad though. After beating 7 Ashina Spears, you'll get one more prayer bead. This is 17 of 40. We're done in the reservoir for now, so head back to the Sculptor's Idol and rest. It's high time we actually fought a boss. These next two can be tackled in whatever order you see fit. Lady Butterfly is technically optional, but is required for an achievement and provides a very valuable attack power upgrade. Genichiro is mandatory and will have to be tackled for us to actually progress through the game. Genichiro also provides an achievement and attack power upgrade. For this guide, I'm going to do Lady Butterfly first, but if you're really struggling with her, try Genichiro. If you beat Genichiro, you'll gain access to another boss, which is basically a set piece and you can't really lose, which also provides an attack power upgrade. With those two extra attack power upgrades, you should make short work of Lady Butterfly. Granted, if you beat Lady Butterfly, Genichiro will be easier, so you make that call yourself. Return to Hirata Estate, Hirata Audience Chamber via the Sculptor's Idol. Head forward and kill the enemy that spawns in this hallway. Then talk to the wounded man to be given some snap seeds. You can use these during the fight, but it is generally better to hang on to them for later. Use the hidden temple key to open the secret pathway under the box in the center of the room. Head down the stairs and start the fight. This is a basic string of attacks. It's a mixture of sword attacks and kicks, but they all can be deflected or blocked. They come quickly, so be prepared to chain deflects together. Of course, if you're not overly confident, you can simply block this combo. As long as you have reasonably low posture, you'll be able to block the entire chain. A deflection can knock her out of the combo early though. Be aware, watch her body language. If she stops mid-combo for whatever reason, immediately throw some basic attacks out to pressure her. This locks her into an AI loop. In Phase 2, she will start throwing phantom butterflies at you during these combos. Try your best to dodge or deflect these without leaving yourself exposed. She likes to throw the butterflies out and then immediately attempt to combo you as you've dodged them. It may be easier to just eat the butterflies than to try to dodge them than the follow-up combo. You'll take some damage, but that's likely the better scenario. She'll also gain a faster, more furious combo in the second phase. This always ends in a sweep. Deflect the incoming attacks and be prepared to dodge the sweep by jumping at the end. Follow up with aerial swings or by jumping off of her, then get back into the fight and reset the AI loop. Lady Butterfly will usually use this as an attempt to gain some distance from you. It's a single shuriken throw and a leap backwards. Just block the projectile and move back towards her. She usually does this as an opener to some of her more dangerous attacks. In Phase 2, she'll also summon phantom butterflies that will fly at you after a delay. Deflect the shuriken, and be prepared to dodge the butterflies shortly after. Lady Butterfly will jump up and land on a wire. Then she'll have a perilous attack marker and jump down to grab you. This is easy enough to dodge, just wait for her to jump down and then dodge backwards. You can also avoid this by simply running backwards. This attack does leave Lady Butterfly exposed for a moment, and you should attempt to stab her after you've cleared the attack and she lands. If this hits you, it will do a lot of damage. Lady Butterfly will leap up on wires 3 times in quick succession. Afterwards, she'll slam down. You can deflect this attack as she lands or dodge backwards. You may be able to get a hit off when she lands, but she recovers pretty quickly, so she'll probably block it. Once she lands, go back to maintaining pressure on her with basic attacks. Lady Butterfly will quickly leap on wires again. This time she'll throw 2 sets of 3 shuriken while jumping between wires. Then she'll dash forward with 2 quick attacks. You can easily block the projectiles without issue and they won't deal very much posture damage. If you're close enough, get ready to deflect the incoming attacks. If you're quite far away, she'll usually whiff this. In Phase 2, she'll always summon phantom butterflies before the dash, making it much more difficult to avoid damage here. The butterflies will come at you after 2 hits, so make sure to prioritize deflecting the 2 attacks, and then dodge the butterflies afterwards. This is a fairly standard sweep. You'll see the marker, and she'll dive towards you, slashing with both her daggers. Just jump it in standard sweep fashion. You can follow up with a kickoff or aerial swings. This is fairly uncommon in Phase 1, but more common in Phase 2. This is just a grab from a standing position. It's nearly identical to the jumping grab, but has a shorter windup. Just dodge backwards to avoid it, and then head back in to maintain pressure once it's over. This is by far the most annoying thing that Lady Butterfly can do. Not so much because it's a scary or threatening attack, but because it allows Lady Butterfly to completely restore her posture. This effectively resets the fight, and is very annoying if it occurs multiple times. This is exclusive to Phase 2. Lady Butterfly will summon phantoms that you'll have to deal with in some way, while she usually sits above and bombards you with shuriken and butterflies. You can use snap seeds to destroy the phantoms instantly, but they are fairly rare. You're likely better off saving them for a few later encounters, and that's what I recommend doing here. You can simply attack them while avoiding their attacks. However, your best bet is just to run the clock out. Simply run away, and eventually she'll snap her finger again, and they'll dissipate into a cluster of butterflies that will home in on you. Just continue sprinting around the arena, and these should never hit you. Then you can resume the fight. Unfortunately, she's likely recovered all of her posture at this point, so you're kind of starting from scratch. Of course, look out for map topography here. Don't get stuck on a pillar or in a corner while you're sprinting around. That's likely to get you hit by all the butterflies. There are really 2 options for this boss. The game goes out of its way to tell you about vitality and posture's relationship during this fight. It's clear that the game wants you to deal vitality damage to lower the rate Lady Butterfly's posture regenerates. Lady Butterfly has a very large posture bar compared to what you've seen, and it recovers very fast. However, you can lock Lady Butterfly into a fairly consistent pattern here as long as you're confident in your deflection ability. Start by pressuring Lady Butterfly with basic attacks. 2 to 4 swings, and Lady Butterfly will turn to counter kick you from the left side of your screen. If you successfully deflect this, you'll be able to go back to the attack pressure to repeat this process. This should be your go-to strategy for this fight. Maintain pressure and watch for the counter kick to deflect. Repeat. This is the basis of the fight. Eventually, Lady Butterfly will break out and attempt to use a different attack. Dodge it appropriately, and then get back in and start this 2 to 3 attack into deflection state again. The goal here is to slowly increase Lady Butterfly's posture bar by the looping attack followed by deflecting the counter kick. Then when she does an attack that leaves her open, like a jumping grab or slam, to hit her for vitality damage. This will lower the rate at which her posture recovers, making it much easier to break her posture. This fight can be very long if you attempt to whittle only her vitality down. She will block most of your attacks, and she doesn't leave herself very open to counters. When she does, the timing to get a hit in is quite tight, so you need to be aware of them and move fast. Lady Butterfly appears to only have 1 death blow marker, but that's just a sneaky trick. Once you death blow her, you'll start Phase 2. Phase 2 is very similar to Phase 1, but she gains new, more annoying, Dark Souls 3-esque attacks. She'll always jump down from the Buddha statue, and you can throw a couple shuriken at her for some free vitality damage if you have the spirit emblems. She's significantly more threatening in Phase 2. A good number of her attacks gain secondary phantom butterflies that will fly at you after a delay. She'll also get some longer combos and generally be more aggressive. The strategy here usually remains the same. Maintain the pressure to keep her posture up, and attempt to take vitality damage off of her when the opportunity arises. The summoning ability is super annoying, mostly because it will revert your progress on her. You can't do much about it, unfortunately. If she gets it off, she gets it off. That's just how it is. Hopefully, it doesn't happen to you multiple times in a fight. Her vitality will never recover, however, so the lower it gets, the faster her posture builds. This makes subsequent build-ups a lot faster. If you need to heal for whatever reason, you can use the pillars in the room to obstruct Lady Butterfly from you to use your healing gourd. Firecrackers, as per usual, are the go-to prosthetic tool. They provide a short stun, allowing you to get some breathing room to heal, or get a stab attack off for vitality and posture damage. So while firecrackers are the go-to, shuriken are actually quite good in this fight. If you hit Lady Butterfly with one while she's in mid-air jumping between wires, you'll deal some good vitality and posture damage, as well as knock her down. This interrupts many of her scarier attacks, and helps you build up her posture quickly. I'm pretty confident in my Lady Butterfly fights, but she is quite difficult in your first playthrough. It took me a lot of attempts to get this fight down. I'm going to look at maintaining the pressure throughout this fight to exploit her AI pattern. Attack 2 to 3 times and deflect the incoming counter kick and continue to pressure. Doing the fight this way largely prevents her from recovering her posture, which means we can kill her with relatively low vitality damage. A sweep is deftly jumped over, then the follow-up jumping slam is easy to dodge out of. This grab gets me, which sucks. I use the pillar here to get some distance and recover my health, then it's back onto the offensive. You should use the shurikens here when she jumps to inflict good vitality and posture damage, but I hold off for some reason. I don't know why. A few more vitality hits for punishing her attacks, and then a posture break occurs. It was only a phantom. Aw, gee whiz. Lady Butterfly always spawns at the top of the Buddha statue. You can target her and throw shurikens to get some easy vitality damage for Phase 2, which is why I usually hold off throwing them in Phase 1. Yeah, that's what I'll tell myself. Back to basics here. Maintain the pressure. She is significantly more aggressive in Phase 2 and more annoying because of the butterfly projectiles. This combo is really long, but deflecting it all successfully yields a lot of posture damage. Now what happens here is quite literally worst case scenario. In an ideal world, she'll never summon the little boys. If she does, you have a few options. You can Snapseed, shuriken them down, or just run around until she turns them into butterflies, which eventually fly towards you, and you dodge those by just running around. This part sucks because it's an almost guaranteed reset of her posture, which means starting from scratch. Once it's done, back to basics. She opens long combo, which is a ton of posture damage through deflections and the kick. Then she starts spamming her jumping slam, which again is usually a free dodge and punish with a stab. Here I got greedy with attacks and I didn't jump the sweep, and I get hit. I've got a ton of vitality, so it's not a huge deal. Those prayer beads really help. Of course, Lady Butterfly ends up calling in the boys a second time. Calling them in once is bad, but this is really awful because the fight is prolonged even further. Usually you can kill her before the second set happens, and I almost did.
You should have gone for the head.
Realistically, I needed to pressure her to get that final death blow. Unfortunately, I wasted my shurikens, and one or two probably would have taken her out. That really hurts. I'm just waiting it out here. Once they turn to butterflies, it's just sprinting until they miss and going back to the start. This time she's got slightly lower vitality though. Pressure, dodge sweeps, etc. Punish slams with dodging into stabs. You kinda know where this is going. Thankfully, once her vitality gets low enough, she doesn't recover posture at all. This made the final attempt go pretty fast. Thankfully, it's all over. After the fight, we'll unlock another achievement, Phantom Lady Butterfly. You'll also get a Sakura droplet, which we can use later, but it isn't particularly useful. Finally, and maybe most importantly, an attack power upgrade. You'll get a cutscene and return to the dilapidated temple. On to the next boss fight. Use the nearby sculptor's idol, increase your attack power, and then return to the Ashina Castle dojo. Head through the dojo and jump out the window on your left. Follow the path and grapple up and jump to the roof to get a cutscene and another boss fight. You likely won't see a ton of these, mainly because of the way I recommend you fight Genichiro. You'll have to deal with various basic sword swings, kicks, and single bow shots. They are fairly uncommon and should just be deflected as they get woven into your sword dance. Genichiro will pull off a flurry of attacks at you. This is highly telegraphed where Genichiro will pull back and hold for a second. This attack string can be blocked or deflected or simply ran away from. It's a good number of swings but generally is slow moving, so you can simply avoid it should you choose by just sprinting away. Generally, I prefer to just stand still and deflect the swings as they come. It's the easiest method for a fast kill. If you deflect the final swing in phase 1 or 2, he'll usually just hold his position. In the third phase, Genichiro can follow this up with a thrust attack, and you should absolutely Makiri counter it. This is just like the generals you fought previously. Genichiro will jump into the air and attempt to slam down on you with his sword. This has hit tracking, so you should try to avoid dodging this attack. He will turn and hit you in midair if you try to dodge. Instead, stand your ground and deflect the attack as he comes down on you. Now, Genichiro will always follow this up in one of two ways. In phase 1, Genichiro will almost always follow this up with a thrust attack. Be prepared to Makiri counter it for strong posture damage. In phase 2, Genichiro will usually follow this up with a sweep attack. Be prepared to jump and kick off Genichiro for strong posture damage. You can also follow this up with 2 aerial swings to deal even more vitality and posture damage. That being said, in phase 2 onwards you need to be looking at Genichiro's body language. He can still use the thrust attack after he lands from the jump. Look for where his sword is. If it's behind him, it's a sweep. If you can't see it, prepare for the thrust instead. Phase 1 it's usually a thrust, phase 2 it's usually a sweep, but keep an eye out, he can mix it up on you. This is easily one of Genichiro's most annoying moves. He'll fire a strong arrow at you, and then roll to slash you. The arrow can break your guard very easily, which means you'll eat a follow-up slash if you're not careful. The bow shots are difficult to perfect deflect, but you can block. Genichiro almost always starts the battle by using this, and will pepper it in periodically if you're a moderate distance from him. Stay close to him, and you'll rarely ever see him use it. All of Genichiro's bow attacks are super annoying. The best bet is to deflect or block, but these attacks actually deal a lot of posture damage if you're not careful. You can deflect this entire combo for minimal posture damage, but it is difficult. Otherwise, you can just block it. It's 3 shots in quick succession, followed by a slightly delayed 4th final shot. Genichiro will run towards you and attempt to grab you. This lingers for a long time, so make sure you run away from him and then dodge at the end. Make sure he stops before you stop running. Just like most grabs, this deals a lot of damage, and you can't really interrupt Genichiro when he's doing this. To no one's surprise, Genichiro has a thrust attack. This is usually isolated from other combos. If you see it, simply Makiri counter it just like you do with any other thrust attack. Genichiro always starts phase 3 with this attack. It happens 100% of the time from my experience. He will jump and start flying towards you from across the roof. Just Makiri counter it once he's mid-flight, and you should start the final phase off on the right foot. Left foot, I guess. Genichiro will continue to use this if you're ever a moderate to long distance from him, but it's more common for him to use his bow. Just stay close to Genichiro throughout this entire fight. Just like the thrust, Genichiro has a sweep he'll use fairly uncommonly. Just jump it and kick off of him when you see it coming. You can incorporate aerial swings for extra vitality and posture damage. This is exclusive to the third phase. Genichiro is the first, but not the last enemy to use lightning attacks. He actually has a few unique ways to do it. He can use his bow or his sword. The main takeaway here is that you'll see the perilous attack indicator, followed by Genichiro jumping into the air. You want to wait for Genichiro to be in the air for a brief moment before jumping up yourself. Just jump straight up. Don't move in any direction or Genichiro might miss. You want to get hit by the lightning in midair. Then you'll catch the lightning. From here, simply swing your sword and you'll fire the lightning back at Genichiro, who's now on the ground. This deals a ton of vitality and posture damage, as well as stunning Genichiro for a brief period of time. Once you land, you should follow this up with a stab or a combat art. You will take damage from the lightning catch, but it's a small price to pay for the damage output you get. I've never actually had the lightning kill me during the catch, but if your vitality is especially low, you may want to avoid it. Genichiro is a lot like Lady Butterfly in that you can largely dictate the pace of the fight. His attack patterns are generally less complex than Lady Butterfly's, which makes him more predictable. Genichiro's patterns and attacks have very similar timings to mini-bosses like the generals and standard enemies, so it's relatively easy to get a feel for this fight. Genichiro almost always opens with a bow shot into slash, so you should deflect them both and then start pressuring him yourself. Attack Genichiro methodically. Eventually he'll counterattack you, which you should deflect. You'll want to continue this dance as long as possible until he does something different. Most commonly, he'll back up to shoot you with his bow or jump and slam down on you to follow up with a thrust. The jump is ideal, as it's easy to deflect and then Makiri counter the follow-up thrust. The closer you are to Genichiro, the better off you'll be. His bow attacks are by far the most threatening and annoying to deal with. After a while, you'll just break his posture and you'll start phase 2. Phase 2 is largely the same with a few minor adjustments. The major difference being you'll want to watch out for sweeps rather than thrusts on his jumping attack follow-ups. Genichiro's jump will almost always be a sweep instead of a thrust after phase 2. Of course, he can still do a thrust. Watch the body language. Continue fighting him the same way though. Get close to him, maintain methodical pressure, and deflect his counterattacks when available. Phase 3 may seem like the hardest phase, but it's probably one of the easiest. It seems really intimidating, but enemies that use lightning are extremely counterable. You definitely want to see the lightning come out. Genichiro will always start off with this flying stab attack. This is a free Makiri counter. After the Makiri, you'll want to resume the standard practice in phase 1 and 2. Nothing has really changed here. Maintain the methodical pressure and dodge the perilous attacks appropriately. If you get lucky with Genichiro spamming lightning attacks, then you'll have a very short fight. You just have to not panic. When you see the perilous attack animation and the lightning, you have to wait a second. You have to delay your jump, otherwise you'll land before he shoots the lightning and get hit. Or you'll catch the lightning too late and not have enough time to throw it back. You need to wait a second, jump, then catch, and immediately throw the lightning back at Genichiro. Then once he's stunned, follow up with an attack and go back to maintaining the pressure. Don't worry, you'll learn Genichiro. Eventually you'll get him down so hard that you'll wonder why you ever struggled. I say this with the utmost confidence. Genichiro is legitimately the easiest boss in the game. And it probably doesn't seem like that, but you'll get it. You'll get it. I have Genichiro on lock. I honestly think he's the easiest boss in the game once you understand how to fight him. If Sekiro hasn't been clicking with you, he's gonna be the school bus driver, taking all the noobs to school. I'm immediately gonna pressure Genichiro just like Lady Butterfly. At least I would, but he uses his bow. Deflected, son. Just get out of here. The jump attack is always followed up with a stab in phase 1. Makiri it. Easy peasy. These bow attacks are annoying because you aren't actively damaging Genichiro's posture, and it can break yours. Just deflect them. The long combo is easy enough to deflect the entire thing. Just deflect it for good posture damage. Be #blessed you have ascending and descending carp. Another bowstring, and a jumping attack for a Makiri. He's almost done. Bow attacks suck hard in this fight, by the way, and he keeps using them. Phase 1 ends super quick, and the Genichiro fight in general is fast. Phase 2 is mostly the same. The only real difference here is that the jump is almost always followed up with a sweep. Almost always. He can still thrust. I'm watching the body language. You should watch the body language too. Not much to say here. Deflect the jumps, deflect the slam, jump the sweeps, deflect the combos, and attack when he's not doing anything to maintain his posture. Free death blow. Phase 3 time. Genichiro always starts by doing a jumping thrust, wait a second, and then Makiri. Makiri's for days, son. Maybe the most fun mechanic in Sekiro is coming up, which is lightning reversal. Just wait a second for Genichiro to start, jump, and then catch the lightning and throw it back. This deals some damage to you, but it deals way more to Genichiro. He does it again here, and that's more free vitality and posture damage. He does it a third time back to back, which is insanely lucky. This is about as well as this phase can go, so I'm happy about it. I'm the bus driver now, Genichiro. Once we're done, lots of stuff here. A memory for an attack power upgrade, the Blood Smoke ninjutsu, which is one of the 3 we need for an achievement, then finally, the Genichiro Ashina achievement. Go ahead and equip the ninjutsu technique now, we don't have anything else. It's basically something to do after initiating a stealth death blow, and they won't be overly important, except in a few specific circumstances. Before you can do much though, you'll start the next section. This section is pretty terrible, especially on replays, which you'll see for yourself. It's an extremely long-winded exposition dump from Emma and Kuro. Rest at the Sculptor's Idol, and use the memory for an attack power upgrade. Now talk to Emma, then head downstairs to the next Sculptor's Idol. Rest at it to activate it. Talk to Kuro and he'll start unloading exposition at you. Pay attention if you want, this is basically all you're going to get of the game's story. You'll have to talk to Kuro, then Emma, examine the incense, and back to Kuro again. Just make sure to follow the instructions and you'll get through it eventually. Afterwards, Kuro will eventually move to the window, talk to him again here. Then go to the window and open it. Follow the nightjar smoke signals to your right to reach Ashina Ashina in the guard tower. Talk to him for more exposition about the Mortal Blade. Now head back to Kuro and he'll have unlocked the library. Pick up the Gunfort key on the ground and continue talking to him. Give him the Sakura droplet and you'll get another resurrection node. This isn't explained well at all in game, but you can only use the next resurrect after you've used the previous one and deathblowed an enemy. So don't go thinking you can just cheese bosses by resurrecting 3 times in a row. That would just be silly. You basically will never use all 3 resurrects in a fight unless you die at least once a phase. It's a pretty worthless upgrade, but we have it, so whatever. Once the dialogue is exhausted, return to the Sculptor's Idol. You'll be given hints to 3 MacGuffins, the ingredients to make the Fountainhead incense. These are all clues as to where to go next. You can technically tackle these in whatever order you want, but the Mortal Blade is by far the easiest to get, with the most lucrative rewards. That's our priority for right now. Return to the Sculptor's Idol and warp to Senpo Temple, Mount Kongo, Main Hall. The lead monk will be gone, but head to where he was, and ring the bell at the altar to enter a boss fight. There isn't really a fight here, it's mostly a gimmick slash puzzle boss. You can talk to the monk here to get information on the monkeys. These are the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil kind of monkeys. Except the opposite, I guess. The green monkey is the hearing monkey, and it will hear your footsteps from miles away. There are a few ways to deal with him. You can push him to move towards the large gong at the back of the arena. Then you can ring the gong, which will stun him. Then grapple to him and take him out. The other solution is to bait him into the room with the waterfall. The sound of the waterfall will mask your footsteps, allowing you to sneak up on him. The purple monkey is the sight monkey, and it will spot you from miles away. He's got glasses after all. Your goal is to lure it into one of the dark rooms in the area. You can open a door, which will cause a strong wind to blow out the candles in here. You can also chase it into the building at the back, which is devoid of light. Once that purple monkey's in the darkness, he can't see you coming to stab him right in his stupid face. The red monkey is the speaking monkey. It doesn't actually talk, but it has a gong and will alert the other monkeys to your presence. This is the least threatening monkey, as he's by far the easiest one to sneak up on and kill, as he doesn't have next level sight or hearing. If you can get behind him, you'll basically be able to take him out for free. Finally, there is a fourth invisible monkey. It's best to just kill it right at the start of the fight. Head to the wall behind your starting position and start swinging. You'll hit the monkey eventually, which will cause it to become visible, then you can death blow it. At any point during this fight, you can use the bell to bring you back to the start and reset the positions of the monkeys. This usually drops their awareness of you. Since this is largely a stealth fight, Gachin sugars are especially helpful here, specifically for the red monkey. Of course, depending on your luck, you may just be able to run these monkeys down. I ran them all down in my first playthrough. It took a long time, much longer than attempting the gimmick, but hey, running it down is a valid strategy here. This fight is free and easy if you know what to do. Obviously I do, I wrote a guide on it. Start the fight by killing the invisible monkey. Just turn around and start swinging. You'll reveal it, and then you can death blow it. That's 1 of 4. Now just sprint ahead to alert the monkey on the roof, and jump down to scare the green sound monkey towards the bell. Grapple to the roof, and then across to the giant tree. Grapple across to the next walkway, and walk towards the bell. The green monkey will see you, and watch in utter terror as you ring the bell. The gong will stun the green monkey, so grapple up there and take your free death blow. Easy 2 of 4. Now head to your left and enter a room with statues and candles. Go ahead and open the door here and it will blow out all the candles. We're done for now, so go ahead and use the bell to reset your position and the monkey's positions. You can use a Gachin sugar here for stealth, but I didn't need to. The red monkey with the bell didn't notice us. I guess he just forgot we murdered his friends. No object permanence on this guy. Just grappled onto the roof, snuck up behind him for the death blow. That's 3 of 4. Now our goal is to hunt down the purple sight monkey and push him into any dark room. We can scare him by climbing around the rooftops, and eventually he should retreat to the dark room. Should. Sometimes he doesn't. Look for the purple burning footsteps. This time he went into another one of our dark kill rooms, so that was free. Once he's in a dark room, he usually stays put. Usually he'll wander into the dark Buddha room, whatever. A kill's a kill. 4 of 4, and the fight's over. Another achievement. Folding screen monkeys. Also another memory, which means another attack power upgrade. This is why I recommend this path first, because it's basically a free attack power upgrade before the next set of bosses. You'll also get another ninjutsu, Puppeteer. That's 2 of the 3 we need for that achievement as well. Puppeteer is my preference for most of the game and is required for the Dragon's Return ending. I would equip this now and leave it on for the rest of the game. You'll automatically be transported back to the temple, but in a hidden room. Rest at the Sculptor's Idol and use the memory for more attack power. Then continue into the room and meet the Divine Child and get the Mortal Blade. With the Mortal Blade, you'll also gain the combat art Mortal Draw. This is a very strong ability as it deals damage even through enemies blocking. It's one of my recommended combat arts. My recommendation is to either use Mortal Draw or Ichimonji Double. That's what I'm going to be using for the rest of the game. She'll also give you some rice. Feel free to take it. It's a heal over time item that you can use and come back periodically for. The Divine Child will be fundamental to the Dragon's Return ending, which will be done in playthrough number 3. We're done with her for this playthrough though. We got our MacGuffin. It's time to go. Return to Kuro's room first. Talk to Kuro and Emma and exhaust their dialogue. When you're done, warp to Ashina Castle, Ashina Reservoir. Warp to Ashina Castle, Ashina Reservoir. It's time to head back to where you first started the game. Run past the enemies and grapple across the ledge to return to the well where you first started. Feel free to talk to the Wandering Samurai. His side quest, unfortunately, has no useful yields, so I'll be ignoring it for these playthroughs. Feel free to do his quest if you want, it doesn't really matter. Once you're inside the well, you'll encounter a new mini-boss. Basic attacks are standard fare like most mini-bosses. You'll have to deal with sword swings, kicks, and the occasional punch. All of these attacks are blockable or deflectable, so use your discretion. This combo is easily deflectable. It can be blocked or deflected. This combo always finishes with a thrust kick, which can be Makiri countered despite what it looks like. Always go for the Makiri counter here. This is your primary way of dealing with long shadows. Look for this combo and Makiri counter it. If a lone shadow ever jumps into the air, he's gonna slam down. This attack can be deflected or blocked safely. Afterwards, they always follow up with a sweep. Jump over it, and then kick off of them for posture damage, and use aerial swings on the way back down. Then resume the fight. These lone shadows are generally easy, but can be really annoying depending on the circumstances. Pretty much every single one has some kind of gimmick to deal with, except this guy. He's kind of an introduction. Although I guess you could say this fight is in very tight corridors, which makes the fight a lot more difficult than normal. You just don't have a lot of breathing room and the camera can mess up. You'll frequently get backed into a corner and forced to attempt blind parries because the camera just kind of freaks out. It doesn't handle corners well. Since we've beaten Lady Butterfly, Genichiro, and Folding Screen Monkeys, we have a lot of attack power going into this fight. We also have as much vitality and posture as possible at this point moving forward, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Always start this fight by taking a stealth death blow. If you run past the samurai looking for a shamisen player, you can find a hole. Simply jump down, target Lone Shadow, and stealth death blow him. If you enter the well normally, you can have a conversation with this guy, but it's absolutely pointless. Take the stealth death blow from above, then you can fight him with only one death blow marker, in pretty standard mini-boss fashion. Start the fight with the free death blow from above. It's completely free. There's no reason not to take it. Then it's just a matter of pressuring and deflecting the incoming attacks. The jumping slams are always followed up with sweeps. Jump these and kick off of them. The tight fighting space makes this really annoying. It's kind of hard to get your bearings. With our 3 attack power upgrades, this guy is going to look like a jobber. He backs off into a corner and starts regaining posture here, but deflections with high attack power and ascending, descending carp make this fight really, really short and fast. This fight is way harder if you do it a lot earlier, which is why I hold off until this point in the game, where it's trivial. That's one more mini-boss down, which means another prayer bead. This is 18 of 40. Once you're done, head through the mist and swim across the water. Then grapple up and pick up the scrap iron. In here is a very difficult encounter without the right tools. Just hold on to the right side and don't think about it for right now. Hug the wall and use the sculptor's idol. Rest at it. We'll deal with this guy in the endgame roundup before cycle 2 starts. Now head forward from the idol. You can talk to the woman on the left if you want, but the goal doesn't change. Run to the edge of this cliff and jump off. You'll want to move forward a bit and then stop. You'll want to start mashing the grapple button once you've fallen for a while, and you'll catch a point and land safely. There are a few points you can grab here. Just make sure that you land and start heading up and to your left. Grapple, then climb up the wall, then grapple up again to reach another cave. Plunder this for resources and then fall down the hole in the back of the room. You'll take fall damage here, but there's a sculptor's idol nearby. Rest at it. Snake Eyes will take a shot at you. This does a lot of damage, but you shouldn't be overly concerned. Gunshots are deflectable and blockable. Do your best to deflect it, otherwise just try and block it instead. After you're done that, move back in to resume the fight. This is Snake Eyes' favorite attack as far as I'm concerned. She'll sweep her gun and attempt to pull back with the bayonet. This deals a disgusting amount of damage and has the possibility to one-shot you. This is possible to deflect, but I would advise against it as the timing is extremely precise. You have to deflect the incoming bayonet right as it hits you, and that's very close to the grab window. I don't advise it. The only consistent way I find to dodge it is to jump backwards. The jump gives you iframes, and you should never get hit by the grab. Then you can move back in to resume the fight. Snake Eyes will kick you and attempt to shoot you afterwards. Both of these attacks are deflectable, so obviously that's our go-to. Worst case scenario, you can dodge or jump backwards since the kick is highly telegraphed. Then block or deflect the incoming shot. Then move forward and get back into the fight. If you fight Snake Eyes the way I suggest that you do, these are the only 3 attacks you'll ever see. Snake Eyes can be extremely hard and insanely unforgiving. I tried various things to make it work, stealth killing all the soldiers around, using Puppeteer on cannon soldiers to help me out. Nothing was working. Once you understand the fight and the AI loop of Snake Eyes, the fight is basically a freebie. It took longer than I care to admit to figure this out, especially considering how simple it really is. You can get a stealth death blow here to start, but it's kind of difficult. You need to fly around the trees using your grappling hook and land on the boot ahead. Then you can sneak up on Snake Eyes and take your free death blow. I strongly recommend this as it makes the fight a lot easier. Gachin sugars are not necessary, but could be helpful. It's very easy to get accidental aggro from some of the enemies around here, and a Gachin sugar will help alleviate that problem. There is technically an alternative Sculptor's Idol on the other side of the poison pit if you want to take it, that's your call. I think it's easier to stealth to Snake Eyes from the one above. The goal here is just to maintain pressure on her with basic attacks. Once she attempts to grab you, jump backwards, wait for the grab to finish, and get back into the fight. Continue this until you break her posture a second time. Snake Eyes will constantly be fishing for a grab, and only deviate with a single shot or kick shot occasionally, which you can just deflect. Maintain your attack pressure, jump back when she attempts to grab you, and then move back in to continue the fight. Repeat this until she's dead. From the idol, it's just about trying to get to Snake Eyes Shirahagi without alerting anyone else. A stealth death blow on this first soldier here, and then utilizing your inner Spider-Man before getting onto the Buddha. Of course, I opted not to do that here, and ended up killing 2 soldiers. By a miracle, I still got the stealth death blow on Shirahagi. I genuinely don't know how, but I'm gonna take it. Snake Eyes is simple. Maintain pressure, deflect kicks and shots, and dodge the inevitable grabs. The grabs are insanely scary and have the potential to one-shot you. It's just a matter of jumping backwards and they will never hit you. This fight went insanely well. If you get grabbed, it can go very, very poorly. We're talking one-shot or borderline one-shot kills. It's definitely a win more kind of fight. After the stealth death blow, a few rounds of this basic loop and it's over. Another prayer bead for our necklace. 19 of 40. Almost another upgrade. Afterwards, the mist will dissipate and you can head into the cave. Then grapple to a hidden path on your left. Follow this path and then duck and crawl through. About midway through, stand up and jump to your left. Now use multiple wall jumps at the end to reach the top. Head out of the cave and grapple onto the Buddha's head. Collect another prayer bead. This is 20 of 40. Halfway there, and enough for another necklace. Head back down to the cave. Drop down and follow the path you were on previously. Kill the monkey and collect the monkey booze. Now jump into the large, definitely not boss arena. Head to the back of the cave and grapple up the wall. Follow the path outside and grapple to your left with an immediate follow-up to your right. Drop down this area and head to your right and then grapple to your left. Continue towards the large tree on your left to find a sculptor's idol. Rest at it. Create the next prayer necklace to increase your maximum vitality and posture. Traverse the tree in front of the sculptor's idol. Then continue and jump and grapple to the next branch on your right. Kill the chicken if you want, and continue forwards. Grapple to the next branch and continue pushing forward. Kill the 2 roosters here if you want, then drop down. Follow the path on your right and jump onto the ledge. Then jump and wall jump to get across to the other side. Follow this outcropping until you can jump and grapple to the cliffs near the white scratches marked for handholds. Continue along this path to find a mini-boss. This fight is exactly like Juzo the Drunkard, he's just a bit stronger. Seemingly more health and more damage output. No new attacks, and no new gimmicks. Unless you count the fact that he's surrounded by monkeys with guns a gimmick. This is one of the first duplicate mini-bosses we're going to discuss. From here on out, I'm not going to go into detail for the attacks for any duplicate enemies. I'll simply go over the basic strategy again, and live fight commentary. As per usual, this fight is just a matter of taking out the enemies around Tokujiro before dropping aggro on him, and then coming back for a stealth death blow. You don't have a good approach angle here, you will get spotted. You may be able to stealth by using a Getch and Sugar if you have one. I don't think it's going to work. Monkeys are stunned by firecrackers, so use those to make some distance and kill the monkeys. Grapple up to the elevated ledge and kill the first monkeys up here. Then just run around slaughtering everything while avoiding Tokujiro. Once all the monkeys are dead, move forward to the cliff and start moving across the ledge. You'll drop aggro on Tokujiro and you can come back to collect a stealth death blow. Then proceed to fight him as per usual. Hammer him with attacks in between his long swings and dodge the perilous attacks appropriately. Firecrackers, as usual, can be your friend. The worst part of this fight is the monkeys with guns. You can get killed very easily here. Generally, what works best is grappling to the upper level as Tokujiro just can't get to you, but the monkeys will try to climb up and get you. I take a very early death here because it's so easy for the gunshots to kill you. If you're standing still for more than a second, you're gonna get shot, so you gotta keep moving. After I've resurrected and cleared the area, my goal is to reset Tokujiro for a stealth death blow. Going back the way you came doesn't work, as I tested, but moving forward and coming back does. A stealth death blow from behind makes this fight a ton easier. Generally, these large guys aren't difficult, but I did pretty poorly here. I did end up beating him, mostly by hammering him with attacks. I miss a lot of proper dodges, but at the end of the day, we have a good amount of vitality and most of the gourd seeds, so you can actually body tank a lot of stuff. That and I barely used firecrackers, which you can absolutely abuse here. Goes down without much issue otherwise, besides the fact that I'm playing bad. Another mini-boss down, which means another prayer bead. This is 21 of 40. When you're done, head down the path on your left, jump and grab, then shimmy across the ledge. Once you're across, grapple up, and then move forward to grapple up again, followed by a third grapple. Now head forward and grapple to the large tree. Follow the branches and carefully jump onto the building. If you miss jumping onto the building, you have to go all the way back and all the way around. Try not to miss the building. Work your way around to the right side and enter the hole in the roof. This Miss Noble is kind of a faux mini-boss. You just need to keep hammering it with attacks and eventually you'll get a death blow. Then just repeat this process and kill it. Once you do, the mist subsides and you can move forward. Head outside and follow the lantern-lit pathway until it turns left. Then jump down and grapple to the trees. Follow the grapples until you reach the other side, then drop down to find a sculptor's idol on your right. Rest at it. Next to this sculptor's idol is a grinding location that's fairly lucrative, but does require at least 1 point in stealth upgrades. It can be a bit finicky even with them. From the idol, drop down and hug the left side. Follow it to the end and take out the enemy with a stealth death blow. Then sprint back to the idol and reset to repeat. This is slightly faster and more lucrative than the gun fort, but quite a bit more finicky. If the enemy ever spots you, just zip back to the idol and abandon the run. There's no point fighting him. It takes too long. Just reset the enemy and try again. Grind here if you want, otherwise it's time to continue through Mibu Village. Immediately to your right is another memorial mob. This one sells adamantite scrap and treasure carp scales as well as the mottled purple gourd. You'll likely want to purchase all of these at some point. You can do so now if you wish by grinding at the location nearby. Otherwise, just take note of what he has and come back for it later. The scales and scrap reset every playthrough and we're passing by here multiple times, so picking them up every playthrough is recommended. When you're done, just move forwards towards the village itself. I strongly recommend avoiding all combat here, there's just no reason to. Sprint through everything. Follow the river past all the enemies, lean left and head into the village. Follow the right side and jump over this barricade. Our goal is the tree with the white leaves. Make a beeline for it. Once you're there, collect the gourd seed from the root. This is the penultimate gourd seed. 8 of 9. Immediately turn to your right and cross the tiny bridge. Avoid the big boy here and use the wall jump to get over the barricade. Continue up this path holding to your right and activate the sculptor's idol. Kill any enemies that followed you and then rest at it. Since we have another gourd seed, warp to Kuro's room as Emma is there. Give her the gourd seed to increase your gourd uses. She'll probably give you some exposition here which you're free to listen to or skip through, that's your call. Once that's done, head back to the Ashina Depths Watermill. Orin's combo is actually pretty scary. Her attacks come out fast and they deal a lot of damage. She can easily 100 to 0 you in a combo. You'll want to do your best to deflect her combo and attempt the go-to strategy of maintaining pressure. Orin will phase out occasionally and just cause a lot of your attacks to whiff the air, but we gotta try our best. Orin will phase out and teleport away. She'll follow this up by coming back at you with a flurry of 4 or 5 attacks and then a final sweep. Deflect the attacks for posture damage and then jump the inevitable sweep that comes out. This attack will move her a huge distance, so expect to deflect even if you're across the arena. I'm dead serious. She will fly at you like a bullet. Deflect the attacks, dodge the sweep, and reset the fight. Orin will aggro you regardless of talking to her or not if you try to leave the area towards the boss. Get close to her and unload an attack at her to start the fight. Attacks like Ichimonji double or a mortal draw combo are great options. It's very difficult to get vitality damage on Orin as she's quick to block or she'll phase through your attacks. You'll want to aim for a pure posture break here, which means a lot of deflections. Orin's posture recovers slowly because of her aggression and willingness to phase out. Look for deflections and pressure to try to take some vitality damage when you can, or kick off of her for posture damage when she finishes with a sweep. Throw out an attack if you feel like you can get a hit, or at the very least, prevent her posture from regenerating. This is a lot like Centipedes and Ashina Elites. You're looking for deflections here rather than pressuring yourself. Orin is pretty difficult, and overall she's a unique encounter and there's nothing else like her in the game. She is optional, and you can easily bypass her. If you're feeling like she's too difficult now, you can always leave her until later. You can head up the river by the watermill idol and grapple up to the bridge instead of fighting Orin. With a few extra attack power upgrades in the bag, she's significantly easier. If you skip her, just make sure to remember to come back later. She's here until the end of the game, so no cheesy skipping her via points of no return and buying her prayer bead and skill from the offering box. Every time you attempt this fight, she starts off non-aggressive, which means you can just attack her for some free hits early. I opt to open with a Mortal Draw combo for decent vitality damage. Orin is one of the hardest mini-bosses in my opinion. It's difficult to outright break her posture, so vitality damage is what I'm looking to do. Her combo is fast and has very little telegraphing as she warps around. Consistently, it can end in a sweep, which I'm looking to punish not with a kick, but with jump swings for aerial damage. Deflections, like most fights, are the go-to here. Ascending and descending carp, saving us again and again. Getting the timing correct here is fundamental, it's not overly difficult. It's pretty straightforward from now on. Deflect her combo, give her a hit every now and then to maintain her posture, and then take some damage when she does a sweep attack. Phase 2 lasts a lot longer than I would have liked. I mess up opportunities to take some vitality damage, and she backs away to recover posture. Finally, I get the last death blow and take her out. It's not an overly difficult fight, but it is fairly intense. For your trouble, you'll get another prayer bead. This is 22 of 40. You'll also get the Breath of Life Shadow skill. This gives you some vitality back after a successful death blow. It's super nice to have, and it stacks with Breath of Life Light from the Shinobi Arts tree. It does work on boss encounters, so it's a nice way to top off between phases or when you're killing off random trash enemies. Getting this right now is really nice. If you don't, you can come back for it later. We're close to another prayer bead now, so head back to the Watermill Sculptor's Idol. Now travel to Sunken Valley. It's time for a rematch. This fight is identical to the previous one with Shirahagi. It's just that this time you have to deal with it without a free death blow. Fortunately, the gun fort assault appears to stop here and lets you 1v1. That's really nice of those guys, just kind of holding off with the guns. Lock Snake Eyes into a pattern and dodge the inevitable spamming of grabs. Deflect the kick shot combos and keep hammering her until she goes down. With 4 attack power upgrades and a bunch of vitality upgrades, this fight is a joke. It's exactly the same as Snake Eyes in the Poison Pit. Attack her to pressure until she tries to grab and then jump backwards. Either that or deflect the incoming kick and shot. The attack power and extra stats help a lot here, and that first death blow goes down really fast. I open up phase 2 with a Firecracker into Mortal Draw combo to add some extra vitality damage. I get cute and start spamming the Mortal Draw here, but it's probably less effective than just attacking her normally. Funny thing is you can still use combat arts while out of Spirit Emblem, so that's some fun trivia for you. Otherwise, it's back to basics until the next death blow happens. Just maintain the pressure, dodge the attacks appropriately, and then get back into the fight. Another prayer bead. This is 23 of 40. Use your homeward idol and return to the Sunken Valley idol. Now warp back to Ashina Depths, Watermill. From the Sculptor's idol, jump into the water and swim up the river. Grapple onto the bridge once you have a chance, then grapple up again to get on top. Follow this path up and around until you reach the house. Crouch and head under the house on the right side near the doorway. Follow this hidden path until you find a rotating door. Use it. We'll come back here later for a side quest, so keep it in mind, but for now, just head outside. Jump off the wall and grapple up to find a shrine. Collect the prayer bead from it. This is 24 of 40, which means another necklace. Plunder the surrounding area for resources. There's things like adamantite scrap in here, and then use the homeward idol to return to your last communed idol. Use the prayer beads to increase your stats, and then backtrack to the house. Instead, go left and enter the obvious boss arena. The most notable thing about Corrupt Monk's attacks is that they have odd timings. Her swings are very slow and delayed. You'll want to deflect much later than you'd expect from her speed. Watch the position of the glaive and deflect it as it's about to connect with you. Corrupt Monk will jump into the air and then land and slash. This is not a sweep and should be deflectable. Dodge it by moving straight backwards, or through Corrupt Monk if you're daring. You should be able to hit her in the back if you dodge through it. Otherwise, just go back in and reset the fight. This is different than the jumping sweep. You can tell because Corrupt Monk will spin in midair and do a vertical slash. You should dodge this by moving towards Corrupt Monk and to the side. You'll sidestep the slash and get an opportunity to hit her in the back. Just like with Orin, Corrupt Monk likes to follow up combos and end them in sweeps. Of course, she will occasionally follow up with a rising slash after the sweep, which punishes the jump counter. If you see this, you should jump backwards to avoid damage from a follow-up attack. Just jump backwards from the sweeps and wait to see if there's a follow-up. If there is, Corrupt Monk leaves herself open, so stab her for vitality damage. This is an attack that Corrupt Monk will use frequently. She'll spin 5 times in succession. You should make a judgment call. Either stand your ground and attempt to deflect all 5 spinning slashes, or run away from her and wait it out. After that final swing, Corrupt Monk is left open. Then you should attempt to get some vitality damage in. General advice: count every swing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, counter. The deflection timing is pretty easy once you've dealt with it before, and it should be a consistent way to deal some posture damage. If not, be a coward and just run away from it. In typical boss fashion, Corrupt Monk also has a thrust. She will usually do this at the end of a combo. This can be deflected with perfect timing or easily dodged to the side. Obviously, the Makiri counter is your preferred method of dealing with thrusts, as it does a ton of posture damage. If you see a thrust coming your way, always go for the Makiri. The goal of this fight is to work down Corrupt Monk's vitality as quickly as possible. Her posture regeneration is ridiculously high until you work down about 50% of her vitality bar. I won't say it's impossible to beat her with exclusively posture damage, but it would be extremely painful. For you. Her attacks are telegraphed, but come out with a slow swing speed. This actually makes them fairly difficult to get perfect deflections. It's easy to parry too early because of the swing speed. Just make sure you adjust your timing and get a feel for the fight. You also won't get a lot of opportunities to hit Corrupt Monk because even after her attacks, she has a kind of cloth blocking mechanic where she'll take no damage. You'll have to play this more conservatively than other fights, and you can't really hammer attacks into her like you could with Lady Butterfly or Genichiro. One of the best ways to damage her is to bait her jumps, and then move back into counter hit her. It's slow going, but it's a reasonable strategy. Stand a moderate distance from Corrupt Monk, wait for her to jump, dodge it, and get a hit in, then start again. Otherwise, it's just a matter of working down her health bar, and eventually her posture regeneration will slow to a crawl, and you can break it. You'll likely get her to around 30 to 50% vitality before she hits this point though. As an apparition enemy, Corrupt Monk is susceptible to Divine Confetti as well as Snap Seeds. Start the fight by buffing yourself with Divine Confetti if you have one available. Snap Seeds deal a lot of damage, but you can only use 3 per attempt. You can farm Divine Confetti from the Fencers in Ashina Castle if you want, but you shouldn't need that many. Fighting Corrupt Monk legitimately is actually quite difficult, but thankfully for us, there's a cheesy strategy we can use. This fight can go the easy way or the hard way. Corrupt Monk recovers vitality insanely fast, and you need to work her vitality down before posture breaking her. I opt for the easy way, with a cheese strategy. You can easily stunlock Corrupt Monk with Fistful of Ash, Snap Seeds, and Firecrackers. You should have more than enough Fistfuls of Ash from just picking up the random loot as you explored Ashina up to this point. Before the fight starts, pre-buff with Divine Confetti as it deals bonus damage to apparitions. Technically, it's also a flat damage buff, but this monk is also an apparition. Feel free to use an Akko Sugar here for extra damage if you have one as well. Walk forward and use our legendary secret technique, Pocket Sand. 1 Fistful of Ash, 2 swings, 1 Fistful of Ash, 2 swings, 1 Fistful of Ash, 2 swings. Once you're out of Ash, resort to Firecrackers. Firecracker, 2 swings. Firecracker, 2 swings. I actually mess up here and don't go all the way with the cheese. I guess I felt like I got enough damage in and went for a more standard fight. That's a mistake. Use the Snap Seeds. Unfortunately, I only had 1 Snap Seed left from previous testing on Cheese and Corrupt Monk. You should definitely use all 3. 10 Fistfuls of Ash, followed by 3 Snap Seeds, followed by Firecracker Loops will likely be enough to outright kill Corrupt Monk. If not, put her in an inch of her life. Strongly recommend this strategy. I've tested it again as of patch 1.03 and it still works, so you should definitely use this. You can find Snap Seeds in the valley with the snake after Chained Ogre if you need to find some. Another boss down, which means another attack power upgrade. For killing Corrupt Monk, we also unlock Mibu Breathing. This lets us dive and swim underwater indefinitely. No need to breathe in Mibu apparently. This obviously unlocks a few possibilities for hidden items. Oh yeah, another boss down means another achievement. First things first, rest at the idol and use the memory. Then head to the back of the cave and pick up the red shelter stone from the altar. This is one of the ingredients for the Fountainhead incense. Return to the sculptor's idol and rest. Warp to Ashina Depths, Mibu Village. Follow the river up again and this time avoid going into the village. Instead, follow it along the right side into the lake. You'll get a Mibu breathing tutorial here. Follow the directions and dive down and then head to your left to plunder some coin purses. Now turn around and find a chest containing a prayer bead. This is 25 of 40. You'll likely have aggroed the fish now. Take them out if you want with your sword. You can loot the red-eyed fish for some unique treasure. Now surface and head to the right side of the lake. Grapple up and then drop down. Sprint down this path until you reach the house at the very end. Make sure to sprint, as this is going to be an ambush. On the roof, pick up the pine resin ember. This is a unique upgrade material for the flame vent. It's required for an achievement. Do not forget to pick this up. Once you're done, return to the sculptor's idol via your homeward idol. No need to deal with these guys. They're trying to jump you after all. Just leave them here. Now at this sculptor's idol, warp to Senpo Temple, Mount Kongo, Temple Grounds. Head forward and jump onto the roof below, and then jump into the pond. Kill the treasure carps in here if you can before diving down. You'll find a hidden cave. Enter it and head towards the Buddha statue. Loot the prayer bead underneath it. This is 26 of 40. Side note and public service announcement. Don't ever go diving in caves. It always ends badly. Once you have the bead, surface and grapple out of the pond. Now grapple onto the nearby roof. Now get onto the roof in the center of the building and circle around to your right. Instead of continuing up to the top of the temple like we did the first time here, about midway along this roof, jump down to your right onto another roof. Follow this until you can reach the ground and enter this building from the bottom. This fight is just like the centipede in the gun fort. The only difference is we need to clear out the lesser centipedes first. Otherwise, it's going to end very badly for you. These guys can be taken out quickly and easily by locking on, jumping towards them, and then using the free death blow marker. Kill all the enemies on the rafters first, then jump down and kill the handful at the bottom while avoiding Senun. Once the lesser centipedes are dead, grapple onto the rafters and leave this building. Head up the walkway and de-aggro the centipede. Then return and grapple back up to the rafters. Here you can get a stealth death blow. Then fight him exactly the same. Spam deflections until you get a death blow opportunity. If he dives for you, just jump off of him for extra posture damage and get back to deflecting. This fight is only difficult if you don't kill the lesser centipedes. They die so fast with the jumping death blow there's no reason not to slaughter them all before fighting Senun. Just target, jump towards them, and instantly death blow them. Finish them all this way. Then it's just a matter of de-aggroing Senun and collecting a free death blow from above. Once that's done, it's just spamming deflections with the occasional jumping of a sweep. He'll eventually break his own posture and die. This fight is insanely free. You'll get one more prayer bead for your necklace. This is 27 of 40. Make sure to pillage this area for resources. It's filled with gunpowders of various types. Now use the homeward idol to return and warp to Sunken Valley, the gun fort. Head to the back of the gun fort where you fought the first centipede. Now use the gun fort key from Kuro's room to open the door in the back. Head straight across the rope bridge and you'll eventually be ambushed by that snake again. That darn snake. The bridge will break and you'll fall. Land in the water and dive to the bottom using Mibu breathing. This will make sure you avoid the snake's attack. Once you're underwater, you can explore the surrounding area if you want. There's some treasure carp scales you can pick up and some carps for you to kill. Otherwise, just make your way to the end of the lake and rest at the sculptor's idol. The snake should be gone now, so you can go back and explore the previous area at your leisure. From the sculptor's idol, use the grappling hook to grapple up. Make sure to pick up the adamantite scrap on your left before moving forward. There's more to this area, but we aren't going to explore it further until much later. Just follow the path upwards and keep grappling. Jump and grapple to the Buddha's hands, then grapple across the valley to the other Buddha. Then drop down and continue to your right. You'll eventually come to a group of monkeys. Just ignore them and continue grappling across the Buddhas on the right side of the valley. If you feel like interrupting the party, throw a firecracker, then move on. Grapple across the next Buddha's hands and then land on the belt. Cross this and grapple to the sculptor's idol below. Rest at it. Most of Guardian Ape's attacks are blockable. The big issue is the way that Guardian Ape chains them together. The basic swings can move Guardian Ape a fair distance, or be chained into longer, specific combos which we will get into. His basic swings are varied from overhead slams, wide forward arcs, and uppercuts. Watch where the attacks are coming from, and do your best to deflect them. This attack is pretty confusing because it looks like Guardian Ape stops a few times. You'll usually get 1 or 2 attacks, followed by Guardian Ape spinning and sitting down. Then Guardian Ape will immediately turn and slam his hand twice, and follow it with a large sweep. These attacks are all deflectable and blockable, and sometimes will just whiff you just because of the hitboxes. Once the full combo is ended, try and get a charged R1 stab off or a few swings for vitality damage. Make sure to wait. Guardian Ape can stop this mid-combo and simply not follow up the sit. Be ready to deflect the incoming 2 swings, but if he doesn't, do your best to get a hit off before he recovers. Guardian Ape will kind of just thrash around like he's a little kid having a tantrum. This is extremely consistent, although it won't feel like it. It always behaves exactly the same way. Your best option is usually just to sit back and let him finish before going in for a stab. This is a long attack, so make sure he does his final hit before going back in. You can deflect the hits, but I find it difficult and it's not overly lucrative in terms of posture damage. Wait for it to finish, take your hit at the end. Guardian Ape will take a big dump in his hand, jump in the air, and attempt to fling it at you. This is easily dodged by either running in a counterclockwise or clockwise circle around Guardian Ape. If you're far away from Guardian Ape or directly behind him, this attack is much more likely to come out. That big old turd will cause poison buildup, so do your best to avoid it. This isn't a one and done thing either. This guy has endless bowels, so don't think you're out of the woods because you dodged the first one. You'll see the perilous attack marker, and Guardian Ape will slam his right hand down and drag it across the ground in front of him. The easiest way to dodge this is just to wait a second, like with most perilous attacks, and then jump. You can either jump straight up or towards Guardian Ape to get some aerial swings for damage. Or you can jump backwards if you're not totally confident in dodging the attack. Generally, I'd say it's safe to jump towards Guardian Ape, provided you have the timing down. It will give you some extra vitality and posture damage. Guardian Ape will charge you and jump to grab you. This has an extremely large hitbox. The best way to dodge it is just to sprint directly away from Guardian Ape and hope you get clear in time. This is almost always the follow-up attack after you knock Guardian Ape over. He'll recoil, roll, and start sprinting around. If you're a moderate distance, he'll keep running and go for the running grab. You can interrupt this with firecrackers sometimes, as well as grapple to the trees across the arena, but your best bet is just to run away and dodge backwards as he flies towards you. This hits me more often than not, unfortunately, and it'll probably hit you more often than not too. This is the ideal scenario for Headless Ape. The attacks are sword swings, which you should be extremely familiar with at this point. The swings have different timings, a lot like Corrupt Monk, but overall they are fairly easy to deflect correctly. You should be actively deflecting the combos as they come to build posture damage on Headless Ape. Headless Ape will chain a lot of these combos together, so stay put and deflect the attack chains as they come until Guardian Ape decides to do something different. This is easily one of the most annoying attacks and will likely cause you the most trouble in the second phase of this fight. Headless Ape will put his head back up to his neck and scream. Your reaction time has to be insanely fast here. Standing in the scream area of effect causes chip damage and terror buildup. If your terror bar ever reaches 100%, you're going to be instantly killed. The easiest way to deal with this is to constantly be watching Ape's head dangling on the right side. Ape does a kind of S-curve as he pulls his head up to his neck and then unleashes the scream. It's extremely difficult, and your reactions have to be dead on to avoid taking chip damage. But if you constantly watch the head and move back fast enough, you'll only take minimal damage. Getting no chip damage requires borderline predictive reflexes. You gotta kinda know that he's gonna do it. Once he's done screaming, you can move back in and maybe get a hit or two off, but don't take a risk unless you're close. It's better to let him finish and wait for easier attacks to punish. Don't go in too early, you'll take unnecessary chip damage. Purchasing the mottled purple gourd from the memorial mob outside of Mibu Village is a good idea. It clears your terror buildup and grants you some resistance. The bigger issue is the chip damage you'll take. It's easier to just stay clear of Headless Ape while he's screaming, wait for it to finish, and then go back in. This is usually a finisher. Headless Ape will raise his sword in an S motion and then slam it down after a delay. If you successfully deflect this, he'll fall forwards. This leaves him vulnerable to sword swings as well as the loaded spear. The loaded spear will rip out the centipede that's keeping Headless Ape alive and deal a ton of vitality and posture damage. It's always the right choice to use the spear if you have emblems. If not, just go for basic attacks. If you're not confident, you can always avoid this by moving forward and to the side and dodging at the last second. This will allow you to get a few hits at his back while he recovers. Strongly recommend going for the deflection though, it's easier than it looks. There are two variants to this attack, the lunge and high jump versions. The first is more of a lunge. Headless Ape will throw himself towards you and take a wide sweeping swing with his right hand. This does not have a perilous attack marker, but you should dodge it like any other sweep. Once he lands, jump and take some aerial swings for vitality and posture damage. For the high jump version, Headless Ape will jump into the air and come down and do a large sweep in front of him with a perilous attack marker. The easiest way to dodge this is very similar to lightning reversal. Wait for him to go up, wait a second, and then jump. Headless Ape will land and whiff his sweep, and you can follow up with aerial swings and some basic hits once you land. Ape does this fairly regularly, so it's a consistent way to get some damage in. As a beast, Guardian Ape is vulnerable to firecrackers for a stun. There is a cooldown period, just like all previous bosses. Just make sure you avoid spamming them. You're better off using only about 3 or so per attempt, as your emblems are generally better spent on the second phase. The sword in Guardian Ape's neck is a grapple point, and at various points in the battle you can grapple to it. This briefly stuns Guardian Ape and gives you a chance to do some aerial swings. Using these grappling opportunities is your call, use your discretion. Personally, I don't like to use them that often. Due to the difficulty of parrying non-swords in Sekiro, I would advise going for a mostly vitality kill here. Guardian Ape's attacks are difficult to parry, but he will never block, which makes it significantly easier to get vitality damage in. I would strongly recommend being conservative in this fight. Guardian Ape often has long attack chains that you think are done, but they continue, and they keep going, such as tantrums and wild thrashing about. Make absolutely sure he's done before you attempt to get a hit in yourself. Guardian Ape is extremely mobile, and will likely recover his posture multiple times during this fight. The concession is that he never blocks your attacks, so every swing that connects is gonna work his vitality down. Do your best to avoid standing directly behind Guardian Ape to avoid the turds and poison buildup. Guardian Ape may seem different to other enemies you've fought, but the strategy is largely the same. You'll have to do your best to stick to Guardian Ape because a lot of his attacks move him around. When he's attacking, stand your ground and deflect until he's finished, then adjust appropriately. I would advise against using the grappling hook, as appealing as it is, it just doesn't really help you a lot in this fight. Headless Ape, or Phase 2, is significantly easier than Phase 1 in my opinion, although it may not seem that way initially. Headless Ape is using a sword, which makes him more similar to other enemies we've been fighting throughout the rest of the game. The swings do have some fairly odd timings, but they're actually pretty easy to deflect on because of a large parry window. Stand still for the majority of the fight and respond to what Headless Ape is doing. If you ever parry the large slam at the end of an attack chain, you can follow up with the loaded spear. This will rip the centipede out of Headless Ape. This deals a significant amount of vitality damage and is worth doing if you have spare spirit emblems. Firecrackers don't work in Phase 2, so dedicate your remaining spirit emblems to the spear. Both of the jumping attacks are free. Just jump over them when he lands and collect your free vitality and posture damage through aerial swings. The biggest threat is the chip damage from the scream. Terror buildup shouldn't be a big issue, but it's always a concern for the back of your mind. Just make sure you run directly away from him once you see his head rise up, and stay back until he's totally finished. Always be watching the head for the scream. This will make or break this phase for you, trust me. Taking too much chip damage or getting a terror buildup proc will kill you. Once he's finished, you can move back in and collect a swing if you're quick. It's genuinely better to just let him finish rather than attempting to dash in too soon and get some chip damage in. Unlike Phase 1, Phase 2 Ape you can have a much more stoic approach. This is the same as you've done versus a lot of previous boss fights. You stand your ground and deflect the incoming attacks. When you get opportunities, take hits for vitality damage. Guardian Ape is the first real 2-phase boss we've encountered. Generally, I find phase 1 to be a lot more erratic and therefore more difficult. My goal for phase 1 is mostly just to whittle down his health slowly. It's a long fight because his attack chains are long and it's awkward to get damage in. The fight starts off well, and I cleverly dodged the initial sweep. Of course, he also ends up using that stupid poop attack almost immediately. Did I mention that I have an unfiltered hatred for all monkeys? Just dodge this by sprinting in a circle, and you'll likely never get poisoned. Like G.I. Joe says, knowing is half the battle. Knowing when you can get hits in, and when his attack chains end. This flailing on the ground lasts a long time. It's 4 total swings, but once it's done, you can get a smack or 2 in. I wait a lot here to make sure he doesn't turn. He does a kind of feint where he sits down where he'll turn and slug you, so I'm being cautious of that attack. Right swings always end in tantrums. Left swings are sweeps to jump over. It's pretty simple once you understand it. I threw a few firecrackers here, but I didn't get any staggers. The fight is going pretty well regardless, though. I was really fortunate here because he didn't ever attempt to grab me until the very end. Grabs are basically a 100% hit rate versus me. As long as you're moving away from him, you'll likely never get grabbed. I'm not so lucky. A few more swings and he goes down. You even get the final death blow marker and Shinobi execution. Right before Guardian Ape rises up like the gamer that he is. Phase 2 begins. I am way more comfortable with this phase because even though his movements are uncanny and erratic, they are very predictable. Deflections on these huge swings always result in a stun. If you use the loaded spear here, you can tear out the centipede for massive damage. This is what you should use whatever spirit emblems you have left for in this fight. He does this back to back, which is really nice, so that's a ton of vitality damage out the gate with spears. It also does a massive amount of posture damage as well. If you don't have the spear or emblems, you just hammer him with basic attacks. Throughout this entire fight, I'm always watching the head in his hand, specifically for this attack. The tell is quick, but if you run immediately backwards, you can negate a ton of chip damage and terror buildup. If you get terror buildup to maximum, it's an instant kill, so get away as fast as possible. Straight back is usually the safest bet. Even if you're quick, you'll likely take some damage. It feels borderline impossible to get out without any chip damage. You'll likely get at least 2 or 3 hits in. This huge attack chain always ends in another slam, which is more spear opportunities. I've gotten so many spear hits in this fight that Headless Ape's vitality is reasonably low, and his posture is so high that he's basically done. This fight went about as well as it can. Since we have the Mortal Blade, his body disappears and he moves to the cave after the poison pits for a rematch. Anyways, another boss down, which means another memory. We also get the Slender Finger, which is the last prosthetic tool, assuming that you bought the Iron Fortress from Black Hat. Once we pick up the remaining goodies in the watering hole, we will actually be at a point where we can get the Iron Fan for free if you haven't bought it yet. Right, this is all achievements, so here's another one. Guardian Ape. Run to the far side of this area and dive below the surface. Collect the precious bait here and then resurface. Climb out and head to the Sculptor's Idol. Use the memory from Guardian Ape to increase your attack power. Then head inside the cave to find the Lotus of the Palace. Picking up the Mortal Blade, Shelter Stone, and Lotus of the Palace triggers the first point of no return. All of Ashina Castle's Sculptor's Idol will be cut off and must be reactivated. Do anything you need to do before this point of no return. Once you're ready, pick up the Lotus of the Palace from the back of the cave. Any mini-bosses you haven't killed in the Ashina Castle area will be gone for good. If you've been following this guide, you'll have fought and beat them all. If not, once you cross this point of no return, check the offering box near Hanbei the Undying in the dilapidated temple for the beads that you may have missed. Now that we're past the point of no return, warp to the abandoned dungeon Sculptor's Idol. This is the only available idol after the first point of no return. The more things change, the more things stay the same. The locations of the Sculptor's Idols haven't changed, but there are new, more difficult enemies in Ashina Castle now. Our current goal is to reactivate the Sculptor's Idols and then fight the new set of mini-bosses now present in Ashina Castle. Start by exiting the dungeon back towards Ashina Castle. Grapple over the gate and land on the bridge below it. Cross it and pass through the next gate. Jump into the water below and turn into the tunnel on your left. Dive down and kill the treasure carp for a scale if you can. Then follow this path to the end and surface. Look for a grappling point and grapple up. Then grapple up again and a third time to reach a roof. Now grapple onto the makeshift bridge in front of you and again onto the roof. Then traverse the roofs to get back to the Sculptor's Idol after Blazing Bull. You'll notice the bridge is out, but it doesn't matter. Rest at the idol. Next up is to head to the Antechamber Idol. This trip is exactly the same as the first time we headed here to get to Genichiro. Just climb the stairs, then grapple to the roof on your right. Jump across and grapple to the roof on the far side. Continue following this path until you can grapple to the large roof in the center. Grapple to the top of this and then grapple across to the central castle. Follow this path along the right side, avoiding the soldiers and dogs until you can grapple up to the window at the very end. Get inside and rest at the Antechamber Idol. Sneak your way back to the hole in the center of the castle. Kill the fencer here if you want with a stealth death blow. You'll notice another chained ogre at the bottom. This is identical to the first one in the game. Try and land on it for a free death blow, then just utilize stabs and backstabs to avoid its plethora of grabs. The fight is exactly the same as the first ogre. Well, almost exactly the same. Stealth deathblow or not, this fight is a freebie because of a slight oversight by the developers. Head into the room where you found the Sabimaru. Chained Ogre simply cannot enter this room, but he'll try his hardest to. He's just too darn big. Now it's just a matter of stabbing him from inside the room and then backing out. He will never be able to hit you. Just work his health down safely and take the second death blow. Even if you miss the first stealth death blow, you'll just have to do it twice, which takes a little bit longer. This fight's free, nothing of note here. Maybe it was intentional by the developers for how awful the first ogre was. This worked on patch 1.03, so it should still be viable now. I doubt they're going to patch this particular nuance out. Consider this mercy. Another mini-boss down, and that means another prayer bead. This is 28 of 40. Divisible by 4 means we get another upgrade to our health and posture. You'll also get the Shinobi Medicine rank 3, which further increases the healing effect of our gourd. And that's a welcome addition, since we're getting an upgrade to our health pool. Use the Homeward Idol to return to the last communed idol. Enhance your physical attributes. This is the 7th upgrade. Nothing has changed here, but our goal is to get back to the dojo at the top of the castle. Just go ahead and run past the Ashina Elite, hang a right, crash through those screen doors with a dodge, and grapple up to the left. Follow this path until you can jump down, and once you're done, go ahead and rip past the enemies and head up the stairs. Activate the Sculptor's Idol. You may have to kill some stragglers before you're able to rest at it. If not, just rest at it. Vilehand is basically the same as Lone Shadow Longswordsman in the Ashina Reservoir Well. Of course, he has a new poison attack you'll need to look out for. It's not that big of a deal, it's just a matter of dodging or deflecting and trying not to get the poison to build up on you. Even if it does, you'll have opportunities to back out and heal if you actually get poisoned, and poison is not particularly threatening in Sekiro. Worse yet is he has a little hidden friend who will come at you from behind. You'll definitely want to deal with him in one of two ways. As soon as you enter the dojo, turn a sharp left. Hug the wall as not to aggro either enemy, then execute the soldier on the left. You'll need at least level 1 stealth from the Shinobi arts tree here. Suppress presence and suppress sound are both recommended, but only suppress presence is necessary. If you want, you can use Puppeteer from Folding Screen Monkeys to turn him on your side. Of course, it's never that easy. Puppeteered enemies can and will hit you with their swords, so make sure you're only attacking when it's safe. Let the puppet take aggro and stab Vile Hand in the back when you can. Then when you have aggro, let the puppet stab him in the back while you focus on deflections. Repeat this until you get a death blow. The puppet will usually last for 1 death blow marker before it falls. Now just resume the fight as normal. The poison from Vile Hand is annoying, but not exactly crippling. If you need to heal from the damage, just throw a firecracker and chug from the gourd. Otherwise, just look for Makiri counters from the kick and jumping the slam attacks. I opened with a Puppeteer on the soldier. It makes the first phase a ton easier. Just trading damage whenever your puppet has aggro, and blocking whenever you have aggro. This fight is messy, but the fundamentals still apply. Deflect the combo, and Makiri counter the kick. The pressure of 2 guys wailing on you is significant, and he doesn't have a huge vitality bar. He goes down super easy for that first death blow. Here I do something that's kind of interesting, which is backstab my own puppet and refresh the duration of Puppeteer. If you can do this, I recommend it. It's 5 spirit emblems for Puppeteer, but it makes this fight a complete stomp. If the fight goes long, you can do it a 3rd time, but you shouldn't need to. The fight goes pretty uneventfully. Fighting in the corner with the puppet is definitely a mistake. It's too risky and you'll take a bunch of damage from your puppet. The plus side of having a puppet is that you effectively double your damage output. It is a little difficult to manipulate the puppet, but taking damage where you can with stabs is what I'm looking for. Vile Hand is super low at this point, so I'm looking for the finishing blow. I accidentally kill my puppet, but Vile Hand attempts to recover his posture, which is his own demise. A couple of hits, and he goes down. Another mini-boss down, which is another prayer beat. This is 29 of 40. This is just like we did at the start of the fight. Enter the dojo, hug the left side, then backstab the soldier and run back to the sculptor's idol. It's less lucrative than the Mibu village grinding spot, but I find it to be much more consistent and faster overall. Much better grinding spots are just around the corner, so don't bother with this unless you're close to a skill point. Now return to the sculptor's idol. From the idol, warp to the Ashina Castle antechamber idol. Jump back out the window behind the idol. Then jump down into the moat. Then grapple back up to the area, sprint along this path, and reactivate the sculptor's idol at the old grave. If you did not buy the Iron Fortress, jump down to where Black Hat was and go ahead and pick up your free Iron Fortress. This is the final prosthetic tool, assuming you didn't buy it earlier. You can return to the sculptor now to fit any tools you haven't fit yet. Once you fit all 10, you'll have unlocked the achievement, All Prosthetic Tools. It's pretty aptly named. Once you're done, return to the old grave idol. We need to head back towards the Great Serpent Shrine. Zip past the enemies and cross the bridge to the large gate. Ignore everything here and head down the now monkeyless path until you reach the shrine. Equip your shuriken and start killing the wolves around. Before we fight Masanaga, we need to clear the area of wolves. Basic attacks work well, as do shurikens here. Shurikens are my preference, but they do cost spirit emblems you may want to use for the mini-boss. I think it's better just throw 1 or 2 to get the wolves out of the way, then you don't need to worry about them bothering you again. Then we go ahead and sneak around to the back side of the Serpent Shrine. If we do that, we can get a free death blow, making the fight a little easier. Masanaga is just like Vilehand. We fight him exactly the same way. Only this time we don't get a puppet, so we have to do this fight legitimately. Of course, it is only one death blow marker this time. After killing the wolves, I go ahead and eavesdrop on Masanaga for a laugh. Then it's the free stealth death blow. This fight goes long mostly because I miss a lot of my deflections. Then I take unnecessary damage and have to back out to heal. I just did really poorly in this fight and mess up all of my counters to the sweep consistently. Doing good. I guess I eventually get my groove back and remember how to fight him. That is until I continue messing it up. Messing up a basic combo and missing the Makiri, that just hurts. Even with an absolutely abysmal fight, I come out ahead with only one resurrect, and only using 6 flasks. Goes to show you, you have a lot of leeway in these fights as long as you're fairly conservative. Another mini-boss down means another prayer bead. This is 30 of 40. That's only 10 more to go. This part is optional to do now, you can always come back to it later, but it will give us enough beads for another stat upgrade, so it's worth doing before one of the harder fights in the game. If you're struggling, you can go ahead and skip this and return to it later. It will definitely be easier coming back here after a few attack power upgrades. It's kind of a catch-22. Doing this earlier gives you prayer beads and attack power upgrades, which gives you a buffer for easier boss fights, but if you come back with more attack upgrades, it's a bit easier. You gotta make that call yourself. You can warp to Ashina Depths. Now you can grapple over the poison pits and back into the cave and head back into what was definitely not a boss arena past where we fought Snake Eyes Shirafuji. Alternatively, you can return from the Mist Forest Sculptor's Idol and get the jump on the next target. It's your call, do whichever you prefer. You can get some free hits by dropping down from the Mist side. This is an exact copy of the second phase of the first Guardian Ape, with a unique twist. After the first death blow, Headless Ape will run away and let out an uninterruptible scream. Now in typical FromSoft fashion, you'll have to fight a second Guardian Ape at the same time. One headless, one with a head. The second brown ape, just like the Bell Gargoyles in Dark Souls, is significantly weaker and should be focused down first. While Guardian Ape is screaming, keep your distance and use a Divine Confetti and Akko's Sugar if you have it. It'll give you a significant attack power bonus, which should help you burst down the second ape. You'll want to try and isolate the apes if you can, but it's easier said than done. Regardless, your priority is on the brown ape first. As it's a standard beast, it is susceptible to firecrackers. Use them to stun it so you can combo it with buffed attacks from Divine Confetti and Akko's Sugar. If you're lucky, you can burst it down and break its posture very quickly, which makes the rest of the fight basically free. Once you break its posture, death blow it and resume the fight versus Headless Ape. This is just a matter of whittling down its health and avoiding the terror screams as per usual. If you have any spirit emblems left over, use them with the loaded spear once you deflect one of Guardian Ape's big slams for massive vitality and posture damage. Complete the second death blow on Headless Ape the same way as you did before. That's the last time he'll be bothering us. This playthrough. Nothing's changed, and like I said, I'm more confident in Headless Ape than Phase 1 Guardian Ape. Starting with a scream is always fun. A lot of this is just waiting around and dodging appropriately otherwise. Of course, Headless Ape decides to spam the scream, an attack that simply delays the fight for the longest possible time, so that's pretty good, pretty good. Obviously, successful deflection of the combo leads to another stun, which I exploit with the spear for insane vitality and posture damage. Then I just continue to go on the offensive with some basic attacks. Headless Ape is super close to death here, but I've trained myself to run every time I see that head move in a specific way. I probably could have committed and posture broken before that scream would have killed me, but better safe than sorry. That terror is no joke. 2 hits away. Unfortunate. After the death blow, he will always run to the back wall and scream to call in the other ape. This is uninterruptible, and you'll be stunned if you're too close, so don't even bother trying. Just stay back. I back out and let it happen, and drop an Akko's Sugar and Divine Confetti. The extra damage is helpful if you can spare the items, and I've been extremely conservative up until this point. Focusing all attacks on the brown ape is the correct call. It's much easier to kill. You still need to avoid attacks from the Headless Ape, but eventually you'll be able to isolate the brown ape. Use firecrackers to pin it down and buffed basic attacks, and you can see how much posture damage that it does. I probably could have thrown another firecracker for a stun lock, but there is a brief cooldown. I got lucky and Headless basically left me alone to destroy his friend. I'm fortunate for that. I have had fights where he just will not leave me alone, and I've had to kill brown ape with vitality damage. Hopefully you can just burst it down here like I did. Afterwards, it's just another round against Headless Ape. Deflect the combos and use the spear if you still have emblems. More screaming. Wow. Another series of deflects into a spear pull, and it's lights out for that Headless Ape. For beating Headless Ape, you'll get a memory for increasing your attack power. You'll also get 2 prayer beads, 1 for each ape, pushing us to 32 out of 40. This means we have enough to increase our vitality and posture again. But wait, there's more! You'll see Headless Ape writhing around on the ground with another deathblow marker. Finish it off with your Mortal Blade to kill it for good. You'll get the Guardian Ape Immortality Severed achievement. After that, you'll get the third and final ninjutsu, Bestowal. Obviously, this means another achievement in the mix. All ninjutsu techniques unlocked. Two achievements for one boss. We're definitely making up for lost time. Go ahead and upgrade your physical attributes from the 2 beads, and then upgrade your attack power from Headless Ape's memory. We've upgraded ourselves as much as we can. It's time to tackle one of the hardest fights left in the game. Head to the Ashina Castle, Upper Tower, Ashina Dojo, Sculptor's Idol. Run through the dojo, and then jump outside the window. Climb up exactly the same way you came to fight Genichiro. Instead, you'll encounter Owl. Wait, didn't he die in Hirata Estate? After some talking and exposition, you'll be forced to make a choice here. Choosing to obey the Iron Code and forsake Kuro will short out your playthrough and you'll fight a different final boss here. Whatever you do, don't obey the Iron Code. At least, not for this playthrough. If you're curious to see what happens, like I was in my first playthrough, just hold off and you'll know soon enough. Instead, choose to break the Iron Code and stay loyal to Kuro. This will continue your progression of the main game and you won't be held back from collecting the final prayer beads, gourd seeds, and other unique collectibles until another playthrough. It's best to do it this way, as this will be the easiest fights you'll have across all playthroughs before New Game Plus kicks in. In breaking the Iron Code, you'll have to fight Great Shinobi Owl. Owl isn't much different than any of the other swordsmen you fought. He will use wide, sweeping swings that have a long range. Make sure you're prepared to deflect any swings coming your way. Always be ready to deflect. Owl's combos can be short or long, and you'll have to respond quickly to his attacks or you're going to get laid out. Once you get the rhythm of the deflections, it's much easier, but if you lose it, you can eat a combo and die extremely easily. Pay special attention to the double slash as it comes out very fast, and eating an attack, even with the highest possible vitality, still really hurts. Owl will usually take a swing, and then follow up immediately with a kick that sends him flying backwards. Then he'll throw several shurikens in a wide path in the air. He can, and usually will, follow this up with a huge swing that will stun you even if you deflect it. You'll have to deflect all the attacks here, and unfortunately, there isn't a lot you can do to follow up. From Phase 2 onwards, the shurikens will get replaced by a poison that coats the ground. Dodge backwards instead of waiting for the deflection to get clear. Then let Owl come to you to avoid the puddles of poison on the ground. When Owl is a fairly reasonable distance from you, he'll throw 2 shuriken at you in succession, and then follow up with a jumping slash. Deflect the 2 incoming shuriken, and as Owl is coming down with his slash, dodge to the side. Then follow up with a swing or 2 into his back. Do not be tempted to use a charged R1. It will end very poorly. Very rarely will Owl jump slash without the shuriken. If he does, just dodge to the side and take a slash at his side in exactly the same way. Owl will throw a single shuriken to distract you and then follow up with a massive swing. Deflect the shuriken, and then deflect the incoming huge swing. This will stagger you so you can't follow up, but Owl will also briefly be stunned, giving you a chance to get back into the fight. He can use this to end a combo from mid-range, so be careful and be aware of it. After any swing, Owl can take a quick step back and throw a jar that leaves a mist that prevents you from healing. You want to recognize this attack, so make sure to pay attention to his body language. It's a very slow throw and Owl leaves himself open while it's going. Dodge towards Owl as he's throwing a jar to avoid it, and then take a swing or 2 at his back for vitality damage. Then if you're worried you're too close, you can dodge again to the side and you should never get hit by the anti-healing mist. This is more of a distraction than anything, mostly because when Owl stomps, it obscures your vision, and then drops your targeting on him. Quickly retarget and then respond to whatever attack he's doing. He likes to follow this up with the anti-healing jar, the stomp, and occasionally a combo swing, so be aware of that. Owl will start throwing gunpowder. He can do it while jumping or at the end of a combo. The gunpowder dust is visible for a brief moment before igniting and you can see Owl's hand throw it. You should make a choice. Either dodge through the gunpowder towards Owl to continue pressuring him, or jump backwards to dodge the gunpowder. Owl does have a nasty habit of doing one of those huge swings after the gunpowder if you dodge backwards, so be prepared to deflect that. Owl is a fight that you really need to slowly work down his vitality to beat him. It isn't feasible to break Owl's posture without dealing a significant amount of vitality damage, much like Corrupted Monk. There are only two easy ways to deal vitality damage. The first is when he throws 2 shuriken and follows up with a jumping attack, block or deflect the 2 projectiles, then dodge the slam at the last minute. Follow this up with an attack to his back for vitality damage. The second way is when Owl throws his anti-healing jar at you. He'll lock himself into a state where he can't guard. This is simple. Just dodge forward and to the right side of Owl when you see the jar, then hit him in the back. As long as you time the dodge right, you won't get the anti-healing debuff. You do also have time to just walk to the side as well if you prefer that, but it doesn't feel as slick. I would strongly advise playing very passively for this fight. Applying pressure can work once Owl gets to around 50% vitality, but it's unlikely you break his posture before that 50% vitality mark. Swing only when Owl isn't doing anything to maintain his posture, otherwise just focus on your own deflections and reacting to Owl. Be extremely conservative with your firecracker use as well. Owl is fast and won't give you a lot of breathing room. Use firecrackers only when you're in desperate need of a heal. The first time you get Owl to phase 2, he will slam into the ground and beg. This is a trick. Do not fall for it. It looks like a prime opportunity to get a thrust attack off. Do not ever, under any circumstances, attempt to use a thrust attack against Owl, regardless of phase. If you recall from the beginning of the game, the Shinobi Arts text can only be used by Shinobi and not Samurai. The Shinobi Arts text contains the Makiri counter. You can put 2 and 2 together here. If you ever thrust attack Owl, he will Makiri counter you, and you will likely be instantly killed. Never ever attempt to do it. Forget that the thrust exists for this battle. Back on track, phase 2, Owl will start using a lot more ninja tricks. Most of his jumping shuriken throws have been replaced by throwing a lot of poison around the arena. It's extremely obnoxious. You shouldn't need the mottled green gourd, but if you're really struggling, you can buy it from the memorial mob in the Buddha Valley. You'll have to drop down to get it. Otherwise, you'll have to do your best to dodge the poison and position yourself away from it, as it does linger on the ground for quite some time. The goal is the same in phase 2. Wait for the double shuriken jump and the anti-healing jar. Those are the primary ways for us to deal vitality damage, and just like with phase 1, that's all we're looking to do until Owl hits about 50% vitality. This fight is a marathon, not a sprint. Don't get cute and don't be cheeky. Stand your ground, deflecting Owl's attacks until you get a chance to hit him from a jar throw or a jumping slam. There is nothing glamorous about this fight. You really need to be comfortable with deflections and understand Owl's capabilities. It may take you several attempts, but eventually you'll be able to wear him down and win out. Great Shinobi Owl is one of the toughest fights in my opinion, as it's difficult to set the pace like you can versus Genichiro and a few other bosses. This fight is a lot more reactionary. It's extremely difficult to just break his posture, and he'll deflect most of your attacks and counter with strong attacks of his own. I'm mostly looking for one thing here, which is to deflect the double shuriken and dodge the jumping attack. Then I can counter to get some vitality damage out. Conveniently, he starts the battle with this. This is all I'm looking for during this fight. It's by far the easiest way to work his health down. It's just a matter of sitting back and deflecting the onslaught until Owl does something different. When he throws the anti-healing mist, it's another opportunity to hit him for vitality damage. This first one I managed to interrupt, but it's not always reliable. Be prepared to dodge, let the jar break, and take your counter off. Staying very stoic in this fight is an asset, at least in this first phase. It allows you to focus entirely on deflecting. Once you see double shuriken or the anti-healing mist, adjust appropriately and take a bit of vitality damage on Owl. Here I take a bunch of damage because I'm trying to get away from the edge of the arena. It's difficult to fight Owl without space to maneuver in if you have to. Do your best to stay in the center and give yourself escape options. Thankfully, he's being pretty generous with opportunities to hit him in the back this fight. I'm grateful for that. You'll probably notice I'm not bothering attacking that much. I do not care about Owl's posture until he's at about 50% vitality. It just regenerates too fast, and it's far too difficult to work it down without getting his health lower. It is possible, but I don't recommend that strategy. This fight isn't that difficult overall, but it's all about knowing his attack strings and deflection timings. I start utilizing firecrackers here to get more vitality damage and to maintain posture damage. Lower vitality means slower regeneration, and that's when I put on the pressure. A few successful deflections here lead to a death blow opportunity. The very first time you fight Owl and get this first death blow off, he'll drop to his knees and beg. He will not do this on subsequent attempts if you die. If you have the chance, use this as an opportunity to heal or buff with Akko Sugar or Divine Confetti. Otherwise, take a swing, he'll dodge it, and you'll start phase 2. Phase 2 is more annoying because Owl starts throwing poison around the arena that lingers for a long time. Whenever he jumps back, you should jump backwards as well to avoid the poison puddles. Then you need to position yourself away from it so you don't accidentally get poisoned while fighting. Lure Owl towards you and keep track of where the poison is. It will dissipate after a while. There's more attacks in phase 2, but the fundamentals of the strategy are the same. Look for chances to get vitality damage during the double shuriken into jump slash and the anti-healing mist. I got nailed with the anti-healing debuff here. It happens. It's up to you to make the call. You can maintain the fight or start zipping around the arena in a circle while Owl chases you until it wears off. I find fighting the better option. I'm not particularly scared of dying here to Owl, and if I do, I have a resurrect as backup. I managed to get very lucky here dodging the gunpowder explosion. Your best bet is almost always just to jump straight backwards, but I dodged and then jumped. This put me in a favorable position and locked Owl in a corner. Here is where I start pressuring because his health is at about 50%. Of course, he counters with poison, so I need to back out again. Here I'm very close to victory, but Owl uses the smoke bomb. These are always scary and hectic, but you have a brief window to escape. Try to retarget Owl and deflect or dodge it appropriately, whatever he may be doing. I have a lot of firecrackers left, so I throw one down. Unfortunately, it was during a chance to get free damage anyways. Then, finally, Owl seals his own fate with the double shuriken jump slash. Appropriately countered into a death blow and the final kill. One of the toughest fights down. Another boss fight means another memory. An achievement. Great Shinobi Owl. You'll also get the final piece of the Fountainhead incense here, the aromatic branch. Rest at the sculptor's idol and get your well-earned attack power increase from the memory. Now we've set ourselves up for one of 3 possible endings with this route choice. Our current goal is to meet the criteria for the purification ending. This is a large amount of dialogue with Emma specifically. Of course, you'll need to just talk a lot to get the Fountainhead incense made. Talk back and forth to Kuro and Emma a lot. Since Dragonrot is unimpactful for most of the game, I had to get the dialogue for the Dragonrot from Emma here, which took up even more time. You've likely already had this Dragonrot conversation. If not, you'll just need to complete it here. Simply talk to an infected NPC, get the blood, and then give it to Emma. Then you'll get the ability to heal Dragonrot. Pro tip, Dragonrot quite literally affects nothing. It locks out NPC questlines, but the questlines are useless for hunting down achievements. Don't worry too much about it. Throughout this rather long conversation, periodically run behind the counter and eavesdrop on Kuro for extra dialogue if you want. We are already committed to listening to tons of dialogue, so what's a little more? Eventually, Kuro will cut himself with the Mortal Blade and create the incense. Once you have the incense, you can progress through the Fountainhead Palace for the rest of the main game. First, we need to do some extra dialogue to unlock a hidden area that's required for the purification ending and a few boss achievements. After exhausting the dialogue with Kuro and Emma, rest at the nearby sculptor's idol. Emma should no longer be there. Climb the stairs to your left back to the roof. You'll find Emma. Talk to her, exhausting her dialogue. Tell her you can't let Kuro die. Continue, and she'll say she'll look for a solution. Head downstairs and rest at the sculptor's idol. Now return to Emma upstairs, and she'll provide you with a note. Emma will tell you about the Everblossom and purification. Continue talking to her and exhaust her dialogue. She'll eventually move to Lady Tomo's grave. Rest at the sculptor's idol and then warp to the old grave sculptor's idol. Head into the building on your left and speak with Emma in here again. She'll mention Orangutan, the former name of the sculptor. Exhaust her dialogue and then she'll move again to the dilapidated temple. Now, use your homeward idol to return to the dilapidated temple. Talk to both Emma and the sculptor. The sculptor will say that the temple is drafty. Take this as your hint. Leave and loop around to the back window. Go against the wall and eavesdrop on Emma. You'll get some insight. Now return to the temple and talk to Emma. Confront her about what you overheard. Continue the conversation and you'll eventually be given another bell. This unlocks an alternative version of Hirata Estate. Of course, I had to do the Dragonrot dialogue here and complete Emma's quest to clear it. You've likely already done this before, but it's just a matter of talking to anyone besides the sculptor with Dragonrot, and getting a sample before returning to Emma. Then rest and talk to her again for the Dragon's Blood Droplet and the Recovery Charm, allowing you to cure Dragonrot. Dragonrot is largely inconsequential to anything we're doing in any of these playthroughs. Feel free to ignore it. Once that's finished, rest at the Sculptor's Idol. When you're ready, return to the Buddha and present the new bell. You'll immediately be in Hirata Estates while it's on fire. Head forward and you'll be facing off against Lone Shadow Masanaga, the Spear Bearer. Masanaga, in the past, has a new trick up his sleeve. He can summon wolves with his whistle. You'll want to equip the shuriken for this fight. 1, because shurikens will make short work of the wolves if he manages to get a whistle off. 2 is because shurikens are a way to interrupt him from even summoning the wolves in the first place if you're too far to hit him. You can also interrupt the whistle with basic attacks and firecrackers, to no one's surprise, and the spear pole works okay in a pinch. Otherwise, it's an identical fight to the previous Lone Shadows. Look to deflect the kick combo and Makiri counter the final hit. Also look for the jumping slam into the sweep, maintain pressure, and take the death blow. There's no way around it, unfortunately. This is a straight up duel, 2 death blows with no easy cheese. You'll start the battle by summoning wolves. Kill them with shurikens or basic attacks and resume the 1v1. It may take 2 shurikens, but it's still the easiest way to take out the wolves. After the wolves are dead, this cheeky guy attempts to do it again. I should have thrown a shuriken, but I was close enough to hit him with a slash. I mess up the sweep, but I managed to recover and get the damage anyways, so that's lucky. He tries to call dogs again, and I managed to interrupt it again. I miss a block and a Makiri counter here, which results in death. Resurrect exists, so it ain't over just yet. These Lone Shadows give me a lot of trouble. It's kind of embarrassing. The spear basically has the same effect as the shuriken, but it can pull Masanaga towards you, so that's pretty decent. I got extremely lucky here and managed to avoid a second death. Getting trapped in the corner of the door was a bad choice. I'm just looking to heal and then get back into the fight. I finally feel like I've got my composure and actually deflect and Makiri the final kick. Feels good, man. His posture is high, so I go back on the offensive and I take my first death blow. Feeling good going into phase 2. Instead of doing well, I get another death. It's okay, the death blow earlier gave us another opportunity to resurrect again. Here I correctly deflect the combo with the Makiri counter, then I correctly dodge the slam. Then I mess up and jump when I should have Makiri'd. Pretty par for the course for me for these Lone Shadows. A final combo here ending in a successful Makiri counter and we emerge victorious, despite having an awful fight and dying twice. Hey, a win's a win. That's another mini-boss down, which means another prayer bead. This is 33 of 40. We're getting close now. Now it's time to move forward. You can grapple onto the roof if you want, otherwise just head down the path and rest at the Sculptor's Idol after the right turn. Easy peasy. The fire has burnt out a large chunk of the estate. You can just walk straight through here instead of looping around this time. You can jump onto the roof to find guards, but you don't need to fight them. Only go up here to pillage resources if you want. Head straight for the pond and you'll drop all aggro of the guards. Just like before, head up the left side and take out the bandits in the area. This is exactly the same as the first time in the estate. Juzo is the same fight, just scaled up. The issue is you need to take out the strong enemies around him this time instead of weak bandits. Start by looping around the side and taking out the archers. Then you'll want to isolate the not Lone Shadow and take him out as well. Use firecrackers to stun him for vitality damage and then sprint to draw him away from Juzo. It's extremely dangerous to fight them together, so do your best to isolate one of them. After that guy's dealt with, the same rules apply. Once you kill everyone, you can run away, drop aggro on Juzo, and then stealth back for a free death blow. Or you can puppeteer his guard if you got lucky. This battle always starts hectic, just a matter of killing the individuals to thin out the pack, then isolating Juzo and fighting him one-on-one. This first section is mostly fruitless. Damage to enemies here is irrelevant if they'll just end up healing once you drop aggro. What ends up happening works out in my favor. I managed to de-aggro Juzo, and then he leashes back to his spawn, while the Lone Shadow stays on me near the pond and back room. Now I can kill him in isolation without worry. Just had a lot of practice on Masunaga, so this guy's a joke by comparison. Successfully block all the hits and then Makiri the kick for the posture break and death blow. Now I just stealth back to Juzo. This death blow is finicky, just be patient and make sure the marker appears. You'll have to get pretty close for this to happen. That first free death blow makes this fight a lot more manageable and tolerable. I open with firecrackers here to get some easy vitality damage in. Juzo then drinks and gets some sweeps off on me, which I fail to avoid. Pretty par for the course this session, I guess. Then he buffs his sword and I go on the offensive again. I've done a ton of vitality damage at this point, so I'm feeling pretty good. Maybe a little too good, and I'm a bit too aggressive here and I make some mistakes, but firecrackers are overpowered. Free damage from firecrackers and exploiting the slow nature of Juzo's attacks to just trade blows with them. I can resurrect if I die. He can't. Checkmate. Another mini-boss down means one more prayer bead. This is 34 of 40. We're on the cusp here. Now just plunder this area for resources before heading inside once the mist clears. Ignore or kill the enemies in here and rest at the Sculptor's Idol. There's another boss fight here in the same location as Lady Butterfly. It's a difficult one, so we're going to do Fountainhead first and get more attack power and vitality before attempting it. From the Sculptor's Idol, warp to Mibu Village, Wedding Cave Door. Head through the cave and into the giant palanquin. Use the prompt inside. You'll be transported to Fountainhead Palace via a giant rope man, I guess. For reaching Fountainhead Palace, you should unlock the Ashina Traveler achievement. This one's gold. Neat. Corrupt Monk's attacks haven't really changed between iterations, except for some new additions in Phase 3. The fight can go exactly the same as the first encounter. Unfortunately, this time you're fighting the real deal, so snap seeds are out. The only real changes are in Phase 2, where she'll summon phantoms. We have an extremely easy solution to the phantoms, so that's that. And Phase 3 is barely different, so it'll be brief. This fight used to be extremely free because you had access to 2 free death blows. This strategy has been patched out as of version 1.03, but if you're on the original non-updated version, I'll let you know about the freebie. Start the fight by running and grappling across the branches until you're behind the bridge. Wait until Monk stomps, then jump and death blow the Monk. That's 1 of 3 down. Once you've gotten the first death blow, immediately grapple to the rear branch and wait. Once Monk appears, immediately jump and death blow her again. 2 of 3 down. This still works as of the latest patch. You should be able to take this second death blow. It's totally free and removes an entire phase from this fight. Of course, if you're on the current patch, this first death blow just doesn't work anymore. You'll have to fight Corrupt Monk legitimately. You can still use the Fistful of Ash and Firecracker trick to get a free first phase on Corrupted Monk should you choose, just like the first time we fought her. Otherwise, you can save it for phase 3, that's your call. You might want to use a combination of both. After the first death blow via pocket sand, you'll immediately want to grapple to the rear branch and wait. Corrupt Monk will summon a bunch of phantom images to hunt you down. Instead, just wait for a second for Monk to spawn in the center, then jump at her and take a free stealth death blow on her. I wouldn't recommend fighting her any other way, it seems totally pointless. After the second death blow, Corrupt Monk will fall and a centipede will burst out of her. Use this time to buff with Akko Sugar and a Divine Confetti if you have it for extra damage. This is the unique portion of this fight. If you have the resources to basically cheese the first phase, this is where the majority of your time will be spent. If you have any firecrackers or Fistful of Ash left, you can use it to cheese this phase just like you could the first one. She gains a few new attacks, such as a scream that does terror buildup in a cone in front of her. Obviously you dodge this by just moving away from the cone. Dodge towards her and to the side and get behind her to attack her back. Most of this fight otherwise is very similar to phase 1. You'll be able to use both Fistfuls of Ash and Firecracker loops here just like in the Apparition Corrupt Monk fight. I would split your resources. Use Firecrackers or Fistful of Ash for phase 1 and then use the other for phase 3. If you're running low or out, save them for phase 3 to try to secure your kill. Of course, you could always back up your save before attempting Corrupted Monk at all. That way you can reload your save once you've spent all your resources to try again. That's just some big think right there. Otherwise, the fight is largely the same as the previous iteration. She just has 3 death blow markers this time instead of 1. You can grind attempts very easily because of the nearby Sculptor's Idol. You should be able to wear the first phase down easily and consistently taking minimal damage. The second phase is completely free, you just jump and take that death blow. Phase 3 is likely where most of your attempts end up, but with raw determination you should be able to beat her without much issue after a handful of attempts. Special note, you can fall off the arena and die. I would do my best to keep her on the bridge. Due to the 1.03 change removing the first free death blow, I'm going to use my adjusted fight versus Corrupt Monk for this live commentary. You have to keep in mind that you'll be much more successful than I am. I rushed this out, and I didn't beat all the optional bosses and get as many prayer beads or attack power upgrades this playthrough. Here I do a quick test to verify that the first free death blow is patched out, and it is. That's unfortunate. Fortunately, we can still use our previous strategy here. Pocket Sand and Firecrackers. Unfortunately, this isn't an apparition, so Snap Seeds are out. Same thing as last time. Fistful of Ash, 2 swings, repeat. I only had 7 Fistful of Ash on me. Unfortunately, 10 would have made this almost free. I had to fight her legit for a little bit, but it was almost enough to get me through phase 1 and it was relatively painless. A few perfect deflections and some firecrackers and it's the first death blow down. Immediately I need to get back onto the branches in the back. This is twofold. You'll dodge the phantom attacks and you'll be able to jump and get the death blow on Monk. This is still in and it completely breaks this phase, so make sure that you do it. No reason not to do this. Phase 3 already, so far so good. It's a good time to buff with consumables if you want to use them. She opens with a spin. This is just a 5 count for deflections. A quick firecracker to reset the fight and deal some vitality damage. Our bag of tricks is running out, so we do kind of need to fight this legitimately. Thankfully, the first 2 phases were basically free, so we're likely full on gourd uses and have a resurrect in a pinch. Phase 3 can counter sweep attacks with a downward strike. Just jump backwards from now on. Do not attempt to kick off of her. You will get laid out. The Perilous attack where Monk screams at you is the easiest way to get damage on her. Dodge behind her and start hammering her with attacks. Works pretty well. You get a lot of hits off. I do very poorly here and get hit a bunch of times in succession, but then I manage to land a bunch of hits and get some vitality damage in by just being greedy. Obviously, I'm punished super hard for that, but I have a resurrect. Working the health down and largely ignoring my HP, which I don't recommend you do, I managed to take her down with a pure vitality kill. Centipedes? In my monk? It's more likely than you think. You'll have more damage, flask uses, and health here than I did to a significant degree. You'll have plenty of buffer that I just didn't have. Another boss down, which means another memory. You'll also get the Dragon's Tally Board, which improves Merchant's inventory. Most notably is that you can buy Divine Confetti for 300 sen, and Scrap Iron and Black Gunpowder for 150 sen each. The Info Broker in the Dilapidated Temple will stock these from now on, as will most merchants you encounter. From the Sculptor's Idol, pass through the gate. Follow the path down and to your right using grapples to work down to the broken path. Then jump down and off the wall to land safely on the ground. Do not enter the lake, you will be absolutely fried by lightning. Instead, enter the house on your left. The Mist Nobles in here are extremely dangerous, but fragile. They inflict the Enfeebled status, and if it affects you, you're basically dead. Equip the Shuriken and use it on the first Mist Noble on the bridge to kill him safely. Then run inside and kill the Mist Noble on your left. Then head back and break the wall to kill the other Mist Noble. Now exit the house on your right. Outside, jump and grapple to the gate on your right. Look to your left and grapple onto the 2-story building here. Stealth along the right side to kill the Okami warrior here. Now jump down and follow the wall to your right until you reach the gate. Then equip your Shuriken again, kill the dogs here, and then run right at the gate. Then rest at the Sculptor's Idol here. This is the first of the 2 most lucrative grinding locations in the game. We can get various waxes, scrap magnetite, and adamantite scrap here. The route is simple, but high risk, high reward. Equip the Sabimaru prosthetic tool here. It's going to help a lot. Reference this spreadsheet for all the resources you'll ever need in Sekiro. Any more than this is wasted. You just don't need them. From the Sculptor's Idol, run forward into the manor and kill the first Mist Noble here. Now turn left and sprint forward to kill the next noble on the bridge. Now turn left again, killing the next noble. Now run into the house, to the back of it, and turn left and kill the Mist Noble here. Then run forward and use Sabimaru on the Okami warrior to take her out easily. Continue to your right and grapple onto the rafters. Drop down and kill the Mist Noble. Now take out the dual Okami warriors with Sabimaru. Now turn the corner and kill the Mist Noble in here. You can continue the loop, but this is the furthest I go. It's just too risky otherwise when you're carrying around a lot of sen or experience, it's just not worth the chance of losing it. At this point, simply use the Homeward Idol to return to Mibu Manor and respawn the enemies. Repeat this process a lot. You can grind here for all the adamantite scrap, scrap magnetite, lump of fat wax, and lump of grave wax you'll ever need if you want to right now. We will need to grind more in our 3rd cycle. The Sabimaru's power drops significantly between game cycles, so the easiest way to get all the upgrade materials is, unfortunately, right now. Make sure while grinding here to get the loot upgrades from the Temple Arts Tree, Virtuous Deed, and Most Virtuous Deed. While you're grinding here, prioritize unlocking those abilities if you haven't yet. Feel free to return here later if you want. We'll be spending plenty of time here, unfortunately, so get used to it. To proceed as normal, you'll need to do at least 1 grinding cycle. Instead of using the Homeward Idol here, turn left and follow the path. Use Shurikens to kill the Mist Noble here and aggro the purple Okami warrior out with another Shuriken. Use Sabimaru to kill her easily. Then move forward and kill the next Mist Noble with Shurikens. Now double back and fall into the puddle near the building. This is actually a large body of water. Dive down and follow the path. Surface and loot this building for resources. You'll get 3 treasure carp scales and the water of the palace. Now backtrack out of here and head to the Sculptor's Idol past the last Mist Noble that you killed. Rest at it. Now go ahead and travel to Ashina Depths Watermill. Run back through Orin of the Water's arena and cross the bridge. Dodge the new spirit enemy here and get to the mansion. Crawl under the house and use the rotating door. Talk to the man in here and exhaust his dialogue. Then give him the water of the palace. Now use your Homeward Idol to return to the Watermill Idol. Repeat that whole process. Backtrack to the man to find he's turned into a Mist Noble. Kill him for your reward of 5 treasure carp scales. Now use the Homeward Idol again. Warp back to Fountainhead Palace, Great Sakura Idol. Now turn around to your left and grapple to the building. Head around the left side and stealth deathblow the Okami warrior in front of you. Now loop around to your left and stealth deathblow the Okami warrior on the far side, then stealth deathblow the final Okami warrior. Now look below you, and you'll see a familiar face. This fight is nearly identical to Blazing Bull at the start of the game. The only major difference being that you and it are significantly stronger. This fight is definitely easier now because of how beefed up you are compared to Blazing Bull at the start. The same tactics apply here. Charge the bull and dodge, then you take a hit on his face as you're moving past him. You can get a stealth death blow on the Sakura bull. Unfortunately, it's not a free win. It will deal some damage though. Special thanks to Dave from 4 Face Buttons for footage of the stealth death blow on Sakura bull. I never managed to do it myself. I whiffed every attempt. Of course FromSoft would put another bull in the game, why wouldn't they? Totally shameless in the asset reuse. First Ogre and now this. I'm not surprised though. I mess up and I miss my free death blow, of course I did. It doesn't kill the bull, but it does give you a head start of about 1/3 of his vitality down. Obviously you want to take this, it's free damage. I'm being really stupid and cheeky here, but I wanted to test the Sabimaru's effectiveness at poisoning the bull. It should be buffed as of patch 1.03, but it felt very weak in the old patch. I don't think it would be much better. After a few combos, I did manage to poison it, which seemed fairly effective. It just doesn't last that long. You're likely better off just spamming firecrackers and basic attacks. What a shocker. Same tactics apply as always. Don't stand in front of the bull, get beside it, and take vitality damage on it. It's a long fight this way, but it's fairly painless. I am a lot more careless in this fight as we have a lot of HP, healing gourd uses, and resurrects. You can trade blows with this bull much easier since you have 9 gourd uses versus the 3 you had versus Blazing Bull. I take risks here for the sake of finishing the fight faster. You should probably not do that and just follow the strategy. At this point, Sakura Bull freaks out and does what Blazing Bull should have done, which is charge itself into a wall. That results in a final death blow. I'd love to say this is the last time you'll see of bulls, but that's a bald-faced lie. We have to do 3 more playthroughs. So we'll see at least 3 more bulls. Another mini-boss down means another prayer bead. This is 35 of 40. We also get another upgrade to our maximum spirit emblems here via the skill, A Beast's Karma. This pushes us closer to the maximum emblems of 20, which is nice. That's 10 firecrackers we can use. Collect the treasures around this area, then head back to the Great Sakura Sculptor's Idol. Head towards the bridge and you'll see the Great Carp destroy it. Just wait for him to go, and then grapple across to the island. Grapple onto the tree, and then left onto the building. Kill the Okami warrior here with Sabimaru before heading back to the other side. Take out this Okami warrior with Sabimaru as well before grappling to the broken pathway by the waterfall. Stealth deathblow the Okami warrior, and then take out the next one with Sabimaru. Grapple down to your right, and then follow this path until you find a cliff next to a waterfall. Grapple to the cliff and ascend it. Grapple to the branch, and then to the branch at the top of the waterfall. Jump over the railing, and turn right down the staircase. Kill the warrior with Sabimaru if you want, then the second one, exactly the same way. Continue down this path and you'll find 5 warriors. Ignore them, and instead zip straight to the left, up the stairs, and rest at the Sculptor's Idol. Shizu is a mini-boss, but she's a glorified purple Okami warrior. She can kick a ball at you that homes in, she can use some basic attacks, but it's nothing noteworthy. She'll also throw lightning at you, like Genichiro can do, which of course you can redirect at her, if it comes to that. If you manage to do it, you'll be rewarded with a stun and insane vitality imposter damage. Strongly recommended. However, as an Okami warrior, she's extremely susceptible to Sabimaru's poison. You can just lay her out with Sabimaru combos. It completely shuts her down. Strongly recommend Sabimaru as the main strategy here. This fight's gonna be a doozy, I can tell. I managed to block the homing ball, then I proceed to cautiously run towards Shizu to clear the distance. She attempts to throw lightning at me and I jump towards her and I instantly killed her with an anti-air death blow. Yep, you can instantly kill her with an anti-air death blow. Here you thought we were never gonna use it. It's unreliable as all hell, but I'll take the freebies when I can get them. If you have to fight this legitimately, I would just spam Sabimaru like every other Okami warrior. Another quote-unquote mini-boss down, and another prayer beat is ours. This is 36 of 40, only 4 more to go. We're on the cusp of maxed out vitality and posture here. Okami leader Shizu won't bother you with lightning while swimming around the lake now, so you're free to explore it. Jump down the tree, and then again into the lake. Swim forward to find a woman who will give you a direction of where to go. This lake is filled with treasures and you can explore at your discretion. I've structured this guide to not really need anything from the depths, but feel free to plunder it as you see fit. There are a lot of carb scales here which are useful for buying from a few merchants, but you should have enough from the quest lines that we just did. Regardless, this area can be returned to at any time. For now, follow the woman's directions and head towards the broken underwater city. Enter the cave and you'll have to do an underwater stealth section. Amazing. True Kino. Swim up the right side of the buildings to avoid detection. Then cross to the left side and enter the building. You'll likely get hit here, and if it doesn't kill you, you can heal up before continuing. If it does kill you, well, you gotta resurrect in a nearby sculptor's idol, so don't worry too much about it. Work your way to the end and then drive down and head through the passage. Surface on the other side and grapple out of the watering hole. Continue to chain grapples up the left side and you'll reach the sculptor's idol. Enhance your physical attributes and you get the 9th prayer necklace. Continue into the building and kill the Mist Nobles here. This is technically a grinding location, but it isn't overly lucrative in terms of money, materials, or experience. Kill everything in here and then open the chest at the back to find the final gourd seed. Now travel to the dilapidated temple and speak with Emma to upgrade your healing gourd for the last time. With 10 charges, we've achieved the maximum amount of uses. That means we get another achievement. Emma is probably in the temple, but it's possible she's in Kuro's room. Just keep that in mind. If she's not in the temple, check Kuro's room. Once you're done, return to the Sculptor's Idol and travel to Fountainhead Palace grounds. Move into the building again, kill all the Mist Nobles, and unlock the door on your left. This permanently removes these enemies from the game and they will no longer be available. Once you rest at the Sculptor's Idol, the woman from the lake will be in here stabbing the Mist Nobles' corpses. Talk to her if you want. Now head out the door on your left and turn right immediately. Follow the cliffside and you'll see a branch in the distance that you can grapple to into the crevasse on the right side. It's kind of hard to spot, just jump and you'll grapple to it. Now run through this cave and jump and grapple onto the building below. Then grapple to the rock in front of you. Now drop down and rest at this Sculptor's Idol. The pot here is actually a merchant who deals in carb scales. Hopefully you have around 12 to 15 from gathering from around the world in the various side quests. If you don't have the minimum 12, you can buy some from the memorial mob outside Mibu Village and gather more from the lake in Fountainhead Palace. Once you have 12, make sure to purchase the 2 lapis lazuli from the merchant. This is fundamental to the playthrough. We need 10 lapis lazuli to max out our prosthetic tools for the achievement. There is no way around this. It takes a minimum of 2 playthroughs as there are only 6 lapis lazuli per playthrough. He also has another dragon mask fragment. Again, it's a trap, ignore it. After purchasing the 2 lapis lazuli, talk to the noble to exhaust his dialogue. You may have to rest at the nearby Sculptor's Idol to get the additional dialogue. He'll eventually give you some truly precious bait. This is required for completing the achievement, so make sure you get the truly precious bait here. Once you have the lapis lazuli and bait, use the Sculptor's Idol to warp back to the palace grounds. Re-enter the building and turn right to exit it. Now turn to your right and grapple onto the roof. From the roof, head back towards the lake. Look for a branch on the left side and grapple to it. Now jump down and grapple to the building in front of you. Now jump across to the left side and grapple to the next building. Take out the Okami warrior here with your Sabimaru. Jump down to the feeding grounds and rest at the nearby Sculptor's Idol. Run to the bell and feed the precious bait you found in the Guardian Apes arena to the Great Carp. Then feed the truly precious bait from the Pot Noble to the Great Carp immediately afterwards. You've just sealed its fate. Now head to the attendant on your left and talk to him. He'll reward you for feeding the Great Carp with a total of 4 treasure carp scales. We'll use these coming up, which is just fine. Feeding more bait after this is completely redundant, as you'll get no rewards this playthrough. Rest at the Sculptor's Idol and then travel to Sunken Valley, Guardian Ape's watering hole. You'll find the Great Carp dead, washed away from Fountainhead Palace into the Guardian Ape's watering hole. You'll get the achievement here, Great Colored Carp. Go ahead and collect the Great White Whisker from the carp's mouth, then rest at the Sculptor's Idol and head back to Fountainhead Palace near Pot Noble. You'll find the pot knocked over with an item. This is another Lapis Lazuli. Now jump down to find the absolute madman turned himself into a carp. Talk to him to find he's expanded his inventory. Technically, this inventory is pulled from the other Pot Noble that we never bothered to visit in Hirata Estate. Go ahead and purchase the Floating Passage text. This is required for the All Skills achievement. You should have enough scales. If not, it's not a big deal. You'll have opportunities to gather more across our remaining playthroughs. You can find more scales in the Fountainhead Lake and the lake in Hirata Estate at the start of the game, and the lake after the Gunfort Idol. If you have the scales to spare, feel free to purchase the Withered Red Gourd. It reduces fire buildup, which is useful in maybe 2 or 3 fights. Again, ignore the mask fragments, they're mostly useless. Once you're done, head back to Fountainhead Palace, Palace Grounds. It's time we go forth and finish out Fountainhead Palace. Head through the manor and up the stairs. Grapple up the series of trees to reach the top of the waterfall. Climb the stairs here, and lightning will strike all around you. You can fight the 2 Okami warriors here with Sabimaru if you want. The goal is just to get to the top of this area. There is a 3rd warrior behind you that you can take out or ignore, it's your call. When you're ready, just continue up the steps until you find the Sculptor's Idol on your right. Rest at it, then head up and enter the cave. Talk to the woman inside. This will initiate a boss fight. I won't go into attacks because both phases of this battle are effectively set pieces. The first phase you'll have to fight a series of fairly stoic, statuesque dragons. Just start the fight by hammering them with attacks and finishing off a few of them with individual death blows. Once trees start sprouting out of the ground, you'll have to dodge them. One will remain. Use the remaining tree to grapple to, then jump off and death blow one of the dragons. This will cause Wolf to swing them in a large arc, killing any others around. Do this as many times as possible until the tree goes away and you've killed a lot of the stone dragons. Now your goal is to ignore the black dragons and only focus on the white ones. The black dragons will attack you, but you should only have to deal with a handful of white ones left at this point. Once all the white ones are dead, you'll start phase 2. One-armed wolf, one-armed orangutan, one-armed dragon. How fitting. What is this, only God forgives? This fight is a lot easier than you'd think by looking at it. This is a fight about running in a semicircle. You'll dodge every vertical swing by standing a moderate distance from the trees and running laterally around the trees. You'll never get hit by it. If he ever uses a sweep, you just need to jump to dodge it or grapple to a tree. All you need to do is run around in a circle until lightning strikes a tree. Then you just need to grapple to it and catch the lightning. Then throw it at the Divine Dragon. There's no time limit here. Once a tree is struck by lightning, it remains charged and it will automatically give you a reversal as soon as you grapple up to it. You have to repeat this several times. Eventually you'll get blown back. This is basically an attempt to kill you before the finale. Just start off by blocking the swings, attempting to deflect it if you want. Blocking works just fine. He'll eventually start chaining together a large string of attacks. You can attempt to block them and dodge them. Of course, honestly, a totally valid strategy is just to tank the hits, heal when possible, and when you die, you just resurrect once the onslaught's over. Afterwards, you'll have to do one final lightning reflect. This fight's basically a freebie. It's probably the best set-piece battle From has ever done in my opinion. I would much rather have something like this over such amazing battles as Bed of Chaos. Fight starts, start swinging. Not a whole lot to say at this first part. Now the trees come out. It may look like I intentionally missed some death blows here, but I'm actually waiting for more dragons to spawn first. Yeah, that sounds good. That's what we're gonna go with. Anyway, a few more big boy swings and a final death blow on the last dragon, and it's time for phase 2. I actually like this fight quite a bit, even though it's very scripted. Catching lightning is just a fun mechanic, and I'm glad it got used in more places than just against Genichiro. Blasted back at the start, just move forward a bit and start sprinting sideways. Once the third swing of the combo ends, grapple to the tree, and throw some lightning. Another 3-swing combo with a lightning reversal. Sweeps are a lot more annoying to dodge, but it's feasible. Regardless, we don't even need to worry that much. Jump and another lightning reversal. It's really apparent I dodged too early for the jumps in retrospect. I don't know why I didn't catch on. One more lightning reversal and it's time to do the final set piece moment. These first swings you can just block for the most part. Then the sweeps must be jumped over. Just do your best. No one's asking a lot, just do your best here. This final flurry will likely kill you, but it's not a huge deal. Just resurrect if it does. Then run forward, grapple to the tree, and ride the wind all the way to the top. Grab the lightning and throw it straight into the dragon's face. You'll land and be safe. You can technically grapple here, but I've never done it. The grapple point just seems to run out too fast. Just run up the sword and slice a dragon in the eye. No big deal. For beating this boss, we get the Dragon Tears, our final MacGuffin for Immortal Severance. We'll also get a memory for an attack power increase. Finally, of course, another boss kill means another achievement. Gracious Gift of Tears. You'll be automatically transported back to Kuro's room. Ashina has died of illness. Emma will tell you that Ashina is being taken over. Then you'll be given a key to the secret passage in the Ashina Reservoir. We're going full circle. The final boss is available to us, but we have some final things to do now that we've passed the second point of no return. There are a final set of mini-bosses available to us and an optional boss to hunt down before we tackle the endgame. Rest at the Sculptor's Idol and increase your attack power from the Divine Dragon's memory. Now exit through the window and head around the roof. Return to where you first met Ashina in his watchtower. Plunder the area to find a black scroll and some items. Head down to Ishin's secret dojo. Another fight versus an Ashina Elite. Not a ton to go over this time as it's effectively the same fight as before Genichiro. Just wait for the flash and double parry, repeat until you get that death blow. This one has red eyes, which means he's susceptible to fire attacks. You can throw oil and use your flame vent to stun him if you want. It works moderately well, but the nature of the fight means it's difficult to use the flame vent on him. It's easier to go about the standard way of fighting, which is waiting for the double draw and deflecting both of them. I start this fight off by attacking. That's a mistake. I take a lot of damage and have to heal. I guess I totally forgot how to fight this guy. Eventually, I get wise after a death. Hey, you know, it's the old adage. Do as I say, not as I do. At least I would like to say that. Appropriate dodging and countering of the sweep leads to a death blow. Here I mostly wanted to test the effectiveness of the flame vent against red-eyed enemies. I wouldn't recommend it, as it's difficult to pull off because of his speed. Of course, if you open with a firecracker, it'll work a lot better. A couple more flame vents to test. Man, it's so weak, even against enemies intended to be weak to it. Prosthetic tools definitely feel underutilized and undertuned in Sekiro, except for like 3, maybe 4. I should really follow my own advice here and just wait for the flash. That's what I've learned from this fight. Just wait for the flash and let your deflections buffed by ascending and descending carp do the rest. Eventually I do it, but this was definitely a gong show. One more mini-boss down, and that means another prayer bead. This is 37 of 40. Only 3 more left. Once you're done, plunder this area for resources and then head back to Kuro's room, either by running or by using the homeward idol. Now head outside of Kuro's window again. Drop down and make your way back to the old grave idol. Rest at it to reactivate it. Jump down and continue working your way down. You'll find that there's now a bridge built between Ashina Castle and Ashina Outskirts. Just run past the battle here, ignoring everything, and work your way all the way back to the Ashina Outskirts stairway idol. Grapple to the tree, and then to the gate, and then climb up the wall to reach it. Rest at it. You have to go this way, as Ashina Outskirts is cut off from the dilapidated temple for some reason. We'll get to that later. This is the best grinding location in the game by far. I don't recommend grinding here a ton in New Game, but in New Game Plus Plus or New Game Plus Plus Plus, we will be spending literal hours here. Start by grappling to the watchtower on your left. Stealth deathblow this guard before dropping down and deathblowing the guard under the tower. Now move forward and stealth deathblow the guard on your right. Run up the stairs and stealth deathblow the large flamethrower soldier. If you're lucky, you can stealth deathblow the last soldier, otherwise stun him with firecrackers and take him out with basic attacks. Then just head back to the sculptor's idol and rest. You can repeat this as often as you like. The goal right now should be enough skills and money to purchase the necessary upgrade materials to get the Phoenix Lilac Umbrella prosthetic tool. Optionally, you can also pick up Suzaku's umbrella as well. You will also want to upgrade the finger whistle to maximum if you can tolerate the grind. We will have to get one of the components shortly. Also tune up any skills you may want, such as Spirit Emblem capacity, but don't spend too much time here. The grind here is primarily for yellow gunpowder, fulminated mercury, experience, and sen. Then you grind at Mibu Manor for fat wax, grave wax, scrap magnetite, and adamantite scrap, as well as sen and exp. Those two are the best grinding spots. Black gunpowder and scrap iron should be purchased from the info merchant at the dilapidated temple for 150 sen each. You'll find that this is a non-issue, as you'll hit a point where sen is meaningless in Sekiro, and it's coming up pretty quick. Of course, if you sent Kotaro to Anayama, there is actually a final part of their quest line. They won't be in their usual spot by the gate, instead they'll be on the opposite side of it. They're kinda hidden. Kotaro's taking a nap, and Anayama doesn't look so good. Purchase the promissory note from Anayama the peddler for 1 sen. Then he'll take a nap too. Man, these guys must have worked really hard for falling asleep right in the middle of a battlefield. The promissory note reduces the sen cost of merchant's inventory by 10%. You'll save a whopping 15 sen per basic upgrade material, and 30 sen per divine confetti. It's not a ton, and we'll be swimming in cash by the end of the grind, but it can be helpful in these early stages. Once you've done all that, go ahead and head back to the sculptor's idol. Complete a loop of the grinding and grapple back onto the building from the staircase. It's time to get those last prayer beads. Shigekichi of the Red Guard. This guy may look slightly different, but he's basically identical to Juzo and Tokujiro. His main difference is he has some armor and uses fire instead of poison for his attacks. Ill-fitting armor can be ripped off by using the loaded spear. I strongly recommend doing this. There is a noticeable increase in damage output when his armor's on versus when his armor's off. Start the fight by using your loaded spear or any upgraded variant of it to rip it off. The Gong Boy above can be used to give yourself Bestole if you can sneak up on him. That's your call. Puppeteer won't do you any good here, and Blood Smoke is also kinda pointless. Bestole is the one you should use here. Thankfully, there isn't a lot of enemies near him, and you don't have to worry about clearing them out. You can also get a free death blow extremely reliably here by jumping at him from above. Make sure you do that. then rip off his armor with the spear before working his health down for the second and final death blow. Starting the fight, I'm going to stealth here to avoid detection, killing the first guard followed by the Gong Boy. You can use a Gachin Sugar to make this a little easier if you have one. Then it's a free death blow on the guy from above. I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce his name. Here I had a theory that he was wearing armor that could be ripped off. I swapped to the flaming spear I just made from grinding and I was correct. A few spear hits to rip off his armor. Strongly recommend doing that as it's easy to do and it improves your damage output fairly significantly. This guy does a lot of damage, so after his combo I back out to heal. He decides to take a swig too. This is just some basic combat, of course, nothing special. He does a fire breath here, which can be devastating if you're not quick to get out of it. I got very greedy here, and instead of dodging the grab, I just eat it. Of course, a quick resurrect and I get a single hit on him to break his posture and finish him off. One more mini-boss down means one more prayer bead. 38 of 40. 2 more to go. Take the sculptor's idol nearby to return to important places, Kuro's room. Exit the window near Emma and Ishin and work your way down the makeshift ramps. Look down to see the way to the reservoir. You can follow the nightjar smoke signals until you fall into the storehouse. Then you can open the door and use the sculptor's idol to rest. Double trouble. You have to fight a 7 Ashina spears as well as a generic general. Don't do what I did and struggle to fight both of them at the same time. Instead, use a Gachin Sugar and sneak up behind the general. Kill him with a stealth death blow and puppeteer him with your ninjutsu. Alternatively, you can use bestowal for extra range and damage. Or blood smoke to re-stealth and attempt a free death blow and 7 Ashina spears. I still think puppeteer is the best choice. Puppeteer turns this fight into a joke. It's just like versus Vile Hand in the dojo. Go ahead and attack him in the back whenever he's focusing the general, then deflect and counter his attacks when he's focusing on you, making the fight a complete joke. Obviously that's what you should do, which is not what I did. This is how the fight should actually go. This is functional as of patch 1.03. Just like with Corrupted Monk, this is supplementary footage. I'm low on healing items, vitality, posture, and attack power. You will be better off than I am. Start off by using a Gachin Sugar. This will allow you to get close enough to backstab the general. Hug the wall on the right side until you're perpendicular to both the general and the 7 Ashina spears. Now approach slowly and backstab and puppeteer the general. This fight is very similar to versus Vile Hand in the dojo. When you're 7 Ashina spears target, focus on deflections. When he's focusing on the general puppet, strike him in the back. This first death blow marker goes very quickly. I accidentally backstabbed my own puppet instead, but that's an opportunity to refresh the puppet, so that's okay. Then I miss the Makiri and eat a thrust. Thankfully, afterwards I recover and I can get the death blow. I refresh the puppet again just to make sure he'll last until the end of this battle. Not much else to say here. The puppet lays out 7 Ashina spears a couple of times, and that's pretty cool. Then a firecracker and Ichimonji double, and he's down for the count. Right before I tank a slash from my own puppet. God damn it. Keep in mind that this was a rushed playthrough for extra footage. You will have significantly higher attack power and stamina, as well as healing gourd uses going into this fight. You should be able to stomp it out with the puppet. Another mini-boss down, and that was the last one. We're short 1 prayer bead, 39 of 40. Where could that last one be? This is just a quick detour to get the final prayer bead. You may have already found it if you explored the lake at Fountainhead Palace. Warp to the Great Sakura Idol in Fountainhead Palace. Head right into the lake. Dive down and head towards the building in front of you. Pick up the precious bait if you want, then pull a 180 and continue moving forward and diving down. You'll find a chest by 2 headless. Ignore them for now and swim straight for the chest and loot the prayer bead. Also grab the carp scales around here if you want. Once you're done, get the heck out of here. We'll deal with these 2 headless later. Surface and swim to the other side of the lake and use your homeward idol to return to the Great Sakura Idol. That's the final prayer bead. 40 of 40. Upgrade your attributes at the Sculptor's Idol and make the final prayer necklace. Every mandatory mini-boss is dead. Now it's just the final roundup. We need to find a handful more optional bosses this playthrough. First is back up in Hirata Estate, an old friend. Warp to the Secret Temple Idol. We're as prepared as we could ever hope to be going into this fight. Owl's arsenal is largely the same as before. You'll be seeing the same basic swings, kicks to jump off you and throw some shurikens, and attempts to stomp on you. Basically everything you've seen from the previous battles here. You'll be free of most of his other shinobi tricks like the poison and anti-healing jars in this rematch though. Just respond appropriately and deflect the incoming attacks while waiting for Owl to do something else. Basic swings are actually fairly uncommon in this fight though. Again, just like the last fight, thrust attacks are a big no-no. This attack comes out fairly regularly as a standalone attack. It also comes out after Owl attempts a dashing sweep, and then he'll roll and start the stance. You'll want to dodge or deflect the sweep, then prepare to respond to the slam. The main issue with this is how you have to counter it. Owl will raise his sword and prepare to slam it down. If you dodge too early and inappropriately, he will counter you in specific ways. If you jump or move far away, he'll stop his charge and hit you with a spinning jump slash. If you dodge too early, he'll short shuck the charge and turn to cut you. The appropriate course of action is to do nothing at all. Just stand next to him. You'll want to stand close and then wait for him to start slamming it down and then dodge to the side. Then you counter it with a hit for vitality damage. It's very similar to the double shuriken jump slash in that regard. It's a very consistent and safe way to damage Owl. You can usually take a single slash on him while he's charging and then slamming his sword down, so try and hit him before and then after the attack lands. Owl will usually do this after throwing gunpowder and jumping backwards. You'll see a perilous attack symbol from a long way away. He'll raise his foot and pull his sword back, then rocket towards you. You can Makiri counter this, which is obviously the best course of action, but you can also deflect it. If you deflect it, you need to be prepared to move away immediately. After the deflect, Owl will jump and perform 2 spinning slashes. This will deal a lot of damage to you provided you didn't get out of the way. After you deflect, make sure you run or dodge away quickly. Owl will call a phantom owl and disappear from the battlefield. He will then teleport behind you and attempt to fall and slam his sword onto you. Do your best to keep moving and dodge at the last second when he comes down to, nothing personnel, kiddo. He will always start the second phase with this. The owl will then continue to fly around the arena, but you're safe to just ignore it for most of it. Just know that periodically, the owl will come, and Owl will disappear and then reappear at the owl's location to ambush you with a jumping slam. Watch for the blue light that will appear before Owl comes out. Dodge or try to deflect this attack. Generally, just running directly away from the phantom owl is the best course of action here. Then once Owl's back down, close the distance and resume the fight. Owl will call the phantom owl into his hand and fire it at you. It'll be on fire. Then he'll follow up with his super thrust from the previous phase. The phoenix is actually ridiculously hard to dodge. If you're close to a pillar or a wall, I would strongly suggest double jumping off of it to clear the phoenix, and then you'll probably clear the incoming thrust as well. Dodging the phoenix on its own is difficult, and you'll need to be very quick since it has a massive hitbox. You should be able to use Suzaku's umbrella to completely block the incoming damage from the phoenix, although I haven't tested it yet. That's just speculation, but it'll probably work. A decent strategy is actually to run directly in front of Owl and then get behind him as he jumps back to throw the phoenix. This will usually make him whiff the entire attack, and then you can safely dodge the thrust in the same manner. As similar as this looks to the original fight with Owl on the roof, it is significantly different. You should be much more aggressive in this fight to maintain Owl's posture. He simply will not block a lot of your incoming attacks, and you'll likely get free vitality damage in that way. If he does block, you'll build up his posture, so it's win-win. The primary ways to damage Owl during this phase are the standard shuriken jump slash, just like the first time we fought him, but it's quite rare compared to that fight. The new main way to damage Owl is waiting for the large slam. Wait for the jumping sweep, and then for Owl to roll. Get close, hit him, and then dodge the incoming slam and hit him again. This should deal a significant amount of posture damage. Owl is significantly more aggressive with the gunpowder during this fight. It's almost as if he knows the main strategies in Sekiro. What a shocker. Using gunpowder is really good. Thankfully, after the gunpowder final slash, he leaves himself very open. After clearing it, jump back towards Owl and perform aerial swings. You'll almost always get at least a hit or two on Owl before he can respond. This makes the fight go a lot quicker. This is a marathon, not a sprint, just like the first time against Owl. To be honest, this fight actually does seem a little easier to the other fight versus Owl, to me at least. The scariest attacks he has are the giant thrust, which will probably kill you at least once. If you can Makiri counter it, great. If not, you should be able to block it. Then you just need to deal with the double slash afterwards by dodging out of the way. Just dodge like 3 times in a direction and you should get clear of it. In phase 2 onwards, he will teleport by using the Phantom Owl. Try and keep eyes on the Owl, and look for the bluish-white circle. This is where Owl is going to land. Once he disappears, if you just run straight, you'll likely never get hit by Owl jumping on you. In phase 2, a few of the attacks get buffed, like the giant thrust, so adjust accordingly. Otherwise, this phase is very similar to phase 1. You just kinda gotta repeat the steps until you emerge victorious. Owl Father is significantly different than Great Shinobi Owl. I personally think he's actually a lot easier, as crazy as that sounds. You can be more proactive, at the very least, which is maybe the difference. With maxed out health and extremely high damage, it's significantly easier to take on Owl by pressuring him instead of being forced to sit idly back and wait for opportunities. You can start the fight by buffing with an Akko Sugar and Divine Confetti, if you can spare them. You should be able to buy Divine Confettis now. This first Mega Thrust I do actually just deflect. They seem extremely scary, but they are actually easier than they look to deflect. The immediate jump and swings are dodged by moving outside the area and then going back in once it's finished to maintain pressure. Jumping towards Owl with aerial swings feels really good and effective in this fight, so try and utilize them. They are especially useful for taking some chip damage on Owl after the shoulder tackle slash gunpowder combo. I do my best to do this every single time. Here I was too far and Owl immediately went to counter the distance instead of doing the charge slam. Back to the standard fight, trying to maintain pressure and take hits when I can, especially with the gunpowder attacks. I'm doing my best to stay as close to Owl as possible throughout this entire endeavor. I throw a firecracker here, which actually ends up giving you a little bit of extra dialogue from Owl. I fail again to Makiri the Mega Thrust, but it's not a huge deal. Deflecting and trying to dodge the follow-up spinning slashes is equally fine. Of course, I took some damage, so I back out to heal. Owl does his best to follow me, but I get an Empowered Mortal Draw combo off. I have him almost posture broken, but again, I mess up the Makiri on the Mega Thrust and he forces me down. After I recover, a couple of quick aerial swings and that's the first death blow marker. I quickly heal and then try to attack Owl before he teleports. I wasn't quite fast enough to dodge it, so I take the slam from above. Just reset the fight and going back in to damage him before he teleports away. The Phoenix here is notable because I dodged it by jumping off the wall. This is one of the easiest ways to dodge it in my opinion, but obviously that doesn't work if you're too far from a wall. Once he's finished, jumping forward with aerial swings in an attempt to damage and close the distance again. I got unlucky here and I wasn't in a position to counter the charge slams. I opted to get out of that corner and try to find some more favorable ground while getting some distance to heal. I'm not looking for a posture break right now simply because Owl's posture recovers so fast in this fight and he's constantly disappearing, which resets it. I'm going for vitality right now and any hit I can get is good. This Phoenix out in the open is ridiculous to dodge, and I was just too far from the pillar to double jump it. I do end up eating the damage, but I do manage to finally Makiri the Mega Thrust. Now Owl's at about 50%, and I'm down to 2 healing gourds after this final heal. Like most bosses in Sekiro, once a boss is at about 50% vitality, their posture recovery slows to a crawl, so a posture break is much more feasible. My last set of firecrackers here, and then it's back to basics. I get very lucky here and interrupt back-to-back sweep attempts. This puts a good amount of vitality and posture damage on Owl. He's insanely low at this point, but he does get one final Phoenix thrust off. I opt to just run past him, and he completely whiffs it, and that leaves his back open to me. Of course, he immediately teleports again. That cheeky guy. He's doing his darndest to prolong the inevitable as much as possible. Another thrust I can't Makiri, so I opt to block, and then I finally break his posture on a simple deflection of what would be another gunpowder combo. The final death blow happens, and it's over. Take the final Shinobi execution, and then accept the memory for Foster Father and the Ever Blossom. This is an item which is used for one of the endings. The ending we're actually going for this playthrough, Purification. Of course, another boss down means another achievement. Rest at the newly formed Sculptor's Idol and use the memory of Foster Father to increase your attack power. Now warp to Ashina Outskirts Stairwell. Now we have to do some preparations for the last optional boss, which technically isn't optional if you're going for all the achievements, which you are if you're watching this. From the idol, grapple across to the tower and kill the soldier. Now head back down and drop down to the path below and get to the other side of the gate. Basically, you just want to go back towards the dilapidated temple now. Head up the staircase and grapple across. Then climb to the next staircase and follow this up until you can get to the large burning gate. You'll see claw marks and tons of flames in the area where we fought our first general for the first prayer bead. You can talk to the dying soldiers here for some insight. You should just head to the back of the area and use the Sculptor's Idol to teleport to Gyobu's arena. You'll see a giant flaming demon in the distance. You can ignore it for now. Rest at the nearby Sculptor's Idol. There's one more thing we need to do before we start attempts. Warp to Ashina Depths. You'll see that the Guardian Ape's burrow is disconnected again. Take a wild guess where the next destination is. Drop down, kill the soldier, and grapple across the poison pits. Enter the cave on the right side and prepare for a mini-boss encounter. Shichimen warriors are very difficult enemies that are mostly optional. This one specifically is not if you want all the achievements, as it drops an upgrade material for the finger whistle that is required for maxing out your prosthetic tools. Shichimen warriors deal a lot of terror damage. You will absolutely want to equip pacifying agents or the modeled purple gourd, probably both, before starting this fight. Also, do not even bother attempting this fight without the Phoenix Lilac Umbrella prosthetic tool and Divine Confetti. It's a waste of time and effort. The umbrella trivializes half of the extremely dangerous attacks of the Shichimen warrior. Every huge terror beam and every giant purple fireball is completely neutered by standing under a purple umbrella. Spending your time grinding for upgrade materials and sen is a much better use of your time than grinding attempts on the Shichimen warrior without the umbrella. If you're extremely lucky, you can kill Shichimen warriors with an anti-air death blows, but it's extremely unreliable to pull off. Don't rely on it. The fight strategy is pretty basic, so I'll just go over it in the live fight commentary. Come to Shichimen warrior battles equipped with the Phoenix Lilac Umbrella and the purple modeled gourd, and pacifying agents on your bar. Don't even bother unless you have those. Buff with Divine Confetti to start. It really helps your damage output, to the point where it's basically mandatory. Run in and do as much damage as possible before he teleports. At this point, he's going to the other side of the arena and starts spamming giant terror lasers. Thankfully, this first phase was easy and I managed to close the distance and burst him down without too much worry. One death blow marker down. I chug a pacifying agent here to reduce terror buildup. This is why you bring the Phoenix Lilac Umbrella to this fight. It completely blocks every single attack that the Shichimen warrior can throw at you. Get under that umbrella and tank all the hits that come your way, and when you're close, let it down and start the onslaught all over again. Of course, you'll teleport away again, but just continue to use the umbrella to get back close to the Shichimen warrior again. I got insanely lucky here and had approximately 0 HP left, but he teleported before the death blow came out. Just one more use of the umbrella to walk to his new location, and then a single hit takes him down. One hit. Man, that sucks. The reward for this fight is Malcontent's Ring, which is a required upgrade material for the finger whistle. You're probably wondering why we're doing this now. It has a very specific purpose. Use the nearby sculptor's idol to return to the dilapidated temple. Now upgrade your finger whistle to Malcontent. If you need to grind for sen or materials, use the Ashina Outskirts Stairway route or the Mibu Manor route as previously stated. You'll want Malcontent for the final optional boss. Make sure you upgrade and equip Malcontent before moving forward. Now teleport to Ashina Outskirts, Flames of Hatred. Demon of Hatred has a plethora of basic thrashing swings, headbutts, and various stomps that he'll use occasionally. You can deflect these most of the time, but it's usually easier to forget the fundamentals of Sekiro here and instead focus on positional dodging as well as traditional dodging. The stomp is a big one to look out for, and it will likely hit you due to the sheer size of Demon of Hatred. The guy's an absolute unit. The camera is wonky in this fight, especially when you're close, so you're bound to eat at least one stomp. Demon of Hatred will just slam his hand into the ground and sprint forward and rip up the ground. This moves him a ton of distance. There is a perilous attack marker, and I guess this counts as a sweep. You should jump as soon as you see him coming, and you should dodge the attack without much issue. From phase 2 onwards, he will usually follow this up by slamming his huge flaming whip arm down towards where he came from. This is a huge hitbox, but can be dodged by simply running sideways. There is a grapple point to his horns while he's doing this. If you're close enough, you should always take this. It clears the distance and gets you out of the Flames of Hatred. You can also do some aerial swings on the way in. In phase 3, Demon of Hatred will usually just charge twice in a row, so be aware of that. Demon of Hatred will take his flaming arm and toss several burning boulders in front of him. He usually does this after he's created a lot of distance from you, and he will use it to counter you running back to him. Pay attention and adjust accordingly. You can run through it if you're close and fast enough. The alternative is that you should stop and back up, wait for the flames to finish, and then go around to get back close to Demon of Hatred to resume wailing on him. Demon of Hatred will summon a series of flaming orbs and fire them towards you. These do have some level of homing, so run in a circle around Demon of Hatred to have them with you. It's very easy to dodge these if you're a moderate distance from Demon of Hatred, which is usually when he'll use this attack anyways. Once the last orb is done, Demon of Hatred will pose, so use that time to try and close the distance and get a little bit of damage in. Demon of Hatred will launch into the air and slam down, causing flames to burst outward from under him. There is no good way to predict this, you'll just have to run directly away from the epicenter and then wait for the flames to dissipate before going back in. Once Demon of Hatred lands, there is a grapple point available on his horn, so you can use that to get some aerial swings in on the way back. In phase 3 onwards, Demon of Hatred can spin and create a huge circular wall of fire around him. He's obviously immune to it, but you're gonna get stuck inside until it dissipates. The spin does 2 full rotations and you'll probably get hit by the arm. You can try to jump to dodge it, but it's unreliable to say the least. He will always start phase 3 with this attack, so be prepared. He will also use it periodically throughout the final phase. Just do your best to jump and deflect the incoming hand. Welcome to the Dark Souls 3 boss reject pile. First things first, this is fundamentally different to other bosses in Sekiro. You will have to adjust your mentality for this fight. Deflecting, while possible, is largely out for the fight. Instead, focus on positioning and dodging. There are various things at play here that make this fight overly difficult. One is the camera is terrible because of Demon of Hatred's size. He'll often obstruct your view of Wolf and you'll be whiffing attacks and probably eating some as well. The lock-on also has a tendency to go for Demon of Hatred's lower body as opposed to his legs, which are what you're probably trying to hit for the majority of the fight. I guess the one positive here is Demon of Hatred won't ever block your attacks, so cool I guess. If it connects, it's dealing damage. Anytime you grapple to Demon of Hatred, you can follow up with aerial swings. You'll want to attack when you're very close to Demon of Hatred. If you do them too early, you'll whiff your opportunity, losing out on damage output. Wait until you're right in front of him, and then use the swings. The prosthetic tool Malcontent will stun Demon of Hatred, and you can use it once per phase. This should be combined with Divine Confetti and Akko Sugar to try to get as many hits in as possible while Demon of Hatred is stunned. The first 2 stuns are quite long, but the third is barely a stun, but you should use it anyways. Demon of Hatred will likely take you many attempts. I generally found it better to do my best to try to damage race as much as possible. With 10 Gourd Seeds and maximum vitality and posture, it really felt like doing as much damage as possible by any means necessary was the right call. As long as you can maintain about 3 gourds per phase, you'll probably do okay. Generally, I feel like it does also depend on the attacks Demon of Hatred decides to spam. If he spams his jump attack, which is easy to dodge and counter, you'll likely have an easier time than if he chooses to spam the charge over and over again, or stomps on you constantly. It may just be a matter of grinding attempts, unfortunately. Welcome to the least fun fight in the game. Enjoy your stay. If you have the red mottled gourd or dowsing powder, make sure to equip them before starting, then Akko Sugar and Divine Confetti for damage buffs. This was done after about 20 minutes of attempts, so I was a bit tired of the fight. Start off with buffing with Divine Confetti and just charging into Demon of Hatred to attempt to start working his health down. These stomps always get me. I blame the camera, because otherwise it would be my fault. It's definitely not my fault. Unfortunately, I was just barely too far away from Demon of Hatred to clear the Flame Toss. Oh well. We have a lot of gourd uses, and you bet your bottom dollar that we're going to use all of them if we can. After recovery, it's just a matter of wailing on Demon of Hatred as much as possible. Then I eat a headbutt and a jumping attack. This fight has gone very poorly, but it's fine. I'm not crying, okay? I'm not. I use Malcontent very far away from Demon of Hatred. Definitely use it when you're closer. You want to be able to maximize the use of the stun time and get as much damage in as possible. More attack hammering, and this time an appropriate dodge of the jumping attack and correct follow-up again. I dodge a stomp appropriately for once. I'll chalk that up to luck. There's definitely no way we did that any other way. Just barely too far to make it through the Flame Toss. One day I'll learn to stop, I guess. Not this time, though. Some more attacks hit home, and that's the first death blow. No one said this was going to be a short fight. Since I'm low, and I have some, I opt to equip the healing pellets on my bar. I guess I have a good feeling about this fight. After phase 1, Demon of Hatred is invincible for a while, so stay back and use a Divine Confetti and heal up. First thing he does, of course, is the sweep into the Flame Whip. Unfortunately, I wasn't close enough to grapple, but I did manage to get through it without taking any damage. I get some hits in and then immediately use Malcontent again. You get 1 per phase, so you may as well use it as soon as possible to make sure you have Akko Sugar and Divine Confetti up. Then resume hammering attacks onto his legs and groin, I guess. I almost get him to 50% here, which is quite good. Now I eat a couple of attacks and fail to dodge the Flame Whip by jumping too late and get laid out for a Resurrect. It's okay. It's probably going to happen on this fight. Just take it and heal. Then the orbs come, which are easily dodged by just sprinting sideways. Then get in and get some swings in. Demon of Hatred got staggered here, which was really lucky. Then he immediately jumps again. This is the easiest attack to dodge in my opinion. Just run away, jump, and grapple back in. Easy peasy. Feeling confident. Oh wait, I failed to dodge the Flame Whip again. Big surprise. 4 Goras left. This time I was close enough to dodge the Flame Toss, and it's resuming the onslaught. Only to eat a foot. Get out, dodge a minor Flame Whip, and then get back in for more hits. Dodge the jump again, and get the next death blow. Phase 3 time, rebuff with Divine Confetti quickly and be prepared to jump the sweep, which leads into a giant wall of fire. Of course I get hit anyways, but who's keeping count at this point? I'm getting a little desperate here. The final use of Malcontent causes Demon of Hatred to headbutt the ground in front of him, so you have to be clear of that. The final stun does not last long at all, but I guess it's something. This phase switches things up again. Instead of charge into whip, he charges into charge. I guess I'm finally kind of getting into the groove now and start dodging appropriately. He's at about 50% HP again. He does another firewall, and of course he hits me with the second swing. I should be smart and heal, I just go for damage. I'm thirsty for that win. One gourd left, right as I eat another foot. Whoops. Another charge into a charge, which is dodged by jumping. The next stomp I dodged correctly by rotating around, by some miracle. I'm actually feeling pretty desperate here, and after Demon of Hatred whiffing his attacks, I end up staggering him, which gives me enough time to get him into an inch of his life. The final jump here seals his fate, because I actually know how to dodge this one. Back out, jump, grapple, and take my final swings before that last death blow. Shinobi execution, and it's all over. You'll get another memory for beating Demon of Hatred, as well as 2 Lapis Lazuli. These are the final tier upgrade materials for your prosthetic tools. If you want some deep lore, Demon of Hatred was actually the sculptor. Whoops, spoilers. Well, that's the first and last time we have to fight the Demon of Hatred. I've specifically set up the guide so we don't have to fight him again. We will get our remaining Lapis Lazuli from the alternative sources next playthrough. Speaking of Lapis Lazuli, we should get the final one this playthrough right now, just so we don't forget. Rest at the Sculptor's Idol and use the memory to increase your attack power. Warp to Fountainhead Palace, Palace Grounds. Make sure to equip the Shuriken and Phoenix Lilac Umbrella. Jump from the platform to the trees below. Take out any of these Fountainhead dogs with Shuriken or basic attacks. Then follow the water up to the waterfall to find a Shichimen warrior. This Shichimen warrior is exactly the same as the previous one in the cave. Buff yourself with Divine Confetti and run at him. Hammer him with attacks until he teleports. If you're lucky, you can get an anti-air death blow. Otherwise, just use the Phoenix Lilac Umbrella to eat the attacks, and once he finishes, pop out and resume the onslaught of buffed sword swings. Even if you're forced to use a Resurrect, you will likely wear him down before he can kill you. Take the second death blow and the 6th and final Lapis Lazuli for this playthrough. There's only one thing left to do, and that's to fight the final boss. Warp to Ashina Castle, Ashina Reservoir. From the idol, just run back towards the hidden gate, just like we did at the very start of the tutorial. Feel free to kill the general if you want, or just run past him in standard Sekiro fashion. Jump your way up the bridge, and then shimmy underneath to reach the Sculptor's Idol by the locked door. Use the key and open it. Head inside to find an old friend. Pre-fight, I strongly suggest you back up your save here. I have not verified this myself, I opted for the long way around, but it should cut out a 4th and final playthrough. It's your call. Once we start cutting out all the optional things in Sekiro, it's a pretty easy 2 or so hour playthrough. Back up your save if you want, otherwise just continue. It's all come full circle, baby. You'll have to start this final fight with Genichiro again. Nothing has really changed. Genichiro is still a jobber despite beholding the second mortal blade. With a mortal blade, he has a mortal draw of his own now, which he usually starts this fight with. It's easy to dodge, just get behind him, and he should never hit you with it ever. This fight is really just a warm-up. Don't worry about it too much. Maintain pressure and dodge the attacks accordingly. It's just the same as Phase 3 Genichiro way back at the start of the game. He was a jobber then, he's a jobber now. You definitely want to do your best to beat Genichiro only taking minimal damage. You will want your gourd uses for the next phases. The real fight starts immediately after you deathblow him though. Ishin will pull his sword back, give you a shoulder tackle, and then you'll see a perilous attack indicator and he'll thrust at you. You'll want to deflect the initial shove and then Makiri counter the thrust. As with most thrusts, it's actually quite easier to Makiri counter this, and it's a good way to deal a lot of posture damage to Sword Saint. This is virtually identical to your Ichimonji double, except the second hit can be slightly different. Sword Saint uses this often, and it's one of the best ways to damage him. Once you see the high stance, wait for a brief moment and then dodge sideways and towards Sword Saint. You'll dodge the attack, and Ishin will whiff the second swing. This will allow you a chance to hit him in the back for vitality damage. This is the bread and butter of this fight. You can land a swing immediately as he starts his Ichimonji if you're daring, just like with Owl Father. You'll need to land it and then immediately dodge to the side to avoid the swing. The second of this is quite literally Ichimonji double, but it comes out at a speed that is absolutely ridiculous compared to yours. This is more common in Phase 3 from my experience. The only reasonable way to dodge it is to stand your ground and deflect both incoming attacks. It comes out significantly faster than the other Ichimonji, so be prepared to follow up immediately. This is technically a sweep, but it doesn't look like it. Ishin will sheath his sword and do a drawing slash, and then you'll see a perilous attack indicator for a sweep. Generally, I avoid this by dodging the drawing attack to my right and then dodging a second time to the right, which causes Sword Saint to completely whiff the follow-up sweep. Otherwise, you should deflect the draw and then jump over the slashes. If you dodge twice, you should be able to stab Ishin in the back. Sword Saint will back off, charge his sword, and then unleash a huge wind slash at you. Then a second will follow up immediately after. Watch for the wind swirling around Sword Saint and be prepared to dodge. You should be able to deflect it, but you're much better off stepping to the side to avoid it entirely. In Phase 2 onwards, the Dragon Flash is faster and smaller. The charge is also significantly faster as well. Instead of being a huge vertical wind slash, it's two significantly smaller blades that come at you on an angle. Just dodge to the side exactly the same as before. This is fairly rare, but Ishin will sheath his sword and then charge forward with a vertical and horizontal cut. This deals a ton of damage, but you can easily dodge it by just moving very far away from Sword Saint, or by moving behind him. If you move behind him, it usually makes the attack whiff entirely. This combo is actually extremely specific and used so often it's worth taking special note of. He'll dive towards you with a sword swing or two, then sweep his spear around, pull it back in, then immediately swing it outwards and outwards again. Then you'll see a perilous attack marker and he'll finish the combo with a thrust. It's a total of 6 hits and a final thrust. You will see this attack a lot, so make sure you understand the appropriate timings, and getting the Makiri counter timing down on this is very important. It is a thrust, but it comes from a high angle, which makes it look different, but it's countered exactly the same way. Wait a second and dodge into it. If the thrust hits you, it's actually 2 hits. The initial stab and the second hit is on the pullback. This deals devastating damage and will likely lay you out, so absolutely make sure that you Makiri counter it. Sword Saint? More like Gun Saint, am I right? Ishin will pull this endless ammunition gun out all the time during this fight. Your only option is to deflect the incoming volley of bullets. Use the parry flutter and it should deflect them all. This is a lot like Ichimonji double from the first phase in that it's easy to dodge and one of the easiest ways to get some counter damage on Sword Saint. If you're a moderate distance from Sword Saint, he may jump towards you slashing with his spear. Just dodge this to the side and then move in to counterattack Ishin in the back. If you want to get extremely technical, you can beat Phase 2 and Phase 3 of Sword Saint almost entirely by baiting these jumping attacks and countering him in the back. That's your call. Keep it in your back pocket if you're really struggling. I generally don't favor it though. This looks very similar to Dragon Flash, but instead Ishin will do a 360 strike around after a delay. This is easy to dodge. Just get close to Ishin and then jump off of him again and you should completely whiff the attack. Follow up with aerial swings for extra damage. He uses this fairly regularly in Phase 2 and 3. Just like Genichiro, in Phase 3, Sword Saint will just start throwing lightning all over the place. This is what makes Phase 3 the easiest phase of Sword Saint. All the same rules apply here as they did in previous lightning reversal fights. Recognize the lightning is coming, stop dead in your tracks, wait a second, jump, and then fire the lightning back. Your target will be stunned, and then you can move in to do some more damage to it. The one thing you have to be very aware of is map topography. If you're standing low compared to Sword Saint, you can actually end up landing before the lightning comes out. Just make a note of it, and try to fight Ishin on even ground. Sword Saint is really broken into 3 distinct phases. Unfortunately, you're really forced through Genichiro and then Phase 1 Ishin before you can learn the real fight, which is Phase 2 Sword Saint. We're not going to go over Genichiro, it's pretty easy. This is a fight where you can be more aggressive and respond to his attacks. You should pressure with attacks and then respond to his attacks with your own deflections. Generally speaking, you'll want to take vitality damage off Sword Saint whenever you can, but you will likely posture break Phase 1 well before he reaches 50% vitality, like a few other bosses. Unfortunately, he also has 3 death blow markers for you to get through. This should largely be considered the warm-up phase, just like Genichiro. It's very methodical. Pressure and deflect the counters. Eventually, Sword Saint will mix it up and you need to respond appropriately, and hopefully counter for some vitality damage. Then, resume the sword dance. If you ever need to heal, there are a few rocks you can use around the area to use line of sight to hide and heal. Obviously, just like most bosses, Sword Saint is susceptible to firecrackers. I would reserve firecrackers specifically if you need to heal in this fight. Most of his attacks are quite easy to respond to once you recognize them. I would do your best to stay on the same height as Ishin as well. The arena is on a large hill, so you should try and fight Ishin on the top or bottom where it's relatively flat. Fighting on the slope of the hill actually makes dodging attacks much more difficult in a way that's kind of hard to quantify. Do your best to position to fight him on relatively flat ground. In Phase 2, Sword Saint will decide he wants to be Spear and Gun Saint from now on. It doesn't matter where he is, he'll stop and pull out a giant spear from the ground. This fundamentally changes the fight for the next 2 phases. He will fundamentally change his attack style, but he can still use many of his attacks from Phase 1 with the spear out, including the Ichimonji Double and Dragon Flash. They are just a lot less common now. There is kind of a cheese strategy here. If you run away from Ishin, you can bait his jumping attack. This allows you to easily dodge it and take some vitality damage off with a stab. Generally, this is slow and significantly more difficult than just fighting him straight up. I'm not going to judge you if you resort to this. I have done it on a few occasions. I do feel like fighting him straight up is a better use of your time though. This phase you have to be a lot more defensive and respond to Sword Saint's attacks. Your room to pressure is significantly reduced because of the long attack chains of the spear. The plus side is there are a lot more Makiri counter opportunities in this phase and the next, which means posture buildup is quite easy. You'll definitely want to go for every Makiri counter possible, and go for a posture break on Ishin instead of a vitality kill. The same basic rules apply. You're looking to pressure when you can, and deflect the attacks until Sword Saint does something differently. This is where Ishin will start his own lightning attacks. If you manage to get through Phase 2, this is kind of your victory lap. If you can beat Phase 2, you can beat Phase 3 just as easily. The same fight rules apply here. Deflect the incoming attacks and be prepared to Makiri counter the thrusts at the end of the combos. When Ishin jumps, stop dead in your tracks, wait a second, and then jump and hurl the lightning back at him. Correctly doing a lightning reversal will make this phase significantly shorter and easier than the previous phase. It just deals an absurd amount of vitality and posture damage. Then, if you're close enough, you can hit Ishin again for even more damage output. If you're lucky, Ishin will attempt to spam the lightning, which can make this final phase go extremely quickly. You can still use and abuse the jumping attack strategy in this phase, get distance from Ishin, bait the jump, and counter appropriately. The big final showdown. Watch the cutscenes if you want, and then take on Genichiro. He almost always starts this with a mortal draw combo, which is easily dodged. Just get behind him, and then follow up. Standard Genichiro rules apply here. I have Genichiro on lock, and that hasn't changed at all. Pressure and deflect. Embrace the sword dance. A long combo, perfectly deflected, into a Makiri counter, and he's already almost dead. Not a ton to say because the fight is basically over in 30 seconds, as fights usually go against Genichiro. Poor guy, just can't get a break. But it's time for Mr. Finale himself. This is the Gauntlet final battle, but personally I think it's a lot easier than Demon of Hatred. The sword dance is very similar to Genichiro. Pressure and deflect. Of course, I immediately eat a Dragon Flash for no reason other than my brain stopped working, just back out and heal, and try to forget that happened. I opened up with firecrackers into a mortal draw, but I absolutely do not advocate this. It's a waste in this phase. Save your spirit emblems and do not waste your time with mortal draws. I take a bit of damage here from a random swing, but it's not enough to justify backing out to heal. Yet. It's better to maintain the pressure and go for the posture break. Deflecting the incoming shove, and then Makiri counter the thrust for a death blow. 1 of 3. Breath of Life Light and Shadow definitely gave us a bit of a boost here. Phase 2, Spear and Gun Saint time. I try to pressure him a little bit before the spear comes out, but it's a fruitless exercise. You shouldn't even bother trying. I quickly take the mottled gourd off my bar because it's getting in the way, and then I immediately eat a spear to the face, as one does. This first section is just trying to get back on my feet. After successfully deflecting the long combo into the round slash, I feel a lot more comfortable starting to pressure, especially with a successful Makiri counter. Another long combo into a Makiri. I'm always happy to see these, even though my posture is very high. You just gotta have faith in your own deflections. I told you that this attack was common, man, but I fail and I eat it this time. That's okay, that's what the resurrections are for. Except alien resurrection. This should never have happened. I always get a bit tilted after dying, so it takes a second to get back on my feet again. I finally feel like I've stabilized at this point, and I finally get to stop taking damage and get some hits in. Here, I use the rock to heal and get Sword Saint closer to me. I'm low after stupidly attempting a Mortal Draw combo, but so is Sword Saint, so I opt to pressure. I use my last Firecracker and lock down the second death blow. Phase 3 is the lightning round. Thankfully, he starts off by using it. Free damage for me, and it's a big chunk. Then I immediately get punished for my cockiness and have to back out to heal. Then another combo ending in a thrust, and that's another easy Makiri counter. Then back to pressuring. A second lightning throw means more damage, and at this point, it's looking pretty good for old Wesley there. He's at about 50%, and I still have 3 gourds left. Round slash, easily countered by jumping, as one does. Followed up immediately by another long combo, which ends in a Makiri counter. He's definitely on his last legs at this point. Unfortunately, I eat a mini Dragon Flash, and then heal. 2 gourds left, which is plenty considering he's almost toast. Ishin seals his fate with another worthless attempt at lightning. Jump, catch, reversal, and he's stunned. A Mortal Draw here for style points, and he's done. We have officially beaten Sekiro at this point. Of course, for beating a boss, we always get an achievement. Sword Saint Ashina Ashina. You'll also get the Dragon Flash combat art, so you can use it yourself now, which I guess is kind of neat. You'll have to head to Kuro and make a choice. Use the Dragon Tears and Everblossom this playthrough, since we went through the second fight with Owl to get it. Make absolutely sure to use the Everblossom, otherwise you'll get the Immortal Severance ending, and you'll have to go through the Purification route again, including refighting Owl. You'll get the Purification ending, and the appropriate achievement for that. That's all there is for this playthrough. You'll be teleported back to the Sculptor's Idol at the Dilapidated Temple after the fight. You can choose to start your second cycle whenever you want, but I would hold off for right now. We have some optional things we can do moving forward. This part is completely optional. The rewards are not related to any achievements. If you wish to skip ahead, jump to the appropriate time code and start your second cycle. If you'd like to get all the optional rewards from the remaining mini-bosses, then continue. It will give you access to versions of the Buddhist sugars that you use spirit emblems instead of being full consumables. If you haven't yet, purchase the purple mottled gourd from the memorial mob outside Mibu Village. This reduces terror buildup similar to pacifying agents. You'll definitely want this going forward. We're going headless hunting. The first headless is actually in Ashina outskirts, but it's significantly easier to get it from the Cursed Bell in Mount Congo. Warp to Sempo Temple, Mount Congo, Bell Demon's Temple. From the idol, head down the stairs and turn right. You'll find a white human engraving. Hug it and you'll be transported to Ashina outskirts. Follow the path in the cave until it opens up. Use a divine confetti and Akko sugar if you have it. You have to use the divine confetti. Fights with headless are actually quite difficult, but with a full playthrough worth of attack power, they're tolerable. If you don't have a divine confetti active, you will basically deal no damage. Make sure you have one active at all times while fighting headless. Headless will always start by using a debuff that prevents you from being able to run, similar to Tranquil Walk of Peace from Dark Souls, if you remember that. With a divine confetti active, you'll want to just start hammering attacks into the headless. You'll want to be aware to deflect the incoming attacks that they rarely throw out, but you should do your best to be hyper aggressive here. Headless will disappear and teleport behind you and attempt to grab you. This is actually quite difficult to avoid, but if you jump, you should be able to do it. If you don't, you can just tank it with your maxed out vitality and heal with your gourd afterwards. The reason I do the headless now at the end of the game is because of how much easier it is at this point. You can basically destroy them without much issue. Once you beat this headless, you'll be rewarded with Akko's Spirit Fall. This has the same effect as an Akko sugar, only it uses spirit emblems instead of being a consumable. I would put this on your bar and use it regularly. 1 of 4 headless down. Use your homeward idol to return to the last communed idol. Now travel to Abandoned Dungeon, Bottomless Hole. I said we were headless hunting, but this is actually another Shichimen warrior, so be prepared with your purple lilac umbrella. From the idol, simply pull a 180 and you'll see the Shichimen warrior in the pit below. Buff yourself with divine confetti and Akko sugar and then jump down. Start laying into the Shichimen warrior until he teleports. Then use your umbrella to close the distance and finish him off for the first death blow. Rebuff with divine confetti when he teleports and be prepared to use your umbrella again. If you're lucky, you can get an anti-air death blow here, but it is difficult. Repeat the process of hammering him with attacks until he teleports and then use your umbrella to close the distance. Repeat this until you can death blow him again and the fight's over. For beating this Shichimen warrior, you'll get the ceremonial Tonto. This is very similar to blood bullets from Bloodborne. You can use the Tonto to damage yourself and you'll gain some spirit emblems. You can only use the Tonto a few times, but it may be worthwhile for a few fights. Generally, I found no uses for it. Pillage the area for resources and then use your homeward idol to return to the last communed idol. Now it's time for the rest of the headless. Travel to Ashina Castle, Old Grave. This next headless is actually underwater. Head directly back from the idol and follow the path until it leads to a dead end with water. Buff up with divine confetti and Akko sugars if you have them, then simply jump into the moat and dive down. Underwater headless won't immediately aggro you, but you need to close in on them fast. They'll shoot water slashes at you with their sword, which can be really dangerous. Just keep hammering them with attacks and move out to heal, or use your purple gourd or pacifying agents if you're concerned about terror buildup. Underwater headless won't teleport, but you will have to dodge the projectiles that they throw. For beating this headless, you'll get Ungo's Spirit Fall, which reduces your vitality damage taken. Next, please. Use your homeward idol to return to the last communed idol. Head to Sunken Valley, Undershrine Valley. Turn around from the Sculptor's Idol and jump and grapple across this gap. If you recall, we've actually been here before for a prayer bead, but there's another headless here. Take out the enemies here to make this run a little bit easier. Then jump up and climb the walls on the left until you reach the grave markers. Pass them and jump into the body of water. Dive down to find a hidden tunnel. Follow this to the end and then surface. Jump out of the water and buff using divine confetti and Akko sugars. This is another headless just like the first one. Run up to him and start hammering him with attacks. I get grabbed here, but just keep attacking and you'll get the first death blow marker easily. My divine confetti runs out, and with it you basically can't damage headless, so get one on right away. For this headless, you'll get Gokan's Spirit Fall, which reduces posture damage taken for a time. The most useless one. Take a look around now and pillage the area for resources, then go ahead and use your homeward idol to return to the last communed idol. Now warp to Ashina Depths, Hidden Forest. Cross the first 2 sets of trees and kill the chicken if you want. Then turn to your left once you find the monk. Buff yourself with divine confetti and fight the next headless. All the same rules apply, just hammer it with attacks and deflect the slow swings. You'll eventually get the first death blow. Refresh your divine confetti and reduce the terror buildup, and then keep hammering him until you get the second death blow. Another headless means another spirit fall. This is Gatchin's spirit fall, the stealth one, which is arguably the second most useful behind Akko's. Look around the area for resources and then use the homeward idol to return to the last sculptor's idol. There's only one headless left, and it's underwater in Fountainhead Palace. Warp to Fountainhead Palace, Great Sakura. Turn to your right and enter the water. Hug the right side and kill the Mist Noble here. Then continue right and eventually come to the building that's partially submerged. Stand on the roof and buff up with Divine Confetti and Akko's Sugar, since you can't use them underwater. Once buffed, immediately get back in the water and start swimming towards the center of the lake and dive down. There are technically 2 headless down here, and you should have saw them getting the last prayer bead. Head down to the bottom, sticking to the right side. The headless on the right is a phantom and significantly weaker than the real one, so kill it first so it doesn't bother you. Then move towards the second one and take him out in the same way. You'll get Yashigeru's Spirit Fall here, which reduces your max HP, but significantly buffs up your damage output. Generally not as useful as Akko's, as the reduced survivability can get you killed. That's all 5 Spirit Falls and the Ceremonial Tanto. Do a final check. Make sure you have the 6 Lapis Lazuli before you start your second cycle. If you don't have the 6, go back to the previous videos and make sure that you have them all, as you will need them to avoid having to fight Demon of Hatred again, or doing the quest again in the 4th cycle. I opted to do a bit of grinding here in Mibu Manor as it's easier to do in the first cycle. Okami warriors get significant resistance to Sabimaru in New Game Plus cycles, so it may be worth doing this grind now instead of later. I tried to get close to the maximum required upgrade materials as possible. Make the call yourself. It's no big deal one way or the other. The very last thing to do is to free Hanbei the Undying from this mortal coil. Talk to him, and he'll notice your shiny red mortal blade. He'll request that you end his immortality with it. Agree to help him, and then head back to the Sculptor's Idol to rest. Now head back to Hanbei, and death blow him to finish him off for good. You'll get the Hidden Tooth, which you can use to end your existence at will, and can be used as many times as necessary. Generally, I found absolutely no value in this, but it is the last unique item. With all that finished, you can finally start your second cycle. This playthrough is going to go for the Shura ending. It's the shortest ending and ends the game before we can even reach Fountainhead Palace. We have to complete it as there is an achievement for the Shura ending, an achievement for the unique final boss for all bosses, and some skills that we need for the all skills achievement. You can't skip this, unfortunately. The skills from the final boss are required, which means we have to go into New Game Plus cycles. You can't cheese it by going into New Game. You have to use New Game Plus. A lot of this is going to be extremely similar to New Game, however you're going to cut out everything that's not mandatory. Mini bosses only give coin purses now, so there's no point in fighting them unless they're mandatory for progression, such as Chained Ogre or Blazing Bull. We can't get any more prayer beads or gourd seeds, we're maxed out, so these next playthroughs are simply cutting the fat and only doing the mandatory content for the specific endings and bosses or skills we may need. I'm going to gloss over the events we've already covered and go back to the nitty-gritty details once there is new content. If you had the Mortal Draw equipped, you'll have to change your combat art. You don't have the Mortal Blade anymore, and we have to get it again. Switch back to Ichimonji Double, or whatever your preferred combat art is once you start the second cycle. Simply run through the tutorial, avoiding any and all combat. Grab the Fistful of Ash on the way because it's convenient. Fight or die to Genichiro, it's your choice here. Dying is undoubtedly faster, but you can assert your dominance should you choose. Run through Ashina Outskirts and fight the Chained Ogre. There is no need to collect the bell. We're never going back to Hirata Estate. If you really want the extra attack power from Lady Butterfly, feel free, but in my opinion, it's just not worth it. After a certain amount of attack power upgrades, diminishing returns kick in extremely hard. Just using the memories from the mandatory bosses will push you to this point through this playthrough. After Ogre, go ahead and zip through the enemies here and complete the snake set piece in the valley. Now just go run straight to Gyobu and take him out. Upgrade your attack power from his memory. You have to complete the Tengu of Ashina's questline in standard fashion. Otherwise, Isshin Ashina won't be available once you beat Genichiro. Make sure to kill the rats and then return to talk to the Tengu of Ashina before moving forward. Unfortunately, you have to fight Blazing Bull. It's not nearly as bad in New Game Plus with our souped up attack power and maxed out health and healing items. However, use the same hit and run strategy and you should come out ahead eventually. Now you have a few options. You can head to the top of Senpo Temple, just like we did in our first playthrough, or you can head down to Mibu Village to fight Corrupt Monk, or just deal with Genichiro now. I generally like to do Mount Kongo first since it's easy. You'll have to take out Armored Warrior on the way, break his posture, and then kick him off the bridge again. Man, that never gets old. Now head to the top of the temple and activate the Sculptor's Idol. We're done here for now, just head back to Ashina Castle since we can't face off against Folding Screed Monkeys right now. Afterwards, head to the reservoir and take out Lone Shadow. Take the free death blow from above and kill him in standard fashion. Then head down the path and take the plunge. Refight Snake Eyes in the poison pits. Try and get the stealth death blow and then just abuse her AI loop and then head back through the mist forest. Skip Tokujiro, you don't need to fight him, and then take out the Mist Noble to clear the mist and reveal the true path. Head down to Mibu Village, run through to the watermill, rest at the Sculptor's Idol, and then return to Ashina Castle. Then head down and back towards the Great Serpent Shrine. The Tengu of Ashina will have moved here. If you talk to him, he will ask you if you have mastered any esoteric texts. If you have, he will give you the Mushin esoteric text. This is the final esoteric text and is required. If you haven't mastered any skills yet, don't worry, there will be opportunities next playthrough, and the fourth and final playthrough to pick it up. I had mastered a tree at this point, so I picked it up. When you're done, continue through the path to the gun fort, continue inside and activate the Sculptor's Idol at the back. Go ahead and take out Centipede since you're here, we're gonna have to kill him anyways. Now head back and make Genichiro look like a joke. Take your memory and upgrade your attack power. Do the lengthy exposition section with Kuro, Emma, and Isshin. Unfortunately, this is unskippable, and it really sucks on a replay, and we're gonna have to do it a couple more times. Just mash through the dialogue, you've already heard all this before. There's no way to avoid this, unfortunately. Once you're done, it's time for the 3 fights for incense materials. Go ahead and start with Folding Screen Monkeys for the free attack power. Run those monkeys down, and then talk to the Divine Child. If you like Mortal Draw, re-equip it once you get the Mortal Blade back. Warp back to the watermill. Skip Orin of the Water by heading left and swimming up the path and grappling onto the bridge. Go ahead and run past everything and take out Corrupt Monk, using your banked pocket sand and firecrackers. Snap Seeds if you got 'em, as well as Divine Confetti. She's an apparition after all. Collect the Shelter Stone from the cave, upgrade your attack power, then return to Kuro's room. After you get back, you get the gun fort key from the library and warp back to the gun fort. Unlock the door and head through. Drop down the bridge and then grapple through the valley. Take out Guardian Ape and then kill his headless body. Collect the Lotus of the Palace at the back, upgrade your attack power, and head back to the Ashina Castle dungeon entrance. All you have to do now is get back to the roof of Ashina Castle. The new ladders here mean you don't actually have to fight Vile Hand in the dojo if you don't want to. You can if you want, as it provides a very close Sculptor's Idol for attempts, but it's not mandatory. Make a judgment call yourself. Either kill Vile Hand in the dojo, and take the Sculptor's Idol by the bridge and make the run every time you die. I personally prefer to kill Vile Hand as it makes all subsequent attempts here easier. This is the only deviation for this playthrough. At the top where you fought Genichiro, talk to Owl. Choose to maintain the Iron Code. Obey your father. You'll have to confirm this choice. The game doesn't really want you to side with Owl, but we have to do it anyways. This next part might make a few people upset. Emma is very similar to most enemies you've fought so far. She has basic swings as well as a thrust, sweep, and grab in standard fashion. She doesn't have many unique attacks, and at this point, you need to know how to appropriately dodge and counter standard things. The sword dance reigns supreme in this fight, just like against Genichiro. Pressure her methodically. Emma will pull back and raise her sword. She'll then attack you 4 times in quick succession. If you deflect the final swing, you'll shove Emma away. My suggestion here is to actually block this entire attack chain, provided your posture isn't overly high. By doing so, you'll cause Emma to be shoved away at the end, which allows you to stab her for vitality damage. If you're skilled, go ahead and deflect the entire thing for additional posture damage on Emma. But blocking is an effective method, provided you won't posture break yourself by doing so. Keep it in your back pocket, it's an easy way to deal with her combo. Emma and Isshin will do this, and it's handled in exactly the same way. They will sheath their sword and move their hands while driving forward in an attempt to grab you. Simply run directly away from them until they stop, and then move in to counter it. They do move quite a distance, so make sure you're far away. Just like Sword Saint, Emma has the ability to use the Ashina Cross, although it is rare. She'll back off, charge, and then unleash a double attack. This is easily dodged by dodging towards her if you're daring, and she'll whiff the whole thing, or just run directly away from her and she'll miss you. It does clear a deceptively large distance though, so make sure you get far enough away. Emma was really just the amuse-bouche for the real big guy. The main course. Many of Ishin Ashina's attacks in Phase 1 are identical to the attacks he uses in Sword Saint Phase 1, which we covered in the previous video. I won't be going over them, just know that for the most part, it's the same fight. There are a few differences though. Ishin has a habit of just sidestepping your sword swings and letting them whiff. If you ever see this, you need to immediately deflect an incoming counter from the side. The best course of action here is to be slow and methodical. You don't want to start spamming swings. Throw one out and wait to see if he slips it or not before throwing another. If he does, deflect it and then resume the sword dance. Slow and methodical. Don't spam your attacks for no reason. Ishin will stomp and then do a large sweep and ignite the area immediately in front of him. You'll want to dodge this by moving to the side and hitting him in the back. This attack is very difficult to dodge and will be one of the major points of contention in the second phase. Do your best to get behind Ishin, and this attack will usually whiff. Otherwise, back out and avoid the sweep. This looks very similar to the flame sweep, but Ishin will launch a vertical slash and send flames up across the entire length of the arena. You can dodge it in the same way by getting behind Ishin, but you should focus on moving to the side to completely avoid it. It comes out quickly and is difficult to dodge like most of the attacks in the second phase. This will run the entire length of the arena. Don't move forwards or backwards. You need to move sideways to dodge this. I'm calling this Armageddon because I don't know what else to call it, and it's going to kill you at least once. Ishin will light the entire arena on fire, sending pillars of flame upwards. Then, just because that wasn't difficult enough to dodge, he'll fly towards you and use one mind, which slices the area dozens of times. This attack chain can one-shot you. Don't be surprised if it does. The easiest way to dodge this horrific attack is to do your damnedest to never have to dodge it at all. You can interrupt Ishin with firecrackers before this goes off. That's the ideal scenario. If you're forced to dodge it, you need to run to an area that isn't on fire to dodge the pillars, and then be prepared to move as quickly as possible away from that area from Ishin before he charges you and unleashes one mind. You should be able to utilize Suzaku's Flame Umbrella to negate the fire, but I didn't upgrade it before Ishin, and it wouldn't matter anyways because I don't think it blocks one mind. I'm going to be honest with you. This attack is going to hit you, and it's probably going to kill you. But my strategy for Ishin essentially allows us to tank at least one death. Do your best to use firecrackers to interrupt him, but if you have to eat it, you gotta eat it. Use your resurrect, and try again. Just like with Sword Saint, the real fight is the final phase. You're forced to get through Emma and Phase 1 Ishin relatively unscathed. Then you're gonna die to Phase 2 Ishin because his attacks are insanely punishing and difficult to dodge until you've seen them several times. I hate this fight a lot. It's probably my most hated fight, honestly, even compared to Demon of Hatred. Emma is fine, she's very predictable and exploitable. You'll likely get her on lock, just like with Genichiro. Unfortunately, that's mostly because you'll be fighting her multiple times because you'll be dying to Phase 2 Ishin. Ishin Phase 1 is also very predictable and easy, especially if you have experience from Sword Saint. Just use the fundamentals you've learned from the previous fight versus Sword Saint Phase 1. Of course, you really need to be on guard for the slip counter and the grab, which Sword Saint doesn't really use. After you've worked his HP down, you take the death blow. The real fight starts. Phase 2 is something I absolutely loathe. I've heard that you can use the Mist Raven here, and it's pretty good, but I never bothered to test it. Feel free to experiment with it if you want. All of Ishin's fire moves are extremely awkward to dodge. The safest place is always behind him. You always want to be dodging to the side. This works for the sweeps if you can get behind him, as well as the vertical slash, because the vertical slash goes the entire length of the arena. His ultimate move must have been made by a sadist, especially if you went through Sekiro and chose Shura as your first ending. Guess who would be so foolish? The likelihood that you get one shot here is quite high. Do your best to get to a spot without any fire, and then get ready to move and dodge that one mind. If you're successful, after one mind you should nail Ishin in the back for damage. If you're successful. My main strategy here is to utilize the Firecracker loop very similarly to what we use on Corrupted Monk. Avoid combat arts or prosthetic tools and then spam all your firecrackers on Phase 2 Ishin in an attempt to get him down to critical HP before he can use most of his really scary attacks. You can use the Ceremonial Tonto to increase your max spirit emblems in an attempt to get more firecrackers, but you'll need to be careful when you use it and heal immediately afterwards. Obey the Iron Code. Listen to your father. Emma is actually a lot easier than she seems. She's a simple fighter who just happens to deal a lot of damage if she manages to hit you. The sword dance is just the way to go. I let Emma start the fight and then I deflect it. Sweeps are easily jumped over. This is the first long combo, and it's free damage if you can block or deflect the entire chain. Shove Emma off and give her the old charge stab. Back to pressure, and back to her attempting to grab again. Another long combo here, and it's another stab in the side. More sword dancing, more long combos. Then she goes down easily. Didn't even see a thrust or a Ashina cross, which you probably will. This goes about as well as it can for Emma. But here he is again, Mr. Finale himself. I buff with Divine Confetti immediately, and the fight starts. This boss caused me some hair loss on my first playthrough of Sekiro, I'm sure of it. Thankfully it's a lot easier now with maxed out vitality and significantly increased attack power. He has a nasty habit of slipping past your blade and immediately countering, which really annoys me. Again, this slash into sweep is identical to Sword Saint. My preference is to dodge to the right twice and then stab him in the back. I get hit, so I back out and heal, and then I get hit again, so you know, that's life. This Ichimonji is bread and butter for this fight. It's a great way to work the vitality down. Another sweep incoming, so I dodged twice. Unfortunately, I just shaved the hair off his back rather than hitting him with the stab. Makiri counter is easy, just like on Sword Saint. Use the fundamentals from Sword Saint here. The camera flips out here, but it ends up being okay. Do your best to avoid the corners. Try and fight him in the center of the roof. Works out better. A few more exchanges here, and that's it for the first death blow. If you've been paying attention, I haven't used any spirit emblems here, and that's for a really good reason you'll see shortly. Of course he opens with Armageddon. This attack is insanely stupid to dodge, so I don't even bother trying. I just take my death here like a man and resurrect. Get up and heal, and try to get back into the fight. This fire attack is also ridiculous to dodge, but thankfully I get behind him in time. The fundamental of this fight, try and get behind Ishin. After the Makiri counter, I start the Firecracker loop strategy. Spamming Firecrackers here is insanely effective on this second phase. Firecracker, one hit, repeat. This is entirely to work down Ishin's vitality so I can break his posture easier later. I missed this Firecracker and it really sucks because it was pretty close. Now he's going to use his explode everything on the roof attack and then follow up with Judgment Cut like he's Virgil. I managed to barely survive here, and I'll call that the devil's own luck rather than my own skill. I'll freely admit that. Back out to heal and then immediately get back in and keep up the pressure. I have 10 emblems left. He's spamming these fire slashes like crazy here. The absolute madman. I'm a fool here and resort to mortal draws. I should have saved these emblems for firecrackers, but it ends up working out okay. He is insanely low at this point and my heart is always racing for this fight specifically. He's at a sliver of HP and posture, but he just does not want to go down. He does one last fire slash and exposes his back to me, so that's game over. Another boss fight means another achievement. You'll also unlock the one mind skill, so feel free to try it out if you want. You'll also get the Shura ending immediately after the boss fight. Collect that second achievement, son. After the fight's over, there's nothing else for us to do this playthrough. We can't get more Lapis Lazuli from Fountainhead because we didn't go to Fountainhead. If you really want, you can gather some carb scales if you're a bit short, I guess, but there's not really any point to that. Upgrade your attack power using Ishin's memory and then immediately start the third cycle. I hope you enjoyed that short playthrough, and probably the worst boss in the game. The third cycle is very similar to the Shura playthrough where we're cutting out all the fat. Except this time we have to go through Fountainhead Palace again. We will also need to accomplish a questline for the Divine Child to get a different ending. The main goal is just to zip through the game as fast as possible until you get back to Owl. You know the steps at this point, you've done them twice, but there will be a couple deviations where we'll go into them in more detail. Get your arm cut off by Genichiro, kill an ogre that left his swamp, become a sneaky snake, kill whatever that guy's name is, take a job as an exterminator, then participate in the running of the bulls. Now there's a deviation here because it saves some time. After Blazing Bull, make absolutely sure to talk to the woman on the bridge and ask her about the Divine Child. It ends up saving you having to hunt down an item later. Now it's just about resuming this playthrough. Prioritize heading up to Mount Congo first. Make sure you have Puppeteer equipped. Jump down and find a rat next to a crank. Use Puppeteer on him and he'll operate the crank for you to fly a kite. This is a grappling point you can access now. Head up to the first temple area and past where we found the gourd seed. Jump out the window and climb the large trees in the center by grappling onto the roof. Now jump and grapple using the kite. Follow this path grappling until you reach a cave. Drop down and rest at the sculptor's idol. We will need to come back here soon, but instead go ahead and return to the first idol in Mount Congo. Now you'll want to go ahead and get all the way back to the Shugendo sculptor's idol. This is just the standard way out Mount Congo. At Shugendo, instead of going to your right as normal, turn around and head backwards from your idol. You'll encounter another memorial mob here. You can buy persimmons from him. Purchase the 2 he has in his inventory. This is mandatory. Do not forget to buy these persimmons. Use a coin purse if you need the sen. Now again, this is optional, but you can do it. Follow the route to get the white pinwheel. Once you do, return to the first isle in Mount Congo. Run outside and talk to Kotaro. This time, give him the pure white pinwheel. He'll request you spirit him away. Go ahead and equip the Divine Abduction and use it on Kotaro and you'll make him disappear. We'll deal with him later, don't worry about it. Now head to the top of Senpo Temple. You'll have to fight the armored warrior along the way. Give him the business, then just head up the top of the mountain and activate the sculptor's idol at the top. Talk to the decrepit monk here. You'll get extra dialogue options because of speaking to the woman on the bridge. If you didn't speak to the woman on the bridge, just warp back there, talk to her now, and then warp back to Senpo Temple and talk to the monk. Once you have this text, you can continue with the rest of the playthrough. Head up to the antechamber, get to the dojo, deflect the flashes and laugh that this guy is considered elite, get revenge for your arm being cut off by throwing lightning back in his stupid face, do the exposition dump in Kuro's room, talk to a man who has the gall to call himself a sword saint, then mostly uses spears and guns. Then head back and get the gunfort key. This is fairly standard. Return to Senpo Temple and beat folding screen monkeys. They were asking for it anyways. If you spirited Kotaro away, you can find him here. Talk to him and he'll give you a taro persimmon. Not required, but take it just in case. Now head to the Divine Child and recollect the Mortal Blade. Now you'll have to do a specific sequence of events here. You need to accept a lot of rice from the Divine Child. Request rice, then use the Homeward Idol to return to the dilapidated temple. Then return to the Inner Sanctum Sculptor's Idol to the Divine Child and request more rice. Repeat this several times until the Divine Child is sick. She will then request a persimmon. Give her the persimmon you bought from the memorial mob. She'll now give you more rice as well as rice for Kuro. Return to Kuro's room via the Sculptor's Idol. Give him the rice from the Divine Child. He'll say he wants to make something sweet. Use the Sculptor's Idol to rest and then talk to Kuro again. You'll get the sweet, sticky rice ball that's specifically made from the Divine Child's rice. Check the item description to make sure you're eating the right one. Eat this in front of Kuro and then talk to him. You'll get additional dialogue. Head back to the Inner Sanctum and talk to the Divine Child again. Talk to her and then give her another persimmon and potentially the taro persimmon as well. Now rest at the Sculptor's Idol. Turn around and enter the light pillar to head back to the Folding Screen Monkeys arena. Talk to the Divine Child in here and she'll say something about the head monk. Then leave and head back to the Inner Sanctum. Use the door at the top of the stairs to get back to Senpo Temple. Head back through the temple and into the cave at the back. Follow the cave until you can drop down. Then head through the water at the bottom and climb up the cliff. Head straight and you'll find the monk just sitting here, but he's dead and he's holding the holy chapter, Dragon's Return. Pick this up, then grapple up so you're clear of enemies, and then use the Homeward Idol to return to the last communed idol. Now talk to the Divine Child again. You'll automatically give her the holy chapter. You'll learn you have to get the 2 persimmons of the serpent to make her the cradle, whatever that means. That's our hint for now, but we can't continue with this quest for a little bit. Go ahead and continue the main storyline. Kill Lone Shadow in the well, take the plunge, kill Snake Eyes, head through Mibu Village, snap your fingers at a ghost, pick up a weird rock, get shot at a bunch of times, mash the deflect button, fall off a bridge because of a huge snake. Once we're back in the Buddha Valley, we can finally do the Divine Child's questline. We need 2 persimmons of the serpent, and one of them just happens to be here. You'll want to jump down to the bottom of the valley, grappling to avoid taking critical fall damage. Eventually you'll find the memorial mob down by the poison pits, and that's when you know you're going the right way. Purchase the green mossy gourd if you want, or if you haven't yet, and then head into the cave behind him. This is a linear pathway, just be aware of the monsters in the walls. Follow the snake and head under the crevasse. Work your way up the left side and continue until you come face to face with the serpent. Instead of fighting this thing 1v1, which would be crazy, go left and follow the path here to climb onto another ledge. You'll find a single monkey on this platform. Go ahead and equip Puppeteer and use it on the monkey to control it. The monkey will then become a distraction for you, and you can safely grapple up to enter the temple that the snake was guarding. Head inside, pick up the dried serpent viscera from the altar. We're done here. Go ahead and return to the last communed idol via your homeward idol. Now use your sculptor's idol to return to the Sunken Valley cavern where we grappled from the kite. Follow the path down and eventually you'll find a broken tree trunk overlooking the now collapsed rope bridge. Since the bridge is gone, the Great Serpent is just chillin', thinking he's done a good thing. Target the snake and jump down and use a death blow on it. Follow up with a second death blow to kill it. You'll rain blood everywhere and you'll get the fresh serpent viscera. This was also technically the last boss we needed to kill. You'll unlock 2 achievements back to back. Great Serpent, and then Man Without Equal, for beating every boss. Jump down and head down this cave to find the Dragon's Blood Droplet and a Jizo statue you'll never use. Go ahead and return to the last communed idol now. Now use the Sculptor's Idol to return to the Riven Cave. The standard progression resumes. Grapple through the valley, kill a big monkey without a head, grab the bait. After that, pick up the flower for Milady. This should activate the first point of no return. Head back to the Divine Child in the Inner Sanctum. Give her both serpent hearts and she'll eat them, but not in front of you. Go ahead and rest at the Sculptor's Idol. You can eavesdrop on her suffering immensely as she eats 2 giant hearts. That's all for now. The game continues. Travel back to a dungeon, climb the castle again, kill your dad, talk about smelly things, cut a little boy, become a smelly thing yourself. Once you have the Fountainhead incense activated, return to the Inner Sanctum. Talk to the Divine Child and she'll say she's successfully become the Cradle. We'll have to take her word for it. You'll receive the Frozen Tears. These are the requirement for the Dragon's Return ending. You can now request superior rice from the Divine Child as well. You can grab some for the road if you want. No more memes here. Just go ahead and head to Fountainhead Palace. You'll need to beat True Monk again, then go ahead and progress through to Mibu Manor. You'll want to do the Fountain Water questline just like we did in the first playthrough for additional treasure carp scales to purchase the Lapis Lazuli. Then just progress through Fountainhead as normal. Heading up to take out Shizu the Okami leader, then progressing back to the top side of Fountainhead. You'll need to purchase the 2 Lapis Lazuli from the Pot Noble, as well as complete the questline by feeding the truly precious bait to the Great Carp again. Then defeat the Shichimen warrior in Fountainhead for your 10th and final Lapis Lazuli. If you haven't yet, be sure to buy the floating passage text as well. Now progress to the top and take out the Divine Dragon once again. You'll be teleported back to Kuro's room and be granted the key. It would be very tempting to go and beat the game now, but prepare for some disappointment. Welcome to the worst part of Sekiro. There's only a few things left for us to do, and unfortunately one of them is maxing out prosthetic tools and the skill tree. This is unfortunately, quite literally, hours of grinding. You'll need to upgrade all your prosthetic tools to the maximum level, which requires grinding upgrade materials. You'll need to grind an Ashina Outskirts stairwell for fulminated mercury and yellow gunpowder. If you need adamantite scrap, scrap magnetite, or fat or grave wax, you'll need to do it in Mibu Manor. There's no way around this. Grind until you have the required upgrade materials and send to max out all your prosthetic tools. If you need basic materials like black gunpowder or scrap iron, buy them from the info broker at the dilapidated temple. Work down each prosthetic tool until you've got them all upgraded to the max level. If you need some tips for grinding, I have a dedicated video on the channel. Once you're finished, you'll get 2 achievements for this. Lazuline upgrade for the first Lapis Lazuli upgrade, and then Master of the Prosthetic for every upgrade. Now to get those, you'll have grinded a ton. You're probably bored and tired. You're not done though. You have to keep grinding until you get enough experience to max out your skill tree. Spend even more time in Ashina Outskirts grinding, because I guess they couldn't think of some better achievements to put in. If you don't have the Mushin Esoteric Text yet, and have mastered a skill tree, return to Emma in Kuro's room. Talk to her and she should give you the Mushin Esoteric Text here once you've mastered a skill tree. Once you have the Mushin Esoteric Text, you'll have to continue grinding for what feels like an eternity to get enough skills to max it out. Technically, you will unlock the Master of the Arts achievement before you're able to get the Mushin Esoteric Text, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just recap it once you've finished everything. After grinding for hours in Ashina Outskirts, backstabbing every soldier that you see, you will eventually have enough experience to max out every skill tree, including that absolutely sadistic Mushin Esoteric Text. Seriously, why would they make it such a pain to master that one? Once you've learned every skill for the Shinobi Arts, Prosthetic Arts, Ashina Arts, Temple Arts, and Mushin Arts, it's over. Breathe a sigh of relief, and you can move on to better things. Once you're finally done with that grinding, go ahead and dump any sen you have at the info broker for consumables, divine confetti most likely. It's finally time to finish this playthrough. It's just a matter of going straight to Sword Saint at this point and taking him out. Same rules apply as before. If you've beaten him once, you can beat him again. Once you've made Genichiro look like a joke, and taken Ishin's gun and spear and broken them over your knee, head to Kuro and talk to him. Use the Frozen Tears to unlock the third ending, Dragon's Homecoming. There's only 2 achievements left, so go ahead and start that final playthrough now. This is a final playthrough straight through, no extra quests and no extra bosses. This is the baseline good ending. You'll have seen Immortal Severance as your option every time you fought Sword Saint. This is the only achievement you can potentially save scum. If you backed up a previous save, you should be able to refight Sword Saint, beat him, and then choose the Immortal Severance ending. This should work, but I have not verified it myself. I opted to do this the quote-unquote legitimate way, and I spent another 2 hours playing Sekiro. If you don't save scum, you'll have to do one more victory lap of Sekiro to get through. Same as last playthrough, minus the Divine Child quest. Cut all the fat and just go for it. Lose your hand. Beat up Ogre again. Sneaky snakes. Take out that guy on the horse. What was his name again? Burn Blazing Bull. Show Genichiro who the bus driver is. Lots and lots of talking. Fold those screen monkeys. Behold, the mortal blade. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Ha! Don't lose your head. No dads allowed, unfortunately. More talking that you've heard for like the 3rd or 4th time now. Re-purify corrupt monk. Dispose of the divine dragon. Head full circle. Behold the second mortal blade for the 3rd time. Guns are bad. Spears aren't swords. Get wrecked, kiddo. Now finally talk to Kuro. With that final dialogue choice, I guess lack of choice this playthrough, you'll unlock the last achievements. Immortal Severance. Then the Platinum Trophy will unlock for unlocking all the other achievements. And just like that, it's all over. I hope you found this all achievements guide for Sekiro Shadows Die Twice helpful. If you did, please consider subscribing to the channel for reviews and guides for additional games. If you'd like to support the channel further, you can become a member on YouTube for custom emotes you can use during live streams, or become a Patreon supporter to get your name in the credits of every recommended playing video. Thank you for watching.